Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had enhanced Abomination Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku panicked when the sludge thing entered his lungs. He couldn't breathe, the heck couldn't breathe. Did he even need to breathe? And like that, the pain for air stopped. He stopped struggling. The monster stated. Izuku proceeded to lock his body in place. What the? Moved him in it, the thing yelled. Izuku proceeded to try something new. He began to shrink his lungs. This led to many surprised curses. And then, Texas smash. The villain disintegrated around him. Izuku looked up and all. He thought before he passed out. Hey. Izuku woke up to the feeling of someone slapping his cheeks. Are you all right? He looked up and, All Might? He screamed, backing up quickly. Sorry for dragging you into that fight, my boy, he shouted. The number 1 pro hero All Might. Izuku's brain was stuck on that. Autograph, need to find something for him to sign. Notebook, he opened to a blank page only to find, he already did, he mentally shouted. Thank you, he shouted, bowing so fast he was a blur. Okay, All Might said. Now then, I'll take this villain to the police. Already? Izuku asked. Pro heroes are always needed. Therefore I must go. Wait, I still have questions. Izuku screamed. See you? All Might shouted, before leaping into the sky. That's weird. I feel a weight on my legs, All Might thought to himself. Turning around he saw that kid holding onto his leg. Hey. You're insane, you hear me? Let go now. He shouted, trying to pry Izuku off. Boo, but if I do I'll die. Izuku responded. He actually wasn't sure if he would. It was a possibility though. Oh, All Might said. There's so much I want to ask you about. Izuku shouted. Okay. Just close your eyes and mouth, he shouted. Izuku did so. He patted the boy on the back and then he coughed. Sheet, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Izuku was wondering where the scent of blood came from. They landed on an apartment building on the other side of town. That was terrifying. Izuku wheezed out, trying to regain control of his legs. Good grief. The people in the building will be able to help you down, the pro hero said, calmly but in a stern tone. Wait. Izuku called. No. I shall not. The pro shouted, obviously preparing to fight another villain. Is it possible to become a hero without a quirk? Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs. Without a quirk? All Might asked, as if he had to think deeply about that. And then All Might felt it. Oh no. Not here. Not now, he coughed hard. And then the steam started to rise. Maybe because I'm quirkless, but I'm always made fun of. Izuku lied. He hated doing it, but what choice did he have? Hey, I have a quirk that makes me eat people? Yeah, that'd go over well. And why was it going haywire? Why did it sense weakness? Why did it sense prey? All Might was the only one next to him, and he wasn't anything of the sort. He shook the idea of prey out of his head. The last thing he wanted was to see humans as food. That's probably why I find the idea of saving people really cool. And because I'm a monster, I want to be like you and save people with a fearless smile. Can I ever be able to save them, or will I eat them by accident? That's why I want to be the greatest hero, like you. He finished, looking at his idol. He noticed a lot of steam and wondered where it came from. Then it cleared, revealing a frail man. What it? He shouted in shock. You're deflating? Izuku shouted. Are you a fake? You're so skinny. He continued. The frail man who was All Might sighed. I am All Might. You know how people flex at pools? It's like that. And then he gushed blood from his mouth. Wah! Izuku shouted, both out of shock and to keep the tendrils from seeking fresh meat. Young man, now that you've seen me like this, please don't tell anyone. Don't post about this online, even accidentally. He then lifted his shirt, showing what looked like the impact zone of a giant bullet. 5 years ago I was badly injured by an enemy of mine. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed. My stomach was also completely annihilated. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the after effects, so I can only work as a hero for 3 hours a day. After that, he gestured to himself. 5 years ago? Izuku asked, desperately trying to force down the feeling of his back beginning to bulge. Is that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? All Might grumbled at that. That punk couldn't have defeated me, he growled. The fight that did this was kept from the world, as per my request. I will still save people with a smile. I, the symbol of peace, cannot be daunted by evil. I smile to show the pressure of heroes and to suppress the fear within me. Pros like me are always risking their lives. Therefore, I cannot say you can become a hero without a quirk. Those words slammed into Izuku like a cinder block. I see, he choked out, now finally beginning to prevent his feeding tendrils from showing up. If you really want to help people, why don't you become a police officer? They're often teased for getting villains hand-delivered to them, but it is still a worthy occupation. He paused just before entering a stairwell. It is good to dream, but remember what is realistic, he said as a parting. As Toshinori walked down the stairs, he contemplated the situation. Maybe I was a bit harsh, but that's the way of the world. Also, why did he look familiar? It's like I've seen his face somewhere before. I might have seen him at a signing booth or something. Now then, I have to get the sludge thing to the police soon. He paused as he reached into his pocket and found nothing. What? Where is it? He asked himself, as he looked around. And then he saw the plume of smoke. Damn it, when the kid grabbed me I must have dropped it. I was careless, he said to himself. He then quickly ran to the scene in his deflated form. He'd have to use that. He soon arrived at the scene. He saw Death Arms and his pals fighting against the sludge man. It escaped. He then overheard the people talking. It has a child as a hostage. Why aren't the pros doing anything? That chilled his blood. I'm pathetic, he cursed at himself. Meanwhile, Izuku was looking through his notebook. He stopped on the page with All Might's signature. His words kept going through his head. It's good to dream, but remember what is realistic. Even a pro said it. I can't be a hero without a quirk, and mine is just evil. He wiped tears from his eyes. Shut it. You already knew this. Another part of his mind said. Well, Dad'll be happy, he thought to himself. His father was away on a business trip, and he had been for 5 years. He still checked in by call or text whenever he could though. Maybe I should tell him when I get home, he thought. And then he saw the sludge monster. Sheet. How'd it get free? And then he remembered. He had knocked the bottle out of All Might's hands. This is my fault, he thought. Where's All Might? He heard one of the civilians shout. This is my fault. I wasted his time, Izuku thought to himself. And then he saw who the hostage was. Kaken. Katsuki screamed in anger and slight fear. Someone, anyone, do something. He screamed in his mind. Kachen. He heard Izuku shout. Sheet. I take it back. Anyone but him. Hey. I'll get you this what the F dash? This last part was because of the fact that Izuku had spouted those god-awful tendrils from his back. Let him go. Izuku shouted, fists clenched. Or what? The slime villain sneered. Who's that? Someone screamed. Izuku glared. Please don't make me use this. He pleaded. Your little decorations don't scare him. What the F are you doing? The villain screeched as Izuku buried the tendrils into him. And then Bakugou saw the villain being consumed by the black wriggling mass that spread over it. It detached that part of itself, which then became nothing but a black fluid which was greedily slurped up by the tendrils. Last chance. Izuku's teeth elongated. Black and red spines grew out of his back, rippling like a set of waves. And then his hands became ifing claws. The villain rushed away from him, leaving Katsuki on the streets, coughing. And then All Might appeared. Even though I admonished you, I didn't put it into practice, he declared. All Might, the sludge villain shouted. Pros are always risking their lives, he screamed, blood pouring from his mouth. Detroit. Smash, he declared, vaporizing the villain. The force of the punch was so powerful that it caused a great gust of wind. If it wasn't for him, lady, the other pros would have been blown away. And then it caused a temporary tornado. The pressure change then caused clouds to roll in, and then it started to rain. Hey! With a single punch, All Might changed the weather, a bystander shouted. The after effects were predictable. Izuku was scolded by the heroes and law enforcement officers, save a rookie cop named Kidani, who was arguing with her superior, while Katsuki was praised. But he ignored it. Some help you all were, he thought to himself. He turned to look at his friend. He scared the absolute CRP out of him, but they were still friends. Why aren't you praising the person who actually did the work? He thought. Later that day, Izuku was walking through his neighborhood. I never got to apologize to All Might for wasting his time and lying, he thought to himself. Maybe I'll post it on his website. Now his thoughts drifted to the use of his quirk. He shuddered at how satisfying it was to feed off of the villain, how full he felt, and how it mutated. Those claws weren't there before, he thought. Is it that I become stronger the more I consume? It was Kaken. Now, most people would assume that he was being mean. However, it was an agreement between the two. Izuku could call him a Kaken, while he could call Izuku Deku. He had stopped running and was breathing. I just wanted to say thanks, he said. And also, please don't do that again. I'm gonna have nightmares again. Sorry. Izuku stuttered. He knew Kaken didn't like his quirk, and he knew of the nightmares it caused him. It was one of the reasons he never tried to show it. He had had similar nightmares, although he was pretty sure that the views were different, as his involved watching himself devour everything. His friend waved goodbye before walking off. Now then, I need to think of a realistic future dash. I am here. All Might? But you were surrounded by reporters. Izuku stammered. It's all too easy for me to get away from them. But because I'm All Might Bleg. The last part was because his form dropped back to his deflated mode and he coughed up a lot of blood. Izuku screamed. Thankfully, the feeding tendrils didn't show up, probably because of the meal he'd just eaten. Young man, I came for a few reasons. First of all, thank you. If you hadn't spoken to me, I'd just be a guy in a bodysuit who was all talk. All Might said. It was my fault, Izuku stuttered. I got in your way because of all of the things I said. Izuku trailed off. And that brings me to the second reason. Why did you lie to me? That brought Izuku back to the conversation. What? He asked. I saw your quirk. It was rather impressive. All Might said, disappointment written all over his face. It's not impressive, Izuku stated to the ground. All it can do is kill. You saw what it did. It devours people. Whenever I smell blood, and I can smell it now, I have to force the feeding tendrils down. It really hurt to admit the truth. Feeding tendrils? Is that what they're called? All Might asked. Why? And you knew you had this quirk before? All Might asked. Why? I'll tell you how it was activated. When Kaken, the kid who the sludge monster was holding hostage, and I were kids, we got lost exploring the city. And then a man offered us help. Of course, we knew not to talk to strangers, so we shook our heads. And then he lunged at us and grabbed us. Katsuki has a quirk that allows him to sweat a nitroglycerin-like substance, only it's a lot more powerful so he can make explosions. At the time, he could only make things the size of party poppers. So they didn't help. He trailed off, thinking about that fateful night. Flashback. The man held onto them both and he wouldn't let go. Kachen was bound and gagged, screaming under his GG, tears filling his eyes. Izuku backed away into the street wall. Now that your friend's bound, I'll just start with you. The obese man chuckled, removing his belt. Izuku began to scream. Help! Anyone! And then that fat man pressed a greasy hand to his chin under his mouth. Yes. I love it when they scream. He grabbed Izuku by the hair and dragged him to his van. Let me go. Izuku shouted as he struggled. Stop shouting. It's not like anyone will hear you. My quirk stops all sound around me, the man laughed. Let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go dash. Izuku felt his back begin to hurt. The man laughed and tossed Izuku to the ground. Now then, let's begin, he sneered, beginning to take his breaths off. Izuku screamed both from fear and the pain of his back ripping open. Oh god dash, the man gasped. And then Izuku looked behind him and saw it. 4 black tendrils, each wriggling and covered with spikes at the end, had erupted from his back. Katsuki saw the man pause before he got to Izuku, and then he saw those things appear. The man screamed in shock. And then 4 squelching sounds rang out, one after the other. Izuku didn't know what was going on. The 4 tendrils impaled themselves in the man, and then he started to melt. He screamed in agony as he dissolved into a black substance. And then, before the substance could lose his shape, a sound like dry grass rang out and he dissolved into the tendrils. Izuku felt the tendrils retract into him. And then the memories hit. He saw the man claim his first victims, what he did to them, and when he put them out of their misery. He saw him evade capture for years. And then he saw himself consume the man. And then it was over. He sat there for a few minutes, gasping as the memories slowly faded from his mind. The last thing he remembered was seeing a police officer radio in for backup before darkness took him. Flashback and that's what happened. Izuku finished, swallowing the bile forming in his throat. He didn't want to think of how good it felt to consume, to feed, to devour that man. It doesn't matter what quirk you have. Do you know what every great hero has said about their first rescue, their first heroic act? Their bodies moved on their own. And I'm positive you had the same feeling. Izuku fell to the ground, tears in his eyes. You can be a hero, All Might finished. To hear that no matter how evil his quirk was, All Might believed in him, was something that made him cry out. A massive weight was lifted from his shoulders. And this was how Izuku Midoriya started down the path to become the world's greatest hero. Meanwhile, his sludge villain was left in a small box in a holding cell. It wasn't comfortable. That green-haired brat, demen him, he shouted. When I get out of here I'll take over his body and use it to kill his mother. But before I kill her I'll RP her. And then when I've broken her I'll slit her throat and set their house on fire. And then he stopped his ranting when he felt a presence. It was incredibly powerful and incredibly evil. It felt like something was choking out the sun, leaving the world in perpetual darkness. What was that you said you were going to do to my wife, with my son's body no less? A deep, almost mechanical voice coldly said. The sludge villain rotated his eyes towards the source. It was a tall man with a black mask on his face. Who are you? How did you get in? He yelled. I simply invited myself in. In the station, all of the police officers were in varying states of injury. The only one that wasn't was hyperventilating. Focus Kitani, she said to herself as she slunk towards an emergency phone. This is Kitani Rikia. We have a high-powered intruder. She gasped. Can you give us a description of the intruder? The on who responded to the call asked. Well, he had a giant black mask over his head. As an answer to your question, I am Hisashi Midoriya, the father and honorary uncle of the 2 young children you tried to kill. I don't take kindly to those threatening my family. The man picked up the box. Now then, I'd love to chat more but I have places to go, you to torture, a son to call, and a student to tutor. With that he vanished in a cloud of black smoke, taking the caged villain with him. And, so yeah, Izuku has Blacklight and AFO as his dad. I'm a huge fan of the theory by the way. He won't be able to do pretty much anything Alex or Heller could do yet, so as to not make him OP right off the bat. He'll get stronger the more he eats though. Izuku continued to cry. All Might, the symbol of peace, had told him that he could become a hero. He heard the voice of those who said it was impossible, from Mudo the class bully. You could never become a hero. From the quirk counselor from his school. You have no quirk, therefore you are worthless. Now stop holding Katsuki back. To his teacher. Haha, look everyone. Izuku applied for you. All of those voices were now drowned out by a mere 6 words, spoken with complete certainty and sincerity. Izuku, you can become a hero. Can anything more shocking happen? The hero who I look up to the most told me my dreams are not impossible. And like that, the rarest of events happened. The universe decided to not F up Izuku. Instead, the laws of reality allowed him to be shocked in a better way. You are worthy to inherit my power, All Might said, spreading his hands wide. Izuku stopped crying. H. He choked out, eyes wide in confusion. Inherit your power? Wah. Haha. Your face was ridiculous. But still, he raised a bony finger into the sky. You need to decide whether you want to inherit my pow hack flumph. The last part of the word was drowned out by the blood pouring from his mouth. Neither one of them really cared at the moment. When I say my power, I mean my quirk. The papers and the tabloids both seem to think that it's a super strength or boost quirk, but during interviews I always dodge the question. I made jokes to cover that up. This is because the symbol of peace had to be a natural-born hero. However, young man, I'll tell you the truth. He spread his arms out again, head pointed at the sky. This power was gifted to me like a sacred torch? Izuku gasped. It was passed on to you? He asked. Yes, and now it's your turn, All Might told him. Wait. It's true your quirk has been hotly debated as one of the world's greatest mysteries. In fact, there's always someone online who's talking about it. However, I don't know what you mean by inheriting. Sure, quirks grow from parent to child, although there are some mutations, like mine, but one person freely giving their quirk to another, I've never heard of that, and it's never even been considered dash. And you may stop right there before you pass out? All Might deadpanned. His muttering was making him nervous. Why was it making him nervous? I don't ever lie. You shouldn't either. Izuku flinched at the accusation, but he knew that All Might was right. The quirk is the ability to transfer power. It's called One for All. One for All? Izuku asked. The very words themselves held power. That's right. One person adds to the power before passing it on. Then the next holder adds to its power and passes it on again. The quirk grows stronger with each generation. He finished, clenching his fist. Then why are you giving me this power? Izuku asked. All Might chuckled. I've been looking for a successor for years now. Now, I think that you'd be the best successor. You, who were so afraid of your own quirk that you'd lie immediately, used it to protect your friend without any hesitation. You were the most heroic back there. He then paused. Of course, this is your choice. Even though I lied? All Might sighed. I've seen people who've hated their quirks. I've understood the meaning. I know that you didn't do it out of malice, but fear. Fear of rejection. Fear of being hated. I can't fault you for that. I forgive you for lying, and it doesn't affect my choice. And seeing that you were able and willing to expose yourself to save someone like that only reinforces my decision. Just don't lie to me again, Oki? Izuku gulped. Very well. I accept, he stammered. Good. Now, please don't tell anyone about this, it needs to be a secret from the public, just like. He motioned to himself. Can I tell my parents? It's probably for the best. All Might shrugged. Of course. After all, it's important your parents know of this. That night Izuku hurriedly called his father. Dad. Guess what? Oh, what is it, Izuku? His father asked. I met All Might today. He exclaimed. Oh? His father asked. Get this. He told me his quirk. There was a short pause. That sounds interesting. What was it? His father had been the one to get him interested in quirks. He had said if you know a quirk, you know its weakness. If you know a weakness, you can defeat your enemies. It's called One for All. It's a transferable quirk as well. There was another pause. That's unique, his father said. And he told me he'd like to pass it on to me. And I said yes. Silence. Dad? I am proud of you, Izuku. His father said, although it sounded forced. Izuku knew his dad didn't like All Might. He didn't know why though. He said that All Might was the only hero that actually lived up to the title, and therefore was the only hero worthy of any respect. Well, I told Mom and she said she's proud of me too. Have a good night. Izuku excitedly said. Good night, son, his father replied, before Izuku hung up. All for one carefully set the phone down before sighing. He quickly activated a quirk that made himself silent. And then he opened his mouth. All Might you motherfucking BS study. Of all of the possible successors you chose my son? Granted, I'm happy that the quirk will be back in the family, he finished, calming down. He cancelled the quirk and turned around. The sludge villain, now minus his quirk, it had been given to a quirkless boy who was about 5 years younger than his son, whimpered as all for one turned to him. Now then, what to do with you? I've already dug out your nails, chopped off your fingers and toes, made you eat them, and he started to mutter under his breath. His doctor knocked on the door. Sir? We figured out how to do it. Oh really? He called back. We just need a test subject. All for one grinned under his mask. We already have one. And thus, 2 days later, Izuku was staring at the trash of Dagoba Beach Park. Why are we here? He asked. All Might, in his muscled form, my quirk, one for all, is the combined physical prowess of multiple people. If you were to claim it now, in an unprepared body, your limbs would tear themselves from your body and explode. Explode? Izuku murmured. Hence the training. And there's another reason. All Might grabbed an old fridge and crushed it flat. Heroes today are after the flashy things. It's all about popularity for them. However, being a hero also involves volunteer work like this. This is your first step, young Midoriya. You are to restore the horizon to this beach by clearing it before you leave for UA in 10 months. All of this? He hysterically questioned. It's the sad truth of reality that to get into the UA hero course, you have to have a quirk, and while you do have one, you're reluctant to use it. Therefore you have to train your body. I see. He immediately ran over to grab a washing machine to carry it. You might want to start smaller, All Might grimaced. Izuku was too caught up in the rush of trying to please his favorite hero. It came as a surprise to both of them that he could pick it up. Was all Izuku could say. Young Midoriya? Your arms are flashing black and red. Is that normal for you? Izuku looked at his arms and sure enough, they were pulsing red and black. Just like the tendrils. Is this part of my quirk? He thought to himself. He proceeded to try to throw it, and it went about 15 feet. That should speed things up a bit. All Might laughed. I guess. Izuku muttered. All Might then pulled out a pile of papers. Well, this is worthless now. He proceeded to rip it up. I wrote that last night as your training regimen. However, seeing your quirk adds a strength factor, I'll have to R-it. Now then, I want you to use your quirk to the best of your abilities for the day so I can better understand your current strength. And so began the 10 months of hell for Izuku. The rest of the day was spent applying his quirk to enhance his muscles. He found that he could carry around 10 times as much when his quirk was activated than when it wasn't activated. Of course, this meant that when his strength went up, the amount he could carry when his quirk was in use went up as well. This led to All Might encouraging him to not use his quirk. If you strengthen your body now, you'll be able to use your quirk even more, he had said. On the second day, All Might saw the tendrils in action in the fullest. All Might had run out of time for the day, so he was just watching Izuku. He was currently carrying a 10-pound tire. All right, it's getting to be about noon, so let's break for lunch, he shouted. Yes, sir. Izuku breathed out. And then a rustling was heard. All right, this is a good place to store the loot. No one's around. Izuku froze. All Might's out of time, so there's no way to fight back. I'll have to be careful. Hey Izuku. You alright? Sheet. Well, what have we here? Izuku. Toshinori called. Hey. No sudden moves. All Might froze at that. A robber, one that managed to escape from the bank robbery that he managed to stop, mostly, had a gun to his heir's head. Now then, you're going to stay right there. The man said. Izuku shouted into his GG. I'm out of time today. A minute. He thought to himself. He raised a hand. Hey, can you just let us go? He politely asked. No sudden moves. Now get down on the ground, the robber shouted. Toshinori began to lower himself when he began to cough up blood. Well then, since you're dying already, I have no use for you. He then pointed the gun at his head. Izuku began to struggle. Hey, stop struggling, brat, the man shouted. He then fired his gun into Izuku's head, blowing his brains out. Toshinori's blood ran cold, and tears began to form in his eyes. He had failed to stop the death of an innocent child. Now then, there can't be any witnesses, the murderer stated. However, before he could shoot, they both saw something coming out of Izuku's head. It was a mass of black tendrils. The brain matter around him shriveled up while the tendrils started to turn into recognizable human body parts. Soon, Izuku's head was back to normal. "What?" the murderer shouted. And then with a sickening crack, Izuku's back split open. He was on the ground at the time, face first, so his back was to the sky. Toshinori saw the tendrils pop out and then they impaled the killer. Then, before he had time to scream, he began to dissolve into goo which the tendrils absorbed with horrifying sking sounds. And then, Izuku's hands twitched. He brought his arms up to his head, and a hissing sound of pain was heard. After a few seconds, Izuku pushed himself up. "What the hell was that?" Toshinori choked out. "That was my quirk," Izuku stated without emotion. "I see. So that's what you meant. At least you're alive," Yagi said. "Yeah. But I still don't like it. And then, there are the memories." "Memories?" Yagi asked. "When I do that, I get their memories. I now know what he did. I know why he did what he did. I could write his entire life story, possibly better than he could." Izuku slumped. "Remember what I told you? The first time this happened? It took years to get the flashes out of my head. Thankfully, I didn't see what he did in graphic detail. I was able to force that from my mind." Yagi walked over and sat next to his heir. "I'm sorry, but it happens. Sometimes. Heroes mess up. And those mistakes can cost lives. But this ability can save far more than it'd take." "Are really?" "Yes, young Midoriya. Most deaths come from bad information. Wrong locations, the number of hostages, etc. But you can get the exact location. Number of innocents. Number of villains. Everything." Izuku stayed in deep thought. "Thanks, All Might." "No problem, young Midoriya. Now, I imagine that. What happened? Dulled your appetite?" Toshinori said gently. "Consuming a person keeps me full for a long time," Izuku replied, still staring at the beach. Well then, back to work?" Yagi didn't really want to think about that. Back to work. The rest of the months soon passed along. Izuku focused hard in school and All Might had given him an updated aim to pass, American Dream plan that involved his quirk. Of course, it still came as a shock to Izuku when he found that he didn't need to sleep like normal people. He only needed about 4 hours of rest, and that was when he was working so hard. He used the extra hours to do homework and some other exercises. This led to the beach getting cleared up even quicker. However, some things never change. It was the morning of the entrance exam. Toshinori had decided to see how his successor was doing on the beach. He knew that there was still a lot to be done, but Izuku had met expectations. His body should be ready, especially since the fact that he could come back from lethal injuries showed itself 10 months ago. And then he heard it. Shocked, he looked up and saw Izuku atop a giant pile of trash. He did it? He finished up on the final night? And then he looked around. The beach is spotless. Not a single dust speck remains. He even got the parts one explicitly told him he didn't have to get. Toshinori became All Might out of sheer shock. Goodness! Izuku then wobbled from the tower of junk and fell. But before he could hit the ground, All Might caught him. To his surprise, Izuku was still able to talk. All Might, I did it, he whispered out. Indeed you did, young Midoriya. He then pulled out a phone. Look, I took pictures for you. He showed his pupil the picture labeled before. How do you feel? I feel really tired and hungry, Izuku managed to breathe out. Fear not. All Might shouted. He quickly ran back to his van where he had a few rabbits. Eat up, he shouted, tossing them into the air. The feeding tendrils shot out and speared the midair. I see your timing is improving as well. And your claws? He had started to train Izuku to use his claws a month ago. His pupil concentrated for a moment before his hands became giant claws, far larger than his head. Each talon was as sharp as a sword and had the size to match. Izuku kept up to the tower and sliced a tire into clean pieces. All Might then picked up a steel car and threw it. Izuku then jumped up and sliced at it as well. When it came down, the average gouge in the steel was 4 inches deep. I think you'll be able to get through a lot of steel soon, All Might said. Izuku nodded. You are clearly ready to gain one for all. Izuku nodded again. Thank you, he shouted. All Might then reached to the back of his head and plucked out a hair. Remember, this is a power you earned. Now eat this, he shouted. That brought Izuku to a stop. Huh. You need a bit of DNA to gain it. Anything's if I dash, and then the tendril stood straight up and rushed his hand. Sheet was what All Might thought. Even now, the mere idea of those getting into him frightened him. One gently wrapped itself around the hair and pulled back a bit before consuming it. That was quite risky. All Might breathed out. Izuku shrugged. I knew that the tendrils wouldn't harm you, as you're not registering as prey. Therefore I decided to test how controllable they are. And now, I know I can use them to grab things. All Might sighed. Whatever. Now come on. You don't want to be late. 2 hours later, Izuku found himself walking towards the building where the examinations would take place. I never got to try out All Might's power, he thought to himself. I absorbed his DNA, but did I get his power? He asked to himself. Deku. He turned around and saw Bakugou walking toward him, a smile on his face. Kaken, he replied. So how are you feeling? His best friend asked. Nervous. Izuku truthfully answered. Well, I know something that'll cheer you up. Muto was banned from the exam. Izuku stuttered out. Bakugou laughed. The BSTRD got drunk and tried to fight a cop. He's never going to get into you. The two of them ignored those muttering about Bakugou. So are you going to do your best? He asked Izuku. Izuku nodded. I'll try my hardest. His friend gave him a fist bump. Just don't try your hardest near me, okay? I'd like to not be overshadowed, he told him. Izuku chuckled, feeling better. His friend then ran into the building. Izuku had paused about 20 feet from the door. This is it. This is the first step towards being a hero. He put his foot forward, defying his inner doubts. And then as he brought his other foot forward, he tripped on himself. Well, shoot, he thought, bracing for impact. But then no impact came. His fall stopped suddenly, but there was no pain. He noticed that he was levitating. Are you all right? A cheery voice asked. Izuku slowly turned his head towards the voice and then started to flail. It was a girl. And she was talking to him. She evidently had some sort of levitation quirk. I'm sorry for using my quirk on you without permission, but it would be bad luck if you fell, right? She's pretty, he thought, eyes still wide. Are you nervous? She asked. Izuku only managed to stammer awkwardly. We should do our best. See you. She waved before leaving. Izuku stood there for a few seconds. I talked to a girl, he mentally screamed. The entrance exam orientation was hosted by none other than Present Mike, a hero with a sonic quirk. Izuku didn't like sonic quirks due to the fact that Muto had one. He created a high-frequency screech that could cause several nasty side effects, although he did like Mike. He listened to his show every week. Welcome listeners to my entrance show. Everybody say che. He was met with silence. A refined response. He stammered out, a little embarrassed. I'll give a quick rundown on the exam. You will all be competing in mock battles in an urban setting. Each person will go to a random area. Bakugou and Izuku looked at each other's cards. That's so we won't be able to help our friends, Katsuki responded. Even though we're consecutive, we're in 2 different places, Izuku said aloud. Good luck, the ash blonde explosion user said to his friend. Perhaps we'll each get the highest scores of our respective areas. You're just glad you don't have to be near me, Deku muttered. Is it a crime to not want to be near your quirk? It gave me ophidiophobia and a fear of snakes because the tendrils can sometimes act like snakes. Present Mike had gotten back on topic by now. There are 3 types of villains here. Each one has been assigned a point modifier based on difficulty. Your goal is to defeat these villains to gain points. However, unheroic acts or attacking exam takers is forbidden. I have a question, a boy shouted. Yes? Mike asked, a spotlight activating over the boy. On the printout there are 4 villains. If this is a misprint, then this school should be ashamed of itself, he shouted in a rather rude way. And you, with the curly hair, Emi? Izuku stammered, pointing at himself. Katsuki growled. Stop muttering. It's distracting, the bossy boy yelled. If you're on a pleasure trip, leave immediately. Sorry, Izuku stammered. Chuckles arose. Shut it, ya biscuit. Bakugou shouted. To answer your question, Mike said, the 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. It is only an obstacle to be avoided. Thank you. I apologize for the interruption, the bossy boy sat down. Muttering broke out. And finally, as a present I'll give you our school motto, plus ultra. Izuku soon arrived at the site, along with the rest of those assigned. All right, it's time to put the 10 months of training to the test. I'll soon become the hero I've always dreamed of being, Izuku mentally said to himself. Most of the rest of the group was muttering at the sheer size of the testing ground. It's like a city itself, one said. They have more than one of these? Another stated. UA is amazing. Izuku was shivering, remembering the rules. Defeat as many villains as possible, avoid the obstacle, and survive for 10 minutes. How can everyone be this confident? Some even have equipment for their quirks. Then he noticed a certain face. She's here. The nice girl. I need to thank her. And then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Hey, a familiar voice spoke out. She's here too? That girl over there is trying to focus. Why you here? Are you here to throw off our focus? Of course not. Izuku stuttered. He overheard some of the other examinees talking about how he almost tripped, and how they were lucky that he was here. Lucky? I'll show you lucky when No. They are not to be harmed. Izuku fought down the longing to feed. He mentally thanked All Might for the rabbits. Start. Present Mike shouted over the microphone. Everyone turned, confused. What? There's no countdown in a real fight. Now get going. Huh? Izuku asked, and then he saw everyone else running towards the entrance. I'm behind already, he shouted before activating his quirk. Using the extra power toward his muscles, he quickly caught up. He flashed back to what All Might had said about One for All. Flashback. You never had a chance to take it for a test drive. Normally it'd show up in 2 to 3 hours, but you've probably already digested it. Be prepared for the physical repercussions it'll have on your body. That confused Izuku. Huh? He had asked. When you use One for All, squeeze your buttocks and yell, from within your heart, Flashback and Izuku was brought out of his memory when a robot appeared in front of him. A single pointer, he thought to himself. Target acquired, the robot spoke. Izuku already rushed towards it, claws out. The best bet would be to decapitate it, he thought. He pushed off of the ground and brought his claws to its neck. The head separated with a bit of resistance. All right, that's 1 point, he thought to himself. 8 minutes and 2 seconds left. Mike shouted. It's been 2 minutes already? Izuku shouted. Points? I need points fast, he said to himself as he rushed past several robot corpses. He soon entered a clearing and saw many people fighting. The nice girl, he said to himself. He watched as she lifted several robots up high. Release, she shouted, causing them to drop. Phew. That's 28, she shouted. 28. Izuku thought to himself. And then the bossy boy appeared. Apparently he had engines in his legs. 45, he shouted. 45? Izuku spoke aloud. As he listened to the other examinees, he began to panic. The amount of enemies is decreasing fast. I need to find some. With that, he forced power into his legs and took off. Soon he found some. The claws came out, and he slashed through the robots, not even felling it. Meanwhile, Several pro heroes were watching the prospective students fight. The examinees will have to search a large area fast, Nizu, the principal of UA, said. Therefore tracking, mobility, and attacking abilities are important. Also, the ability to stay calm is essential. These are key abilities for heroes on the streets. There's that explosion kid. Seems crazed, but he isn't exactly the worst, one of the teachers said. That kid with the retractile claws, hold up. Is that? I think it is. Another quirk ripped from a video game. And that one. Oh boy. This year's recruits look very interesting, Vlad King said. But you know what they say, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Their true test begins now. And then he pressed a big red button. A massive explosion shook the mock city. Everyone looked towards it in shock, Izuku included. He had just managed to decapitate both heads of a three-pointer, bringing his score up to it was a massive thing, easily 20 stories tall. He had a flashback to Mick's warning to avoid the zero-pointer. Isn't that a little big? He squealed in his mind. It then brought a giant fist down, blowing him back. Everyone started running, completely ignoring him. The bossy boy gave him a glance before sprinting away. I hope I got enough. And then he sensed prey. Oh wow. He turned and saw the nice girl pinned under some rubble, seemingly unable to get out. He mentally squashed the longing to feed as he remembered her nice words to him. Without thinking, he rushed towards her. The pros watched in amazement, but Izuku didn't know that he was the center of the hero's attention. He felt an amazing energy rush through him. And then he hurled himself into the air. Clench your buttocks, and from deep within you heart, yell, smash. He punched the zero-pointer in the face with a powerful right hook, his claws having reverted into hands. The blow dented the robot and caused it to fall back, and tiny bits of it exploded. And then Izuku realized he was 200 feet in the air, and 3 of his limbs were broken. As he fell, he felt the intense pain. It almost made him pass out. 1 minute left. Mike shouted. I'm an idiot. 10 months is barely enough, he thought as he fell. Both my legs and my right arm are broken. If I use a smash on the ground with my left at the right time, I'll survive. However, I won't be able to get any more points. Calm down, Izuku. You have a lot. Now panic about the rapidly approaching ground dash, and then all thoughts were stopped when the nice girl slapped his face. The momentum stopped in such a way that he felt nothing. She saved me again, he thought to himself. Our release, she gasped. He fell a meager 3 feet to the ground. This allowed him to see the second part of her quirk, her ability to barf rainbows. I'm safe, he thought to himself. And she's all right. That's good. He then noticed his arms were beginning to heal. It was slow though. He estimated it would take quite a bit of time. Ironically, a bullet wound took less time to head, less mass to fix, and all that. I'll be all right, he stammered. Obviously, his body didn't agree with his attitude, as he was beginning to see spots. Time's up, Mike shouted. Izuku's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he passed out. The other candidates of City B started muttering about Izuku's move. They asked about the quirk and why he was so jumpy. They're all missing the point, the bossy boy thought to himself. Don't they see? He did what he did to save that girl. He was aware of the remaining time and his own safety, and the points he needed to pass. And he still did it anyway. If we weren't in an exam, I'd have done the same. Exam? Of course. He was brought out of his musings when an old lady walked up. Good work, everyone. She then stopped at a random examinee. Have some gunnies, she said, handing said treats to the prospective student. Thanks, he stammered out, confused. A French boy held out a finger. This lady is the backbone of UA, he said. Said old lady walked up to Izuku. Oh my, your body suffered this much from your quirk? She asked. Evidently it's not used to it yet. She puckered up her lips and kissed him on the head. What? One of the examinees yelled. The French boy spoke again. That's UA's registered high school nurse, the youthful hero, recovery girl. They watched as a green glow enveloped Izuku's limbs. Her quirk causes super regeneration in those she kisses. It's the only reason exams such as this are possible. Does anyone else need healing? She asked. Meanwhile, the bossy boy was thinking. I see. So if the exam is set up like that, that means he? 1 week later. Izuku? 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 Inko asked. Her son was just staring at the fish she made. Huh. He focused back to his mother. She was a lovely lady. She hadn't changed much since he was a child. Sure, she had gained weight when he was 5, but by the time he was 7 she dropped it. You've been talking to your fish for a while. Are you all right? Jay just worried. I don't know the exact amount I'd need. Well, if the exams are like what you told me, I'm sure that 44 is a very solid number. And your written score was likely perfect. Why, yeah, he repeated. I'm glad I had the nerve to tell her about the full extent of my quirk during those 10 months. I had told Dad, but I had never gotten around to telling Mom. She'd keep it a secret, but some groups may try to target her to get to me. After all, if the government knew the full extent, they'd either hunt me down or use me as a weapon. He paused to pick up a weight. Izuku! Izuku! It came, his mother shouted. Izuku took the letter and went into his room. Izuku stared at the letter for a moment before carefully opening it. Instead of a letter, there was a metal disc. When he put the disc on the table, it began to light up. A hologram appeared. I am here as a projection. It was All Might. All Might? Izuku shouted. I had to do some paperwork, so I couldn't contact you. I apologize, he bowed. Izuku was stunned. Actually, I came to this town to work at you. The symbol of peace declared. All Might is working at you? Izuku shouted to himself. All Might asked as a hand tapped him on the elbow. Wrap it up? But I have so much more to say. It's going to push everyone back? All right. First of all, you passed the written exam with flying colors. In fact, I have it on good authority that the principal is personally impressed. And your practical wasn't shabby either, 44 points. Well done. It'd be a close pass, but a pass. It'd? Izuku asked, picking that part up. That is, if that was all there was to it. Izuku looked up, confused. I'm an entertainer as well. Now take a look at this video. The video showed the nice girl he saved offering to give him some of her points. Izuku was stunned. She came directly after the exam to try to negotiate on your behalf in person. This led to his staff to make a decision. You see, the practical exam is more than just defeating villains. There's another type of point. Rescue points. These are given by a panel of judges. And you, Izuku Midoriya, got 60. You are, as seen here, are in second place. Izuku just stared, jaw hanging low in shock, sweat beading on his head. He saw that many others, including the nice girl, had more rescue points than villain points. She had 45, placing her in fourth. You both pass, All Might said. Izuku's eyes watered, almost ready to bring forth a flood. This is crazy, he muttered. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. All Might calmly finished, hand outstretched. And then the recording stopped. Izuku immediately reached for his phone. Dad, I got in, he screamed. That's great, son, came the response. Inko came in as well, sobbing in joy. It was times like this that they wished Hisashi was home. At the League of Villains base, Hisashi put down the phone. He really wished he could be there for his family. He then scowled under his mask. His son was going to UA. As proud as he was that he was accepted, he was worried. He was afraid that Izuku would die due to a villain. He was afraid that he'd have to fight his son, especially since he was now the 9th one for all wielder. And lastly, he was afraid that his son's quirk would be seen as too villainous. The night that Izuku got this letter, All Might had contacted him. Izuku quickly sprinted to the beach. All Might, he shouted, tears in his eyes. All Might clenched his teeth, blood pouring out. Izuku didn't notice. All Might, he asked. Izuku was confused at that. And then he heard others. All Might. Where? Repeat after me. I'm sorry, I had the wrong person, he hissed to Izuku. He quickly realized why he said that. Wait. I had the wrong person, he shouted. He ignored the depressed mutterings. They both let out a sigh. So, Congrats on passing, he told Izuku. Thank you. Izuku stuttered out. By the way, I didn't tell the school about our connection. After all, you'd probably be the first one to call that cheating. Thanks for your concern. Izuku said. I was surprised that you'd be teaching at UA though. After all, your HQ is Dash. And stop right there. All Might sighed. Watching his heir ramble like that always seemed to make his hair stand on end. I was offered the job while I was searching for a successor. My original plan was to find one among the students. Izuku nodded. That made sense. My body broke after only one use of One for All. I can't control it. All Might turned to his heir. It can't be helped. You can't just learn like that. Izuku understood. Right now, it's either all or nothing. However, you should be able to eventually control it so you can use what your body can handle. He turned to his muscled form, crushing a few gas canisters. Like this. Hey, it is All Might, someone shouted. All Might paused. Time to run, he shouted. Izuku followed him, using his quirk to keep up. When classes started, Izuku barely managed to get out the door on time. His mother was really worried about him, constantly double-checking his pack. His father had called over speaker as well, helping him pack by listing off what he was missing. He had that kind of memory. However, he couldn't focus on that right now. Where is it? He asked. This place is so big, and then he saw the door leading to his class. And so is the door. Is it for students with enlarging quirks? He asked. Beyond this door are the elite of the hero exam. He had a picture of the bossy boy glaring and of a cowering Kachin. He shook his head. Hopefully I'm not in the class with scary people, he said, before opening the door. Get your feet off the desk. There was the bossy kid. What was that? And there was Kachin. It's disrespectful to the makers of the desk and of the students who have sat here before. Nope. Where the hell did you come from, a-hole? The explosive blonde sneered. I came from Sumai Academy. My name is Tenya Ida. The glasses-wearing boy said, fist pounding his chest. Oh, you're an elite? It'll be fun watching you get kicked into the dirt. Kicked into the dirt? Do you really intend to become a hero? Then the now-named Ida turned to look at him. It's you, he muttered. Now everyone else was staring at him. Oh, good morning. Izuku stuttered. Good morning. Ida shouted. I am from Sumai Academy. My name is Dash. I already heard. Izuku said, still quite flustered at the attention. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Ida, he said, embarrassed. You realized that there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? Ida asked. Huh? He asked. I had no idea, and I misjudged you. He shouted. I'd hate to admit it, but you are clearly better than I. Izuku heard Kachin mutter, Med right he is? Sorry, but I didn't realize anything. Izuku deadpanned. Oh hey, it's you. Izuku turned around and saw a familiar face. It's that nice girl. She looks great in her uniform. He thought to himself, unable to keep his eyes from wandering a little. He remembered something his father had said at that moment. Good looks are nice, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. When choosing a girlfriend, you must look at their intelligence, kindness, and moral standard. Those are the big three. He stopped zoning out when she was chanting break. It was thanks to you going to speak to him directly that got me those extra points. How did you know about that? She asked. Bakugou, meanwhile, was thinking about something. Flashback middle school. So it seems like we have 2 students going to UA. For you, Midoriya, this is nothing short of a miracle, their quirk counselor said. Katsuki, you may go. He left but then put an ear to the door. He wished he hadn't. You quirkless freak. How did you cheat? I didn't cheat. Izuku sobbed. Katsuki was supposed to be the first student from this school to be accepted into UA. And now you ruined the dreams of a future hero. He winced at the sound of a fist hitting flesh. Thankfully, like always, the sound of impalement, gurgling, and liquefaction didn't follow. Sensei, someone told me that I could become a hero. I could do it with my own effort. That's why I'm going. He backed away from the door just as his friend pushed it open, his hand holding his cheek. Katsuki glared at the counselor, before flipping him the bird. Flashback and he snarled at the FNG quack. And then he disappeared a few days later. The trail went cold. If I didn't know better I'd think Izuku did it, but the during time PRD in which he vanished Izuku and I were playing video games. Meanwhile, the round-faced girl was still continuing to talk. I wonder if today will be more than just the orientation? Maybe we'll get to meet our teacher. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends, a tired voice said. Izuku looked towards the sound and saw what he first thought was a caterpillar. And then he saw the face. It looked messy. The kind girl turned as well as Ida. This is the hero course. The zipper of the sleeping bag, Izuku's brain finally realized what it was over his shock, went down, and they saw a pair of hands holding a juice box. With a powerful slurp, the man essayed it dry. Someone's here, he thought to himself. Unknown to him, Ida and the round-faced girl thought the same thing. The man in the sleeping bag managed to lift himself up to a standing position while still in the sleeping bag. How he did so was beyond Izuku. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is limited. You're not rational enough. Izuku noticed that the man smelled strongly of cats. In his opinion, he looked like a homeless person. He must be a teacher. That must mean he's a pro-hero. Izuku thought to himself. Besides, UA's security would be able to stop a predator. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, he droned. It's nice to meet you. Homeroom? Izuku thought to himself. The teacher grabbed what looked like a uniform from his sleeping bag. I know it's kind of rushed, but put these on and head out into the field. Most of the class said simultaneously. A quirk assessment test? The entire class of 1A shouted at the same time. What about the entrance ceremony or orientation? The nice girl asked. If you're going to be a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. Their teacher said. There are very few restrictions on the teachers here. Besides, you've all been doing this since middle school, right? Sounds of agreement followed. You weren't allowed to use your quirks during those. Averages of those tests are still used here. It's irrational, and most likely due to the Ministry of Education procrastinating. Bakugou, you were the top of the practical exam. How far could you throw a softball in middle school? 67 meters, he respectfully said. Try throwing one using your quirk, the teacher monotoned. He walked up into a circle at the beginning. You may do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Aizawa flatly stated. Die. Izuku's childhood friend shouted. Die? That's caution. Izuku thought as they watched him use an explosive blast to send the ball flying. Know your own maximum first. That's the most rational way to form the foundations of a hero. He held up a device that read the distance the ball went. It read 705.2 meters. WH, the entire class shouted. Various things were said. One of the girls, who had pink skin and a set of horns, said, "This looks fun." That caught their teacher's attention. This looks fun? Huh? Izuku figured something bad was about to happen. You have 3 years to become a hero. Do you think that you'll have an attitude like that the whole time? A positively evil grin spit the teacher's face. All right then. Whoever gets the last overall in all 8 tests gets expelled. A panicked yell rang out through the class. Expulsion for the one in last place? This is bad. I can only use one for all at 100% or 0%. I'll have to use my quirk, and who knows what'll happen. We're free to do what we want as teachers, as I've mentioned, Aizawa said, holding his hair up. Welcome to UA's hero course. Last place will be expelled? But it's only the first day. No, any expulsion for getting last would be too cruel. The nice girl said. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Each of these can end the career or the life of a hero. Now, the real tests begin. The first test was a 50-meter dash. Ida got 3.04 seconds due to the fact that his quirk was built for speed. He was by far one of the fastest. Izuku managed to get 4.67 seconds due to his quirk. Katsuki got 4.13 seconds. At the very least I can outrun Izuku. But his quirk, is it evolving? Bakugou thought to himself. The second test was grip. Izuku remembered All Might's words on All for One, and his own personal analogy. However, he knew that he had a good quirk for this sort of thing, so he should use that. It didn't break his body. He got 300 kilograms. The third test was a standing long jump. After his childhood friend used his explosions to fly, Izuku decided to force his quirk down into his muscles. When he started feeling pain, he released them. He got a pretty good score. The fourth test was repeated side steps. No one could compete with the guy with the bouncy ball for hair. And then came the ball throw. The nice girl, whose name was apparently Uraraka Achiko, threw her ball before him. She used her quirk and let it fly. After about 4 minutes, Aizawa held up the screen. It had an infinity symbol. Izuku started to panic. Everyone's had an amazing score at least once. I've been in the top, sure, but not the best at any. It's now or never if I really want to use one for all. It doesn't look good for Midoriya right now, Ida said. Hey, watch it. He's still doing great. Katsuki shouted. Then why hasn't he done the thing he did with the giant robot? So that's it, their teacher thought. Meanwhile, Izuku was running through all of the compliments about his future. They came from All Might, his mother, and his father. I'll definitely become a hero, he mentally screamed, one for all building up. He didn't notice his teacher's eyes glowing red. He did notice the fact that both one for all and his other quirk went dead. Izuku felt physically weak and that he was violently ill as well. It was like he would pass out. And then the ball landed. Only 46 meters? He thought, mentally calculating the distance. And then a robotic voice confirmed it. What happened? He thought to himself. I was definitely trying to use it, he said to himself. I erased your quirk, his teacher droned. The entrance exam is irrational. After all, a kid like you got in strength, regeneration. Close. I have an idea on what you can do, yet you're holding back. Izuku paled, and then he saw something. Those goggles. I see. Your Eraserhead, an underground hero. Underground heroes didn't get paid. His father had called them the real heroes. He had said that the pro heroes may be overrated besides All Might, but the underground ones, those that voluntarily refused payment or fame, were the true heroes. I can tell you can't control your quirk, the underground hero said. Do you intend to become incapacitated every time you try to save someone? That's not my intention. He was then grabbed by the scarves that the underground hero wore, and they pulled him in. Whatever your intention, I'm saying that's what everyone around you will be forced to do. Izuku gasped, his sight flickering in and out. There was once an oppressively happy hero who saved over 1,000 people single-handedly. And what of your other forces? I'm not someone out of touch with video games. By now, his vision was almost gone. With your power, you'd better learn to be more careful or drop before you get Tohur's hurt from your lack of control. He then mercifully closed his eyes and let him go. Izuku collapsed to the ground, breathing. I've returned your quirk. I'll give you another chance at the ball throw. Now get it over with. The other students started to mutter to themselves as Izuku hauled himself to his feet and got into the circle. He's got enough points to not risk last place, but let's see what he'll do. Will he pull out that hysterical strength and mix it with what I dearly hope isn't blacklight? Or will he use one or the other? Izuku wound up his arm. He's right. One for all does leave me vulnerable for extended PRDS if I'd have to regenerate broken bones. And every second counts in a battle. Wait, it only took me a moment to recover from a wound with little surface area. That's it. Smash, he shouted, forcing both his quirk and one for all into his index finger. The ball flew incredibly high, and eventually came to a stop. The screen read 7,053 meters. That's over 7 kilometers. What did he do? Eraserhead thought to himself. Sensei, Izuku ground out. He clenched his hand, showing that only one of his fingers was broken. I can still move. Aizawa watched the sparks on Izuku's finger. Well, I'll be dead. He pulled it off. And then another thought came to him. Oh boy, if it really is blacklight, I'll have to brush up on my gaming. He got over 7,000 meters? Someone yelled. Just a hero-like record. Uraraka cheered, happy for her classmate. He had a strange quirk in the entrance exam, and it seemed to cause his limbs to swell up as well, Ida said. It's not very stylish, Yuga said. Katsuki was smirking. SCK on that you effing extras? He thought back to the teachers and students in both elementary and middle school. Wherever they are, I hope they're upset. League of Villain Base. All for one relished in the screams of the school guidance counselor who dared to lay a finger on his precious son. He had been torturing him for weeks. Every scream was music to his ears. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end sooner or later. Now then, I tire of you. Your quirk of calming people isn't useful to what I have planned. Therefore, it is time for you to die. He called in Tamura, his student in Villianly. Please touch all 5 fingers of your left hand on what remains of his left foot. He asked. Yes, sensei. The man-child stated through the radio. His quirk causes matter to disintegrate when he touches something with all 5 fingers of one of his hands. All for one then radioed him again. Make sure to make it as slow as possible. Is your finger all right? Uraraka asked. Yeah. Izuku said. Bull fing sheet Deku. It's broken. Bakugou shouted. It'll heal. I heal fast. And that's another thing about that quirk, he thought to himself. Sure enough, the pain was already fading. Flashback, just a few days after Izuku's quirk manifested. Your quirk's so cool, Kachin. I wish mine was too. The 4-year-old Katsuki turned. Your quirk scares the hell out of me, Deku. It's already better than mine. That brought Izuku up short. It's as scary? H-Ice friend whimpered. Don't worry. It's not nearly as scary as your dad when he's angry. Flashback and Izuku fought through the pain in the next few exercises. By the final one, however, his finger was back to normal. I was right. It's the size of the wound in question, no matter the location. After all of the tests were done, Aizawa had them all stand in front of him. All right, time for your test scores. It's too much of a hassle to explain one at a time, so they'll all be shown at once. Izuku noticed that he got 14th place. Oh, thank goodness, he thought. Last place went to someone named Toru. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion thing. Their teacher said as he turned off the hologram. Stunned silence resulted. It was a rational threat to draw out the maximum power of your quirks, he said, smiling in a creepy way. We're done here. There are handouts with information back in the classroom. He said in a monotone while walking away. Oh, Midoriya, have the nurse fix your finge dashed. He stopped when Izuku held up his, now fully healed, finger. I heal fast, sensei. It's part of my quirk. He nodded. Very well. Aizawa turned when he heard a familiar voice. Aizawa, you liar. So you were watching All Might? He asked. Do you have too much time on your hands? He mentally chuckled at the joke. That's mean. It's just as mean as your lie about expulsion. After all, you completely cut out last year's class for not having potential. Obviously you think this whole class has potential, especially the potential of the green-haired kid. You seem to be supporting him quite a bit. Now, I don't know why, but a teacher shouldn't show favorites. And I didn't expel him, let alone anyone else, for a few reasons. 1. They all showed potential. 2. Said green-haired kid has problem child written all over him. This will be a fun year. I'm so hungry, Izuku muttered to himself, plodding along. Healing his wounds had made his quirk longing more food, so he wanted to get home and eat something his mother made. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder, and had to mentally fight down the tendrils. I originally thought that Mr. Aizawa was one of the best heroes, since he's going to be teaching us. However, I don't think a teacher should lie. I see. Ida's not scary. He's just earnest. Hey, wait up. You're going to the station, right? Hey, you're the Infinity Girl. Ida said. My name is Uraraka Ochiko, she replied. You're Ida Tenya, and you're Deku Midoriya, right? Deku? Izuku shouted out loud. But that's what that explosion boy called you, right? She asked. That's his nickname for me. It's based on a different way of writing my name. In return, I get to call him Kachin. My real first name is Izuku. Izuku said. Oh, I'm sorry. Although it sounds a bit like the word for you can do it. Izuku blushed. I think that's what he means. We've been friends since we were little, Izuku stammered. But, wait up. And speak of the devil and he shall appear. Kachin. Izuku shouted. Wanna walk with us? Uraraka asked. Sure, the blonde boy said. You seem more civil. Ida said. Hey, I can be friendly, he screamed. There it is. Uraraka chuckled. Why you? Izuku laughed, the hunger now pushed to the back of his mind. The curriculum of UA was different than most schools. For example, there was English, which was taught by Present Mike. And then there was lunch. The cafeteria served gourmet food for incredibly low prices. Izuku had to physically restrain himself from geeking out over Lunch Rush, the teacher and pro hero who ran the cafeteria. And then, in the afternoon, they had basic hero training. Izuku sat down for the first hero class. I am everyone turned to see. Coming through the door like a normal person. It's All Might. Wow, he really is a teacher. That's his Silver Age style. This is giving me goosebumps. I teach basic hero training. It's how you all train in basic heroic lessons. And today, we will be doing combat training. Izuku paled while Bakugou gave a grin. And that's not all, he said, pointing to a wall. The wall split, revealing several panels. Each one had a number. These are your hero costumes. Each one was designed based on your preferences. Costumes? Izuku mumbled to himself. Now then, get changed and head to Training Ground Beta. They say the clothes make the man, ladies and gentlemen. Be aware. For now on you are heroes. He took a look around. You all look amazing. Now then, follow me. Flashback. Izuku was panicking. He had the costume we wanted planned out, but he needed to register his quirk. I'm already registered as none, as my quirk came the night after I was sent to the doctor, he said to himself. He then proceeded to call All Might. Quirk registration? He asked. You can update that? Why, you can. All Might chuckled. Your quirks are examined throughout your school career. Speaking of that, why was your quirk never registered? They only looked for the extra toe joint? There was a silence. That's IT? Izuku held the phone away from his ear. I know that isn't the end of it. After all, my dad has the extra joint, but he still has his quirk. Those cheap, lying All Might trailed off for a bit. Anyways, sometimes people learn new things about their quirks, and thus they're allowed to update them. Izuku nodded. Thank you so much. They probably won't accept outrageous changes, but if you were listed as Quirkless you'd probably be fine. Thanks. He hung up and then called his father. Hey Dad. I'm going to the city hall to update my quirk status. Izuku heard his father chuckle. It's about time. I'm glad my company looks beyond the toe joint. Yeah. All Might agreed as well. His father snorted. What should I call it? He asked. Well, I have an idea. It's from an old video game I liked to play as a child, and one that's still relevant today. Let's call it Blacklight, Flashback and Deku. Uraraka. And then he noticed her outfit. I like your costume. It's really down to earth, she said before looking at her own. I should have filled out a design though. It's just a skin-tight bodysuit, she muttered. A nasally voice piped up. This hero course is the best. Meanwhile, All Might took a look at Izuku's costume. It had several noticeable features. So obvious, he thought. All right. It's time for combat training. Sensei. Izuku noticed that the suit of armor was Ida. He looked cool. Will we be trying out urban combat again? All Might shook his head. I'm 2 steps ahead of you. While most villain battles happen outside, the worst villains will retreat indoors. Therefore, we will be working on internal battles. The class shall be split into teams of 2. 2 teams will fight. One will be heroes and the other will be villains. One of Izuku's classmates, Tsuyu if he remembered correctly, asked, without basic training? All Might laughed. We are doing this to teach you the basics. This is no fight against robots you can beat up. You'll be fighting each other. Immediately questions started pouting in. What determines victory? Can we still beat people up? Will the punishment for failure be expulsion? How will we be split up? Isn't this cape wonderful? All Might grumbled. I shall answer all of your questions. He pulled out a booklet. A script? Izuku shouted. The villains have a 5-story building as their lair and have a nuclear weapon hidden there. The heroes are trying to disarm it. The heroes have to get to the device or capture the villains within an allotted time limit. The villains need to protect the nuke. They will also win if they manage to catch both of the heroes. Teams will be decided by drawing lots. Teams are decided that haphazardly? Ida shouted. Pros need to work with whoever they can, and that's usually random. Maybe that's why. Izuku asked. I see. I apologize for my rudeness. It's okay. Now let's get started. Izuku got the first pick of the names. Now, I wonder who I'll be with, he thought as he grabbed a name. Well, that makes things interesting, he thought. Team A is Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugou. At this, Katsuki collapsed and let out a squeaking sound. That is disrespectful towards your teammate. Ida shouted. Hey, I'm just effing relieved at my pickings. We're gonna win. I got the most powerful out of all of us as out ally. That stunned everyone. More powerful than you? Yuga asked. The rest of the students expected the explosive blonde to cuss, but instead they saw him nod. Trust me, his quirk is the second scariest thing you'll ever see. And the first? Yuga mocked. Izuku's father when he's angry. Bakugou finished. Izuku chuckled. You're still afraid of my dad Kachin? Of effing course. You saw the look of murder in his eyes when Dokite-sensei said to his face that you were nothing but trash. He looked like he was restraining himself from killing him right there. And I swear I heard him repeating, I can't kill him yet. All Might looked a little pale at that. Well, next. The teams were interesting. Ida was with Uraraka, Yugo was with Mina, and there seemed to be a strange pattern towards it, but Izuku just couldn't put his finger on it. And the first two teams fighting will be, All Might said as he rustled through the boxes. Team A as heroes and Team D as villains. Everyone else please head to the monitor room. As everyone left, Izuku turned to look at his teammate. Kachin was giving him a look of determination. Izuku managed to stop his hands from shaking and returned the look with a look of his own. Kachin looked surprised before a smirk settled on his face. The villain team will have 5 minutes to set up. After that the hero team will enter and the battle will start. All Might instructed. Yes, sir. All 4 students said. Young Ida. Young Uraraka. Learn to think from the perspective of villains. This is pretty close to the real thing. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. From beside Izuku, Bakugou leaned into Izuku's ear. Please don't, he asked of his friend. Izuku looked insulted. Like I would do that, he said. Unfortunately, Ida heard him. If things go too far, I will stop it. Both Izuku and his friend breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this is training, it pains me to play a villain. Ida said to his partner. So our job is to protect this thing? He asked, pounding on it. I see. It's paper mache. Hey, Ida, how do you think we'll do? Uraraka asked her partner. Well, we're up against Bakugou, so he'll probably want to dive in headfirst. I do believe you can counteract that. And Izuku? She asked. He mentioned that it would be foolish if he went all out. I wonder why that is, Ida said, hand on his chin. Because he breaks his bones if he does? Uraraka replied. His friend seemed nervous about the possibility of him going all out. Was he worried about Izuku's health? Meanwhile, Izuku and Katsuki were trying to memorize the floor plan. Wow, this is effing tough, the explosive teen said to his friend. Who knew that memorizing floor plans would be difficult? At least there's no worry about expulsion, so we can relax. What the F, Deku? The last part was because his friend was a nervous wreck. It's just, we're up against friends and I don't want to hurt them. What if I lose control? What if the scent of blood makes me go crazy? What if dash? Bakugou slapped his friend with the back of his hand. Stop whining, Demon IT, he shouted. He then took a deep breath. Come on, Deku, you're not going to lose control. If Muto didn't end up devoured, then they won't, he laughed. He knew his friend had enough self-control. Why, yes. But still, we're up against Ida and Uraraka. We'll have to be on our guard. Katsuki nodded. We'll have to look up, he summarized. All right. The 5 minutes are up. It's time to start, All Might announced. Meanwhile, inside the observation room, All Might spoke to the students. Now then, everyone, you should all think about what's going on as well. Izuku and Bakugou decided to go through a window on the second floor. Boy, that was intense, Bakugou said. Izuku had activated his quirk, grabbed Bakugou in a fireman's carry and jumped onto the ledge. He had then proceeded to hang on while his friend opened the window. Be careful. There are a lot of blind spots. Izuku whispered. You're the nerd. What next? Katsuki asked. Keep looking up. Izuku said. I can't control one for all and I don't want to risk using blacklight as it might just kill Ida and Uraraka. So, Deku, did you ever write anything on indoor battles in your notebooks? His friend asked. Yes, and I'm trying to remember them. He replied. And then he heard the sound of a motor. Get down, he yelled, dragging his friend to the floor just before the wall caved in due to a kick from Ida. Are you all right? Izuku asked his friend. Yeah. I'll go on ahead. You handle Ida. With that, Katsuki blew a hole in the wall and started searching a little more aggressively. Meanwhile, Ida got back up. I have found you pesky heroes. You will not stop my evil P-. Izuku punched him in the gut. Word of advice. Talking isn't a free action. His father had drummed that into his head when he said he wanted to be a hero. Another explosion rang out as Bakugou went through another wall. Surrender and you will be destroyed painlessly. And then Izuku kicked him in the chest, exactly where he had punched him. Are we going to monologue or fight? He shouted. As he was fighting Ida, Izuku was thinking about growing up with Kacchan living close by. We lived in the same neighborhood so we knew each other before we got our quirks. He was a leader of several of the kids. Good or bad, he was always confident, unless it involved anything to do with my dad. The only person Kacchan was afraid of, with the possible exception of him, was Izuku's father. Izuku was pretty sure that his dad was the main factor of the two of them staying friends. After all, Kacchan swore that his dad had to have been a villain before meeting his mom, because according to him, no one should have an evil glare as powerful as his. And then Ida decided to try to roundhouse him. Izuku crouched, avoiding the kick. Meanwhile, All Might had just finished the description of the capture tape. Man, Izuku's doing so well. He's going against the guy who placed second without using his quirk, someone said. I see. He's really good at observation. I remember reading some of his notes. His fanboyish tendencies are paying off. All Might thought to himself. Izuku knew he needed to buy Kacchan some time, so he activated his quirk to sprint around a corner. All right, Ida will probably follow me. After all, he knows that chasing Kacchan wouldn't be a good idea. Like him, Kacchan is best suited for close-range fighting, and he got first place in the entrance exam. While Ida got second place, he probably thinks that Kacchan's explosions will get to him before he could subdue him. Meanwhile, Bakugou blew a door off of its hinges to get to the stairwell. All right, Deku should have things under control. Now all I need to do is find Roundface and take her out. Then I have to touch the nuke and we win. He primed his hands and used his explosions to propel himself up the stairs. He thought back to how, during preschool, he thought he was the best. His Sashi put a stop to that. Flashback. Where are you? A 4-year-old Katsuki shouted. No response. Stop hiding, you wimp, he screamed. It was in the afternoon and the nerd wasn't following him. He was supposed to praise him. Deku, he shouted, tiny pops going off. Now, there's no reason for that. Katsuki turned and saw Deku's loser father. He only had a fire-breathing quirk. Hey, dragon breath. Where's your shitty son? He shouted, finger pointed at the man. Is that really the way you talk to your friends? Izuku Midoriya asked. Deku's nothing to me. He's just a useless, quirkless fool playing at wanting to be a hero. That was the worst thing he could have said. Isagi's face turned into a furious snarl. And then he had this presence. It was only for a microsecond, but Katsuki felt like death itself was glaring down upon him, ready to end his life. The man grabbed him by the shirt and hoisted him into the air, eye to eye with him. Let me go! Katsuki screamed, using his quirk. The man didn't flinch. I'll have you know that my brother was quirkless, the man said, his tone neutral. Bakugou saw right through it. The look promised pain. It promised an unholy demise. He wanted to be a hero too. And do you know what happened? He got his wish. Hisashi's teeth were clenched. He became the world's greatest hero at the time. And then he died a hero. So, when you grind those without a quirk into the ground, most of me is begging you to continue, so I can make you live that nightmare, he snarled. And in that moment, Katsuki believed him. He believed that Izuku's dad could and would take his quirk away if he continued being a bully. Remember this talk, Katsuki, he spat the name like a curse. Because if this happens again, I won't give you another warning. He then proceeded to drop him to the ground. Now go apologize. Flashback and Katsuki blew another hole in the wall. And then came that day, he thought. The day when Izuku showed what he could do. When he proved me wrong. He was just a late bloomer. And then, the very next day after that. Flashback. Did you hear? Deku doesn't have a quirk. The preschoolers were gathered around the nearly catatonic Izuku. Katsuki was further away, still terrified of what had happened the previous night. What? That's possible? Yeah, it's called being quirkless. That's so lame. He turned to his friend. Katsuki growled at the other preschoolers. You're wrong. I know it, he shouted. His teacher chuckled. I know you're trying to support your friend Katsuki, but there's no reason to get his hopes up like that. After all, according to the medical records, he has an extra toe joint. Chuckles erupted. His dad has one too and he breathes fire, was his response. His teacher laughed. He's probably trying to make his son feel better. It's a wasted effort if you ask me. A few days later, he was leading his friends through the forest when he slipped on a log and fell into the river. And then Deku came there offering his hand. He really didn't want to take it, fearing that those awful tendrils would appear. And he was shaking, obviously afraid that they would as well. Keikachin? Are you alright? He asked. Now, Katsuki was tempted to slap the hand away, but he remembered the warning Izuku's dad had told him. So he swallowed his pride and accepted it. Flashback and it was a damn good thing I did, he thought to himself. And then he turned a corner, feeling too happy in memory lane to explode the wall. And there it was. He saw the nuke. Uraraka was looking around as the explosions had ceased. He stepped out into the open. Hello, Uraraka. He coolly said. She immediately turned around and brought her hands into that release sign she did. He proceeded to lift his hand up and blow up the debris that she would have brought down on him. Meanwhile, Izuku ducked from another kick from the now maniacally laughing Ida. He's really getting into the role. Izuku thought to himself, before activating his quirk again and running around another corner. You cannot run from me, Izuku. My quirk is based on speed and stamina. You will tire and you will be caught. BWA ha 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 ha. His actions were causing Izuku to sweat drop. Man, this guy's acting like those villains from Dad's old movies. He ran through the maze-like area. Kachin, how are things going? Not well, came the response. Uraraka littered the floor with debris. Sheet? Kachin, hold on. I'm coming. You won't be going anywhere. Ida shouted, sprinting around the corner. Izuku then proceeded to duck, only to get a faceful of Ida's boot. So what now, little hero? He sneered. I heard that through the radio. Kick his butt and get up here. But I might kill him. Izuku cried out. Then focus on the kicking of his butt, not the eating of his butt. That gave Ida pause. He stammered. Izuku saw what was going on, so he dashed towards his friend, claws out. Are those? Ida shouted, hands up to instinctively protect his face. Izuku then swiftly brought out the capture tape and wrapped it around Ida. You lose, he deadpanned to his friend before rushing off. In the monitor room, All Might almost had a heart attack. That face. That tone. It's so similar to his face and tone. Izuku sprinted to the stairs, following the blasted walls. I don't have much time, he thought. Kachin, I'm coming, he shouted into the radio. Good, was the response. Izuku coiled his legs and leapt through the stairwell, arriving at the scene. Uraraka paled at the sight of the claws. What? That's not part of your quirk, she shouted. Izuku rushed at her, eyes dead. Those eyes. And away. Tashinori mentally screamed. Was there a connection? There had to be one. Uraraka dive-rolled out of Izuku's way, the claws missing her by inches. Got it? And then she saw that Bakugou managed to grab the nuke. The hero team wins. All Might yelled over the radio. As the two teams came out, Ida decided to catch up to Bakugou and Izuku. Eat my butt. Where did that come from? Katsuki shrugged. It's not my place to say. Don't worry, neither of us swing that way. After all, robots aren't secretary. Izuku snorted at that. Our robot? Ida shouted. Izuku giggled aloud at his reaction. I am a flesh and blood human being. Ida shouted, waving his arms around. And yet you literally have two engines? Bakugou chucked. That's my quirk, he shouted. Relax, man, I'm messing with you. The explosive teen said. All right. The MVP was none other than Katsuki Bakugou. That stunned everyone, said Boy included. What? Was all he could say. Would anyone like to guess why? Momo raised her hand. Yes? He asked. Well, Bakugou was the one who actually got the weapon, and he clearly followed through on his part of the plan. Sure, Izuku came up with it, but he also seemed to be the one to get Izuku to capture Ito with that line of his. The class laughed. I'm never gonna live that down, am I? Katsuki asked. Nope, the entire class shouted. Now then, let US move locations and choose the next team match. Shoto single-handedly swept the floor with his ice. He froze the entire building and casually tapped the nuke. The villain team's feet were frozen to the floor. Team C lost to Team H due to the fact that only one member of the team took it seriously. The other was Mineta. He was paired with the girl with the skimpiest outfit. What would you expect? The other teams did well, and soon it was over. Well done, everyone. No one was injured, although young Bakugou may have made our ears bleed with his words. Everyone laughed while said Boy screamed in rage. But now I must go. See you. And then he took off running. Wow. All Might's amazing. But I wonder why he was leaving so quickly? Izuku was pretty sure it was because of the time limit, but he didn't say anything. The rest of the afternoon classes went well. Izuku briefly wondered what would have happened if he used one for all but decided it wasn't good to dwell on it. At best he'd have a broken arm. At worst he would have killed Ida. He went home with them, and they all laughed at what Bakugou said, Katsuki included. Izuku thought that they were expecting him to go off. He knew that Kachin could keep his temper in, but it was hard. The school was surrounded by reporters the next day. Izuku just stared in shock. What's All Might like as a teacher? One lady asked. How are his classes? What does he teach? These questions were asked to everyone the reporters could get to. Hey, aren't you the boy the sludge villain captured? One of them asked Bakugou. F off, he snarled. And finally Aizawa came out. What's All Might like as a teacher? The main reporter asked. Wow, you're really scruffy, what's your deal? All Might is not on duty today. He droned. You are disturbing the classes. Please leave, he waved his hand at her in a shooing way. He then turned around, ignoring the reporters. How in the world did All Might work as a hero with these reporters? Was it his tour in the American Republic? Hey, at least let us see All Might, the nosy reporter demanded. Wait, stop. Another reporter shouted. And then a deep alarm went off and steel barricades went up around the school, making the nosy reporter scream and fall back. It's the UA barrier. The what? The nosy reporter asked, still furious at her humiliation. That's what we call it. Anyone without a student pass or an ID who's trying to get their causes it to rise. That's stupid. We're the press. We deserve to get in, she snootily said. Yeah. We've been here for 2 days, another reporter shouted. Aizawa walked into homeroom. Good job on your first combat training. I saw the results in video form. I must say, you surprised me, Bakugou. Hey, I got first place in the entrance exam. It's only natural I got MVP, he bragged. No, I meant what you said to your teammate. Laughter erupted. Shut the F up, the blonde teen screeched, explosions going off on his palms. And Midoriya, I see that you decided breaking an arm wasn't healthy. Although your quirk is a strength enhancer, you grew claws. Care to explain? Aizawa asked. My quirk had that, but I didn't know it. I couldn't grow claws you until about 10 months ago. Does his quirk grow stronger the more people he kills? So think. God, he wants to be like All Might, Katsuki thought to himself. Sorry about that. Now, let's get on to homeroom business. I'll have you all, he paused. Are we taking another surprise test? The entire class thought to themselves. Choose a class representative. It's an actually normal thing, the entire class thought, obviously relieved. And then came the constant screams of people wanting to be the one to lead the class. In a normal class, no one would want the extra work. Here, however, the person chosen gets to practice their leadership skills, which are essential for pro heroes, Izuku thought to himself, ignoring Mineta promising that under his rule girls would have to show 30 centimeters of thigh. Silence, please. Ida shouted. Everyone turned to look at him. It is a serious responsibility to hold this position. It isn't a job for anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to choose, then we shall hold an election to choose one. We haven't even known each other for that long. So you said, if that's the case, everyone will just vote for themselves. Kirishima added on. Hence the voting. If someone gets more votes, then they're obviously suited. What do you think, sensei? Everyone turned to Aizawa and saw that he was already in his sleeping bag. I don't care, so long as it's done before the end of homeroom, he said in his usual monotone. And the results were, I got first? Izuku screamed. All right, Deku. Bakugou shouted, laughing. Did you vote for him? Kyoka asked. Hell yeah, I did. Deku's a FANG genius, and he knows how to be charismatic. Thanks, Kachin. Izuku said, still nervous. All right, Izuku is the class representative, and the deputy class representative will be Momo. Aizawa tiredly stated, before retracting behind his desk. At lunch, Izuku was still panicking. I don't think I'm worthy of the job. I don't think I'm qualified. Ida then spoke up. Your courage and good judgment at critical moments makes others want to follow you. Thanks, Ida. Izuku replied, flustered at the compliment. It's why I voted for you, he said. Why, you were one of the people who voted for me? But Ida, I thought you wanted the job. Uraraka responded. There's a difference between wanting the job and being suitable for it, he replied. You know, you talk like a rich person. Are you rich? Uraraka asked. Ida sighed. I tried changing my way of talking to avoid that. Yes, my family is rich. We've been heroes for generations. I'm the younger brother. Do you know the turbo hero Ingenium? Of course. Izuku replied almost immediately. He's a really popular hero with 65 sidekicks. S65? Uraraka sputtered. Wait. Is he? Izuku began. He is my older brother. Ida said, standing up. He is a likable hero who follows the rules and sets an example. He sat down. I set my sights on being a hero so I could be like my brother. However, I'm not ready to lead just yet. Midoriya, meanwhile, realized the hidden meaning of the practical exam, so he's clearly a better leader. I already said I didn't know, Izuku muttered. You know, I think this is the first time I've seen you smile, Ida. Uraraka said. What? I smile. Ida replied. So Ingenium is Ida's role model, like All Might is mine. Izuku thought to himself. League of Villains base. All for One suddenly clutched his chest. Sensei. Kurogiri shouted. I am fine. Why did it feel like I just got punched in the heart? He thought to himself. Ue cafeteria. And then an alarm blared. What? Izuku shouted. A level 3 alert has been issued. All students, please evacuate outdoors, an automated voice declared. What's a level 3 alert? Ida asked the boy sitting next to him. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds, the boy replied. I've been here for 3 years and I've never seen anything like it. The hallways were so crowded that everyone was pushed against each other. What's with all the people? Uraraka shouted. As expected of the students of the Best Hero High School, everyone is quickly reacting to a crisis. Ida shouted. Izuku felt all of the warm bodies around him and once again forced the rising tendrils down. They're reacting so quickly it's causing a panic. he shouted. And then he was pushed down. Deku! Uraraka screamed. Ida then shoved himself to the window. Who in the world dared to trespass? He shouted, looking down. And then he saw it. The press? Give us all might? The pushy reporter lady screeched. Aizawa and Mike were by the front doors. We already told you that he's not here today. Mike responded. If you'll give us one comment, we'll leave. Another reporter shouted. If you people get one comment, you'll demand another. That's how you media types are, Aizawa said, hands raised. Mike then leaned towards Aizawa. They're illegally trespassing. Do you think we can get away while calling them villains and then beating them up? He whispered. Don't do that, Mike. They'll write a bunch of half-truths or outright lies for daring to not submit to their every longing. He deadpanned. Let's just wait for the police. I thought we were under attack, but it's just the press, Ida thought to himself. Everyone. It's just the pre-dash, and then someone elbowed him, knocking him down. Did someone fall? A random student yelled. That caused even more panic. Where are the teachers? Ida thought to himself. Are they just trying to keep the press out? Everyone. Slow down. Slow duak. Kirishima and Kaminari. He thought to himself, watching them try to calm the students down only to be swept away by the tide of bodies. Ida. Uraraka shouted, being pushed away from him. Think. What would Midoriya or my brother do? That's it. He then pushed his way through the crowd. Uraraka. Make me float. He shouted. She reached out and just barely managed to touch him. And sure enough, he was floating. Now to get to everyone's line of sight. He then pushed his engines out of his legs and started them. Of course, being in zero gravity, he started cartwheeling towards the front. Ida. Izuku shouted. Ida then crashed into the wall. All right. Be concise, clear and bold. He thought to himself. He then grabbed the bar above him. Everyone. He shouted, getting the attention of everyone. It's just the press. This is UA. Let's act in a way that is benefiting to the best of the best. And then the shoving stopped. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, and then noticed that his shirt had an indent in it. He almost panicked before reabsorbing the tendril. That was way to close. He thought to himself. Back at 1A, Izuku was about to give a speech. Come on, class rep, show us what you're made of. Momo encouraged. Well, it's time to appoint other positions, but first see, can I say something? He asked. I think that Ida should be the class representative. Everyone looked up at that. He was able to get everyone's attention today. Therefore, I think it's best that he be the one representing us. And soon the class was agreeing on it. I don't care what you do, Izuku eeped at the sound of his teacher back in his sleeping bag talking. Just finished it up quickly. He then fell back asleep. Ida then stood up. If the class representative has nominated me, then it can't be helped. From this day forward, I, Tenya Ida, promise to carry out my duties as class representative to the best of my abilities. What? About me? Momo asked. After school was out, Midnight, Recovery Girl, 13, and Nizu went to the front gate, only to find it utterly destroyed. The press wouldn't be able to do this. Nizu said. There had to be an instigator. Did a villain slip in, or was it a declaration of war? Meanwhile, E-Lady, Kamui Woods, and another hero were in a standoff with a villain holding a family hostage. Missouri. Smash, and then All Might appeared. He backhanded the villain. I was on my way to work, but I can't ignore any screams for help. A hit and run. Someone shouted. I will be going now. With that he took to the air in a mighty leap. I'm going slower. Is it because I gave one for all to young Midoriya? And after I pushed myself that day, my time has begun to decrease. Even if he's a suitable vessel, he's only and he looks way too much like him to have it be a coincidence, but that's what it has to be. Today's hero class will be taught by 3 teachers, All Might, myself and another hero. Another? Izuku thought to himself. What will we be doing? Zero asked. Rescue missions. From shipwrecks, natural disasters and everything in between. Rescue missions, huh? This sounds even more difficult. Kaminari stated, obviously excited for the challenge. Hey, this is serious. Kirishima stated. No one's better than me in the water, Ribbit. Tsuyu added. I'm not done yet, Aizawa said. Everyone turned to him again. You can decide whether or not you want to bring your costumes. He pressed a button on a remote and the costume holders appeared. Also, this takes place off campus, so we'll be taking the bus for this. He then got up. Rescue training. This is the part one admired. This is a huge step in becoming a hero. Izuku thought to himself, fighting the urge to remind himself why surrounding himself with weak and/or injured people was a very bad idea. The class was soon dressed and ready. Hey Deku, why are you in your gym clothes? Uraraka asked. My costume is being updated. You see, my dad told me that I should be my own hero, instead of an All Might clone. Bakugou, who was right behind them, nodded. You need to do your own thing, Deku, or you're just gonna be All Might 2.0, he laughed. And then Ida blew a whistle he found from somewhere. All right, students of 1A, gather around. Form 2 lines based on your student number, so that loading onto the bus goes smoothly. Ida's going full throttle, Izuku said while sweat dropping. As it turned out, it was more like a public bus than a school bus. I didn't think it was this type of bus. Ida shouted. So there was no point to all of that, Mina said. I just say whatever comes to mind, Tsuyu said. Midoriya? Why yes, Azui? He was rather startled by the fact someone was talking to him. Call me Tsude, she said. Alright, he mumbled. Your quirk is a lot like All Might's. He cried, trying to get them to not make the connection. But I'm a. He wasn't really getting any traction. Hold up, Tsu. All Might doesn't get claws with his quirk, Kirishima admonished. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He also thought that he might need to train one for all some more. After all, his fingers healed quickly, so he practiced on that. Hey, it's cool that you have such a flashy quirk. My quirk, hardening, is super useful, but it doesn't look like much. I think it's a great quirk. It's definitely pro level. Izuku replied. But a hero has to deal with popularity as well. Kirishima countered. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength. Yuga said. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache, Mina deadpanned. But if you're talking about flashy or strong, then you have to look at Bakugou or Todoroki, Kirishima finished. Bakugou's always mad though, so it's not like he'll ever be popular. Tsuyu said. Hey, you wanna fight? Said Boy screamed, proving the point. See? We haven't even known each other for long, so it's amazing that everyone knows his personality is like CRP seeped in sewage. Kaminari stated. I'll kill you, the explosive blonde yelled, again proving the point. How is this possible? Kachan's the one who's being teased. Izuku thought to himself. First the mocking of eat his butt and now this? What a vulgar conversation, Momo said to Uraraka. But I like this kind of stuff. Uraraka replied. A light, we're here. Stop fooling around. Aizawa said. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. The whole class collectively inhaled. It's 13, the space hero. The gentlemanly hero who has saved tons of people from disasters. Izuku fanboyed. I love 13. Uraraka squealed. Bah. I bet you don't even know their gender. Ida scoffed. That was a tricky question. No one had ever seen 13 out of their suit, except for 13 is a girl. Izuku shouted. How did you know that? 13 asked. Your voice for one. It's feminine. Also, you're not denying that it is. Also when I saw you save a bunch of people once, you mentioned getting a new suit to accommodate your hips, and you were in a man's suit. Therefore, since women tend to have larger hips for giving BR, I assumed you are a woman. There was stunned silence. And then 13 laughed. You're correct. I am a girl, she said. Now let's get inside without further delay. We all look forward to working with you, the class shouted. Everyone gasped when they got in. There are many zones here. There's a shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm and more. 13 declared. I made this training ground to accommodate for various types of natural disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. She finished. 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked. He was supposed to meet us here. Well, It looks like he did too much hero work and ran out of time. So he's in the lounge, she whispered, holding up 3 fingers. Aizawa then called All Might. I'm sorry. I should have a little bit of energy for the end though. Well, that's irrational. Aizawa said. Good thing we took precautions just in case, he thought to himself. It can't be helped. Shall we begin? Before we begin, let me say a few things, 13 said. I am sure you are all aware of my quirk, Black Hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. In fact, she's probably a black hole herself, save for the fact she can turn back to normal, Izuku thought. I think that's the case because she can take off her suit, as this one is different than the one she used to wear. But if that's the case, then she says she's a girl because she can turn back into her human form. How did you know all of that? 13 asked, slightly worried. Did I say that out loud? Izuku asked. Yep. Aizawa said. Well, you've managed to use your quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Yes, but my quirk can easily kill people. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? Izuku tried not to turn pale. In this superhuman society, quirks are closely regulated and certified, keeping anarchy at bay. Unless you live in America. However, even their quirks are registered. It's not the anarchy-filled hellhole the media portrays it as. Izuku nodded. His father had often said that Japan should continue to follow America's example. They had that's no quirks in public type of law for about 25 years. After that it was phased out as society had stabilized. Now you could easily get a license to use your quirk. You didn't have to be a hero for it. But I digress. 13 said. There are many quirks that can kill with one misstep. With Aizawa's physical test you found out the physical limits of your quirks. With All Might's personal training, you found out how dangerous your powers are to others. They know nothing of how dangerous my quirk is, Izuku thought to himself. This class is a fresh start. You'll learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. Your powers are not so you can harm others. I hope you leave here knowing your powers are meant to help others. As one of my dad's old superhero comics said, with great power comes great responsibility. It was a rather interesting one as well, Izuku thought. That is all. Thank you for listening, she finished. Bravo! Bravo! The class cheered. All right then, first dash. But then Aizawa was cut off by the power being cut. And then some sort of portal opened by the fountain. The portal formed a face, and then a figure appeared. It had hands in its face. Everyone, gather together and don't move. Aizawa ordered in a tone none of the students had ever heard before. 13, protect the students. What's that? Kashima asked. That was a man with a hand on his face. And then came more people. Is this like the entrance exam? Don't move. Their teacher instructed while putting on his goggles. Those are villains. 13 and Eraserhead, huh? The ugly man with a hand on his face asked. The teacher's schedule for today mentioned that All Might would be here as well. The gassy figure stated. You caused the trespassing the other day, correct? Eraserhead asked. Where is he? The ugly hand guy asked. I spent all this time gathering these guys. All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some of you kids. Eraserhead's capture scarves flew into the air. 13 put an arm in front of the students. This is what pros have to fight on a daily basis? Izuku thought to himself. And then came the pain in his back. It was a lot more forceful than it usually was, causing him to gasp. Midoriya, are you all right? Ida asked. Fine, he gasped out, forcing the tendrils back. He hadn't eaten since those rabbits All Might had given him, and apparently using his quirk made the hunger stronger. Villains? There's no way they could get into a hero school. Kirishima shouted. Sensei, what about the trespass sensors? Momo asked. We have them around the school, but did they only appear here or around the school? Todoroki asked. Either way, since they're not going off, they either have only appeared here, or they have a villain who has a quirk that can get around that sort of thing. This area is isolated from the rest of the main campus, and there's a class here. They're fools, but they're not dumb. This attack was carefully planned. They must have a goal in mind. 13. Start the evacuation. Eraserhead ordered. Try to contact the school. The villains had a way to counteract the censors. They might have a villain creating interference as well. Kaminari, try contacting the school as well? Yes, sir, the electric boy responded. But what about you, sensei? Izuku shouted. There are too many of them. Your style is capturing them. You can't rely on just one trick. He responded. He then jumped in the air. 3 villains started to ask who he was, as their intel said that it would only be All Might, and this gave Eraserhead time. He activated his quirk and shut their quirks down. He then grabbed them in the capture scarves and slammed them together, knocking them out. It's Eraserhead. He'll erase your quirk by just looking at you. Can he erase mutant quirks? One of the villains yelled, charging at him. No, but the skill you guys have is lacking, so it'll be fine, he shouted, taking out the villain who asked that question. Quirks like that tend to activate in close combat, so I took countermeasures. Izuku looked back at his teacher, who was taking the villains out one after the other. Wow, he's really skilled at fighting multiple people. This is no time for analysis. We need to get out of here, Ida shouted. Izuku nodded before running towards the exit with the rest of the class. And then a misty portal opened up, causing them to halt. I won't let you leave, the mist said, a form taking shape. Shoot. I blink and the guy that'll cause the most problems gets away, Aizawa thought to himself. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains, he politely said. It may be presumptuous of us, but we invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. Huh. Izuku stopped shaking. We thought All Might would be here. Am I correct that he should have been here? The mist villain politely asked. Has there been some kind of change? No matter. This is the part one chose to play. 13 opened one of her suit's gloves, but no sking occurred. Kirishima and Bakugou leapt at the villain, the explosive boy letting off a big blast. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it? Kirishima taunted. Oh dear. That's dangerous, the villain said, completely unharmed. I forgot that you're still golden eggs in spite of being students. Step back. 13 yelled. My job is to scatter you all, the villain shouted. He then enveloped the group. And then it's to torture you to death. The fog enveloped the students. What is this? Kirishima shouted. The mist enveloped them all, or nearly all. Uraraka, Ida and Sato managed to get outside of the mist. Everyone! Ida shouted. A portal opened into the rock slide area, and Izuku began to fall. He screamed as he fell. Delaware, smash, he shouted, flicking his finger. The shock wave slowed his fall enough that he didn't splat, but it was still rather painful. A warp quirk, he thought to himself, and he brushed himself off. And then Tsuyu fell down. He quickly activated Blacklight and coiled his legs. He then jumped up and caught her before her acceleration got too high. And then he landed with a crash. Are you okay? He asked the frog girl. I think, she said. And then Mineta fell down. Izuku repeated the tactic and managed to catch the perverted teen. Hey Izuku, he murmured out. This isn't a good thing, Ribbit, Tsu said as they brushed themselves off. If we were in the shipwreck zone, I'd be able to do more. Izuku wasn't paying that much attention. That villain knew the schedule, he said. Aizawa guessed that they caused the media break-in. They probably used that as cover. As Todoroki said, they were waiting to pounce. But it's not like they can kill All Might. Mineta screeched. He'll just pound them into the ground. Mineta, why do you think they sound so confident? They probably have a way to kill him. Tsuyu said. Mineta gasped. And a strong villain just said to our faces that he'd torture us to death. I don't know if we'll be able to hold out until All Might arrives, and if we do, some of our class may have already been killed. What's that? Mineta screamed. They noticed a bunch of villains coming to the rocky area. These guys almost definitely have a way to kill All Might. Why else would they show up? But why would they come? Is it because he's a deterrent? Or is it because he's the symbol of peace? Izuku thought. His hands curled into a fist. But, right now, I don't care. He felt the tendrils within wriggle with anticipation. Guys, he said. Tsuyu and Mineta looked at him. If these villains have Way to kill All Might, then we need to stop them. We have to fight and win, he finished. Meanwhile, in the shipwreck zone, Todoroki was freezing villains left and right. It's embarrassing to lose to a child, isn't it? He deadpanned. In the collapsed zone, Kirishima and Bakugou were beating down several villains. This is bad, Katsuki thought to himself. If there are this many here, what about the others? In the mountain zone, Momo created several weapons and handed them out to her classmates. In the fire zone, Adrio stood defiantly. He braced himself, ready for the attacks soon to come. In the squall zone, Fumikage and Koji stood back to back, surrounded by multiple villains. Back at the front, Shiro, Ida, Sato and Shuji stood shoulder to shoulder with 13 in the front. Mina and Uraraka were behind them. And in the middle, Eraserhead was just still doing his thing. And by thing I mean that he was beating the absolute CRP out of all the villains approaching them. The ugly man and the thing with an exposed brain just stood by and watched. Back at the rock slide zone, Izuku turned to his friends, a determined look on his face. Meanwhile, in the UA lounge, Toshinori was constantly trying to call Aizawa. I'm sorry, the number you called is currently not in service, or had been disconnected, an automated voice cheerfully declared. I can't reach 13 or Aizawa, he thought to himself. Whatever the reason, I'm neglecting my teaching duties because of what happened outside of work hours. I was foolish. What if I say something at the end? I do have 10 minutes left. He reinflated into his muscle form. I will G-, and then he coughed up blood as another voice made itself heard. Hold your horses. P. Principal Nizu, he shouted. Yes. Am I Mouse? A dog? A bear? My real identity is the principal, he shouted. Your fur is well groomed as usual, All Might said to his boss. The secret is keratin, he explained. Humans couldn't get this kind of color or luster. But let's talk about that later. He then reached for something. Look at this. He pulled out a tablet to a news app where it talked about how All Might had solved 3 incidents in an hour. Though the fault mostly lies with those who still cause trouble when you're here, you need to learn that you don't have to react every time there's an incident, he instructed the pro. You really haven't changed. You know your time as a hero is limited by the injury and its aftereffects. Along with that, you need to train one for all successor. He was now pacing back and forth. Since you are insistent on remaining the symbol of peace, the only way you can keep the world from finding out about both of those is to come here. All Might's body was now steaming. That's why I decided to let you become a teacher. Now Toshinori was back to being Toshinori. I think you can stay here and relax a little bit longer. In actuality, you can only teach the next class for a little bit, correct? I may have been the one to suggest it, but since you've accepted the position, I think you should prioritize your teaching duties. After all, there are plenty of hero agencies here. I see your point, Yagi murmured, feeling like Gran just gave him a lecture. But that is why I was preparing to go to USJ when you walked in. Wouldn't you still have to return almost immediately? Nizu was now pouring himself some tea. In that case, why not stay a while and listen to some of my theories on teaching and how they might help you in the future? This is gonna SCK, Toshinori thought. Meanwhile, back at USJ, Shoji was using his quirk to find everyone. Shoji, where is everyone? Are they all right? Ida asked in his usual voice. Yes. They've been scattered but they're all still alive. He can't be hurt by physical attacks and he can teleport. No fair, one of the students complained. Class representative? 13 asked. Yes, ma'am? Ida shouted. Run to the school and inform them about what's going on. Our alarms aren't sounding and there's no signal. They have to have a person with an interfering quirk who his when they arrived. It would be more time expedient for you to tell the teachers than for us to find the person, but it would be a disgrace for me to leave you all behind. Ida argued. Hey, emergency exit. There are alarms outside. If you can get there they won't follow you. Sato retorted. Use your quirk to save others. That's why you're here. 13 said. Very well. Ida responded, engines popping out. Really? You talk about your plans in front of the enemy? The villain deadpanned. It doesn't matter if you knew. 13 shouted, activating her quirk. The fog was destroyed on contact. Fight? Are you stupid? Mineta shouted. You said they might kill All Might. What can we do? He screeched. Well, you can all die, a villain shouted. He used his quirk to throw a giant boulder at Izuku, crushing him against the wall. Izuku! Tsuyu shouted. Mineta had gone into shock by this point. The villain punched the purple midget into the wall as well. He groaned, so he was still alive. Now then, he sneered. Tsuyu whipped out her tongue, but the man caught it and yanked her towards him. He then slammed her into the ground by said tongue. "You," was her response. "Well, little froggy, how are you?" he mockingly asked, grabbing her by the hair. "Our ribbit," she managed to croak out. "I think we're going to have some fun together," she sang. Now she began to wake up a little. "W," she whimpered as she began to struggle. He yanked her around so she had a perfect view of the boulder that crushed her friend. What was that black stuff? See what's left of your friend? That'll be you. But first, I'm gonna have you scratch an itch of Min-Nuherg. She and her captor stared down. He coughed up blood as he realized that something was sticking out of his chest. He looked down along with his prisoner. Tsuyu almost threw up. A barbed thing was sticking out of his chest. And then it pulled him backwards. In shock and pain he let her go. She fell to the ground and immediately looked up. The black mass was connected to the tendril. Then she saw the man melt into black goo. And he screamed. Oh God, his scream was horrifying. It told of unimaginable agony. And then the black mass shifted. It began to morph into a humanoid form. Finally, it settled on a familiar form, Izuku's torso. Another tendril grabbed what remained of Izuku's clothes before oozing into the clothes, filling out her friend. Her brain froze on that. Izuku? Ribbit, she choked out. The thing in the form of her friend turned to her, eyes colder than the void of space. He then turned away, a snarl growing. His eyes shifted red, roared, and then he leapt. When the rock crashed into him, Izuku was sure he'd die. He didn't feel anything. His senses were destroyed. He didn't feel, smell, hear, or see. He saw a light and tried to walk, but he realized he didn't have legs. He was just liquid. So he willed himself forward. And then he managed to get into light, and his senses reactivated just in time to hear what the villain was about to do to his friend. He saw red. Nothing else mattered. He had to save her. With a thought, he willed a feeding tendril through the villain. He then dragged him to what was left of him, so satisfied with his meal. Another tendril grabbed his clothes. Now, he just filled his clothes out. Izuku? Ribbit, he turned towards his friend, and saw her horrified face. And then he roared. If my quirk is going to be known, let it be known by saving my friends, he thought. And then he just became a passenger in his body, enjoying the ride. Sure, he'd feel guilty later, but now he could finally let loose the hunger he had denied for so long. Bakugou heard the roar. He had heard it before in his nightmares. It was always the last thing he heard before he woke up. What the hell was that? Kashima shouted. Get down. Katsuki shouted, tackling his fellow student. Hey, get off. Do you want to be devoured? Then stay the F down, he screamed. Wanna know why I told Deku what I told him? What does that have anything to do with this? Kirishima screamed. Because Deku's quirk is more than a strength enhancer. So much more, he muttered. What does it do? The hardening teen asked. Then a villain appeared. There you are, you bradash. He was killed mid-sentence by Izuku, claws slicing him into 3 equal parts. And then came the tendrils, snaking from 4 holes in his shirt. They impaled themselves in the man. The bits of him liquefied and rolled into him. Then Izuku's eyes turned towards them. Kirishima wet himself. They weren't the green eyes filled with warmth. No, these were red. They were feral. And they were hungry. He lunged over them. A villain had been trying to escape. Help me. Help you, Gurg. He groaned out as a tendril impaled itself in his leg and dissolved him. With another roar, Izuku leapt out of the zone. That's the full extent. Yes, people. Bakugou growled to the near catatonic teen. Shoji flinched. What is it? Uraraka shouted. A heartbeat stopped, and another. 2 people have died. W. Uraraka shrieked. And there goes another one. W. What's causing that? Sato screamed. Something's coming. Everyone turned toward the direction Shoji was pointing towards. A black and red blur was strng towards them. Suddenly it turned towards where Aizawa was fighting. Is that a villain? Sato shouted. The villain fighting 13 turned. That is unexpected. I did not know one of your classmates was so bloodthirsty. W. They all shouted. Prey was thickest there. Lots of downed prey, ready to be eaten. So much food, and no one asked for any. Therefore he got it all. The hunter was busy. Perhaps it was best to ask first. After all, he was higher up. Should he challenge him for demps? What a silly thing. The hunter could hurt him, unlike the prey. And the hunter was friendly towards the pack. Sure, he was strict, but he wanted them to grow strong. And then he heard a scream from one of his packmates. It came from the mountain. He snarled and changed direction. Now, how was he going to climb it? He jumped onto the side and soon found himself running vertically. Oh yes, he'd get to them shortly. In the shipwreck zone, Todoroki surveyed his handiwork. All of the villains, along with most of the zone, were frozen solid. Scatter and kill us? You're just a bunch of thugs with no idea how to use your quirks, he monotoned. Evidently all but 4 or 5 of the villains here were just cannon fodder, he thought. None of them would pose a threat to a pro. In fact, I'm almost positive that most of us could take them on ourselves. You know, your cells will slowly die like this, he monotoned. The villains began to whimper. I want to be a hero, and killing you wouldn't be very heroic. Now then, he approached one of the villains. On what basis do you think you can kill All Might? He asked, frost coming from his hand, ready to suffocate the one he was asking. In the mountain zone, Momo, Jiro and Kaminari were fighting with the weapons Momo created. Kaminari was panicking. I thought I was gonna die. What's with these guys? He screamed. Just shut up and fight. Jiro shouted. Then give me a weapon, he shouted back. You have electricity. She retorted. I can only cover myself. If I try to use a burst it'll affect you too as well. Jiro then kicked him, sending him into a villain. Then I'll use you as a stun gun, she shouted. He instinctively used his quirk, electrocuting the villain. Oh, that'll work, he said. And then they heard a roar. A figure leapt up from the sheer cliff face, claws outstretched. Is that Izuku? Momo shouted. A villain turned just in time for the claws to impale themselves in his head. And then 4 tendrils snaked from his back and impaled themselves in him. The man screamed as he was picked up and liquefied. He fought as his mass decreased, limbs splaying before being dissolved. Eventually the struggles ceased and the last bit of him disappeared. A snarl erupted from their classmate's mouth. The villains paused. Did you just eat him? One shouted. Izuku then rushed the speaker, punching him so hard that his fist went through his rib cage and out the other end. Those tendrils then inserted themselves into his arms and liquefied him too. He's a monster. Another shouted before turning tail and fleeing. The rest followed suit, although another was caught by a tendril wrapping around his leg. Erg. No. Please let me go. Let me Erkpulga. He shouted before dissolving as the other 3 tendrils injected themselves into his foot. Momo whimpered. And then Izuku turned to them. His eyes were clouded and red. His claws were covered in blood. He slowly walked towards them. Kaminari threw himself in front of the girls, arms out. You will not touch them, he shouted. Izuku paused, head tilted in confusion. Then he turned. Safe, he asked. What? Kaminari asked. Are you safe? He repeated, pointing at the 3 of them. Yes, we're safe. Jiro stuttered. Was this the demon who just killed and devoured 3 villains? Good, he then leapt into the air before plummeting down. Then watched as he created a small crater before he sprinted off, unharmed by the fall. What was that? Momo shouted. I have no clue. Kaminari replied, before he collapsed. The blue-haired villain with hands all over him rushed towards Eraserhead. 27 seconds, he thought. 24 seconds. 12 seconds. Who's this? Eraserhead said aloud as he tried to capture him. The man dodged, and so he rushed forward. 17 seconds, the villain thought. And then Eraserhead elbowed him in the gut. However, the man caught his elbow. DMN, Aizawa thought. It's hard to see because you're moving around, but there's an instant when your hair falls. That's when you've finished an action. Aizawa blinked and then saw the villain turning his jacket into gray powder. You shouldn't push yourself, Eraserhead, the villain mocked. Now his hand touched his skin, and that began to flake away, revealing the muscle underneath. He then erased the villain's quirk and got away as more villains rushed him. This time he mostly dodged. Your quirk isn't suited for fighting large groups, is it? The villain taunted. Is this too different from your usual job? After all, most of your fights start as a surprise attack followed by a short fight. And yet you jumped at us. Was it to put your students at ease? He mocked as Aizawa tried to catch his breath. Another few villains lunged, but he effortlessly subdued him. You're very cool, the hand-faced man said. He was thinking about orders from Sensei. Flashback before the invasion. Now then, Tormuna, there are some things we must cover before your attack. Sensei had said. Name them, Sensei. He had shouted. First off, try to not kill Eraserhead, if he's there. He is the student's homeroom teacher, so him appearing isn't out of the question. He is a shining example of what heroes should be. With luck, more will be like him. Second, do not kill these two students. In fact, try to avoid harming them. He held up two photos. One was a kid with poofy green hair and one had ashy blonde hair. Failure on the first will be met with disappointment. However, I will forgive you. Failure with the second, however, will cost you your life. Eye clear? Shikaraji hadn't heard Sensei sound so forceful since the injury. Yes, Sensei, he responded, burning the memory of the two in his mind. Flashback and... Oh, by the way, hero, Aizawa turned to see the thing with the exposed brain look down on him. I'm not the last boss. The thing reared up and slashed his face, knocking his goggles off, before tearing into him. I was told to spare you, but you leave me no choice. At the front entrance, the warping villain was struggling against, your quirk destroys everything it touches. It truly is an amazing quirk. However, you're a hero who rescues people. This means that your battle experience is lacking. He then opened a portal from behind the hero. 13 gasped as the gate appeared behind her. You have turned yourself into dust, the villain spoke. He got me, she murmured before passing out. A female figure appeared, badly hurt but alive. Sensei. Mina shouted. Ida. Stop staring and run. Sato shouted. In it. He shouted, engines going full blast. The villain turned his attention to him. I see. You were one of the children not scattered. We only wish to battle All Might. If the other teachers appear, things will become much more difficult. A portal opened above him. Ida gasped. And then Shoji jumped in front of the portal and enclosed it. Gio, he shouted, obviously in pain. I will not allow this, the villain shouted. Ida was then swallowed by the mist. Hunter is in pain. Hunter must be helped. Others are safer. Izuku turned towards the main area. Hey, Eraserhead? The thing that's pinning you is the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu. Back in the collapsed zone, Bakugou peeked his head out. We're clear. Let's go. Kirishima managed to shake himself out of his stupor. Did Izuku always have that P-power? He stuttered. Bakugou nodded. He first used them when we were 4. He ate apefly. The pedo should have considered himself lucky that Izuku's old man didn't get to him first. Why you're more afraid of Izuku's D-dad than the G-guy himself? Yes I am. That man was, beyond a doubt, the scariest man in the world. And only Auntie Inko, Deku and my old man could control him. Which is weird because my dad's usually the meek one, he said as an afterthought. So why you're not afraid that Izuku might kill us? Dude, I'm effing terrified about that. I have been since I was 4. But right now we need to focus on getting out. Deku seems to be more focused on the villains. There are more of them, so that'll keep him busy for a while. Kirishima nodded. At the front gate, the villain was suddenly SE'd away. Huh? The warper asked in shock. Uraraka was levitating him. You have to have a physical body. Go Ida, she shouted. He reached the doors and slowly pried them open. The villain tried to reach him, but Sato and Siro managed to pull him back. Ida then took off towards Yue. He's gonna call for support, the villain muttered. The Nomu broke Aizawa's arm again. You can erase quirks, the hand-wearing villain said. It's wonderful but nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you're practically quirkless. At those words, a roar was heard. Nomu blinked in surprise. The villain noticed and saw a black and red blur slam down in front of him. Release Hunter. Now, a deep, feral voice demanded. Aizawa gasped when he saw who spoke. It was none other than Izuku. His eyes were red, filled with anger. His claws were out, dripping with blood. And what the F was coming out of his back? Nomu roared. And then it tried to swipe at his student. To his shock, Izuku caught the hand. And then he ripped it off of Nomu's arm. The thing bellowed in rage. He saw the grasping things liquefy the hand and did it eat it? The Nomu then regrew his hand and leapt at his student. Izuku then punched it back several meters. And then he felt something nudging his boot. It was one of those tendrils. He would have screamed if he could have. It didn't impale him though. It wrapped around his leg. Another wrapped around his other leg. The other two wrapped around his chest in a tight but comforting grip. And then Izuku leapt. They soon found themselves next to the houses in the area. You'll be safe here, his student said, carefully putting him down. Your prey. Can I have them? He asked before leaving. Your prey. Those you beat. Can I have them? To the villains? Aizawa asked. To consume. Izuku explained. Like the Enomu's hand? He suddenly shouted, nausea taking over. He threw up, which caused him to shake with pain again. Hunter needs healing? Izuku asked, worry in his eyes. Before Aizawa could respond, a tendril buried itself in his back. He screamed in fear. He expected death to come, but he saw a mass traveling outwards from Izuku and into him. And then the pain came. It was like he had been dunked in lava. He screamed as whatever Izuku was made of rushed through him. It healed his arms and his face, even curing his dry eye. However, Izuku wasn't done with his eyes. With a sharp pain, he felt another layer of skin cover his eyes. To his shock, he could still see, and without blinking his eyes were moist again. And then the much smaller bulge left through the tendril. Now better? Izuku asked head-ped. Why yes, he responded. Can I have your prey? He asked again. Why are you asking? I couldn't stop you. Silly hunter. It's polite. It's yours. I don't steal. Aizawa sighed. Those villains had attacked his students. Normally he would have said no, but he was getting attached to the little sheets. Fine, he coughed, before he finally fainted, seeing Izuku leap back to the Nomu before passing out. Shigaraki Tamura. The warping villain said. Did you manage to kill 13 Kurogyri? The now-named Tamura asked. 13 is incapacitated, Kurogyri replied. Unfortunately, a student with a quirk suitable for speed managed to escape. And on top of that, we have that thing to deal with. He pointed towards the clawed demon, which was perched on the steps, roaring in challenge to Nomu, who replied in kind. The demon then leapt and crashed into Nomu, sending them spiraling into the ground. That was one of the students Sensei told us to avoid, was it not? Shigaraki asked. Correct. Evidently he knew of the power that this student had and worried for us. Kurogyri responded. Shigaraki started to scratch his neck, a sign that he was irritated. Demonic Kurogyri. If you weren't our warp gate I would kill you right now, he snarled. Meanwhile the demon ripped off Nomu's right arm and ate it. Nomu regenerated it with little delay. We can't win against dozens of pros. Also, our tank is preoccupied with the surprise boss, he growled, pointing to the bloody brawl. The demon roared as Nomu ripped its right arm off, only for the severed limb to shrivel up. Those tendrils then impaled a downed villain. Said villain let out a cry of anguish before being devoured. The monster's arm regenerated in a flurry of black tendrils. It's game over Tormura, Kurogyri summarized. Game over, huh? Since we're going to be leaving soon, why don't we shatter All Might's pride a bit? How about we break some of the precious golden eggs? Why won't this thing die? The other prey died. Why won't this one die? It managed to beat up Hunter, and the prey said it was to kill Apex. But Apex is wounded. Therefore Apex might actually die. This thing must be destroyed before Apex could get hurt. And then the doors blew open. Everyone turned to the cloud of dust that appeared. Heavy footsteps echoed throughout the building. The students near the entrance started to shake, not out of fear but out of relief. It's all right now. But because I am here. All Might shouted. Oh, I see. We're getting a continue. Shigaraki murmured. Apex is here. I had a bad feeling, so I tore myself away from my chat with the principal and came here. I passed by young Ida on my way here and got a rough idea about what was going on. All Might snarled. It makes me sick to see villains like yourselves attack children. My juniors have fought so hard. It must be terrifying for them. But you don't care about that. You love it. You relish it. You feed on it, he accused. You're one to talk, All Might? Shigaraki shouted. One of your students is literally gorging himself on our backup. All Might tuned and saw the feral-looking Izuku looking right at him. His eyes were cold and glowing red. And it wasn't just any red. It was the same color of red that man's lightning was. His claws were stained with blood. His tendrils were out, waving in the air. And he was growling lowly, like a predator waiting to pounce. It chilled his blood. Apex, the boy shouted. Apex, he thought to himself. And then the boy leapt. It was, by far, a much longer jump than he had been capable of yesterday. Why are you here? The boy demanded, pointing a claw at him. Young Midoriya? He asked, somewhat startled. The boy pet his head. You were worried? He asked, his voice filled with innocence. It really was a stark opposite to that man, or his heir's current appearance. You need a jolt? All Might saw a line connecting something to Izuku's back and looked down and paled. One of the tendrils had buried itself within his foot, and something was traveling along it. Before he could rip it out, the blob made it there, and then came the pain. It was about half as bad as getting punched by All for One, and it was in the same area. He hunched over in pain, and then it left. There was nothing that came back, and the tendril retracted. Better? His feral successor asked. All Might realize that he could breathe easier. What was that? He asked of his heir. Boost. You can last longer by, about 15 minutes, he said, ping his head. Fortunately, no one could hear them. By now, Shigaraki was tapping his foot with impatience. Are you two done yet? He screamed. All Might then proceeded to answer that by punching him in the face, knocking the hand off of it. Father, he mumbled, hastily attaching it to his face. He was too fast for my eyes, but not as fast as Sensei said he was. He's getting weaker. He let out a creepy chuckle. Midoriya, you must leave. All Might shouted. The feral teen shook his head. Sorry, Apex. I will help you. Biggest prey is very tough. You may need assistance. He pointed at the Nomu. All Might rushed it. Carolina. Nomu, Shigaraki calmly stated. Smash. All Might landed the hit, but there was no injury. See? His apprentice asked. His shock absorption allows him to be resistant to your attacks. We also gave him regeneration. Shigaraki cackled. Thanks for the tip. All Might shouted as he dodged. Izuku, meanwhile, retracted his claws and his entire right arm shifted into a colossal blade. Heavy, was all he said before bringing it down. It cut the Nomu's arm off, but it simply reattached it, increasing the regenerative time. Izuku, meanwhile, was thrown off balance and then kicked away and into a wall. Not a good idea, he mumbled, blade returning to claws as he sprinted back towards the fight. All Might, meanwhile, grabbed Nomu from behind. Your size makes this easier, he grunted, suplexing it to the ground. The force created a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Tsuyu managed to pull Mineta out of the wall, and he had now regained consciousness. How did he make a suplex look like an explosion? He's on another level, the purple teen shouted. And yet he can't teach without looking at his notes all the time, she responded. She noticed Mineta's hands beginning to drift, so she knocked him out again with a rouge slap to the back of the neck. How is this? All Might muttered. The Nomu hadn't even been hurt. You thought that Nomu wouldn't be able to move after that? Shigaraki asked. Its fingers dug into All Might's side, drawing blood. Of all the places to be grabbed, it had to be my weak spot. You see, Nomu is as strong as you are, he chuckled. Kurogyri then warped part of the Nomu away, therefore keeping it out of reach. Restraining you was Nomu's job. He then began to lower All Might into the warp gate. And then I'll close the portal, tearing you in half. That was my job, he chuckled. And then a massive explosion hit him, staggering him. Get the F away from our teacher, Bakugou shouted. And then ice froze over the Nomu. Young Todoroki? All Might thought. I heard you were here to kill All Might, he emotionlessly stated. He stopped the ice before it reached me, All Might thought. He then started to pry at Nomu's hand. His grip weakened, and All Might managed to rip himself out of Nomu's grip and landed next to Todoroki. And then Izuku landed, creating a crater. Frozen heat. Kaken, he said. Bakugou turned and hastily took about 10 steps back. Thanks. He turned towards the Nomu. Bakugou then leapt at Kurogori and pinned him. It's just like I thought. Only parts of you can turn into mist. You covered your body with it. Kurogyri tried to get up, but Katsuki let out a few explosions. Don't even think about it, he grinned. If you try to move, then I'll blow you up. So in addition to capturing him, you're almost uninjured. Truly the newest generation is amazing. Toruma stated. Nomu, he ordered. Nomu then moved through the portal, losing his arm and leg in the process. He grew them back soon. Everyone! Stay back! All Might shouted. Izuku shook his head. I told you I'd help you, Apex. First we need our way out. Nomu. And then the beast leapt at Bakugou. He's fast, All Might thought. The punch from Nomu created a shockwave. When the dust cleared, Bakugou was right next to Todoroki. I didn't even see what was going on, Katsuki said to himself. All Might then stepped out of some smoke. Do you not know how you'll hold back? He shouted. I was saving my companion. I had no choice, Shigaraki responded. Izuku, meanwhile, leapt at Nomu, ripping another arm off and consumed it. Epics. You okay? He asked. Fine, Midoriya, he muttered. I have 16 minutes left, if what Izuku really did what he said he did. I'll have to make this count. And then he rushed at Nomu. The punches collided, sending a shock wave that blew everyone back, Izuku included. A head-on fist fight? Kirishima, who had just arrived, asked in shock. I can't get close. Kurogyri shouted. Meanwhile, Izuku had joined in, ripping at Nomu's back. His ability is shock absorption, not nullification. But has to be a limit, he shouted. Izuku paused and then started punching the beast as well, claws gone. He grabbed the arm that would have hit All Might in his already wounded spot and tore it off again, devouring it. You were made to fight me at 100%, so I'll have to be on that. All Might shouted. Izuku, meanwhile, had leapt from his area of attack and landed in front of the other students. He used his tendrils to grab onto them, causing Todoroki to emit a gasp of surprise. Kirishima shrieked in fear before passing out. Bakugou, however, whimpered. Please don't eat us, he begged. Izuku flinched at that. Why would I? Your friends? The explosive boy let out a sigh of relief, only to take a massive gulp of air as Izuku jumped into the air and landed with a loud thud at the entrance, where he dropped them off. You are safer here, he said, leaping back towards the area of the fight. A massive punch sent Nomu flying back several dozen yards. A hero, All Might began, leaping after it, will always find a way for justice to triumph, he finished, dodging a retaliatory punch before slamming the thing into the ground by means of a powerful stomp. He then proceeded to leap in the air while spinning it around before throwing it to the ground, creating a massive crater. Hey villain, have you ever heard these words? Go beyond. Plus ultra. With that, he released a truly massive punch from underneath it. The Nomu was launched into the air. It broke through the walls, leaving a massive hole. It then parted the clouds as it went by. Is that a villain? One of the students asked. All Might punched it through the wall, another shouted. Is that the level of a pro? Katsuki asked himself, staring in awe. He's the coolest. Mineta shouted, eyes gushing. He had apparently woken up again. I really have gotten weaker, All Might said to himself. Fortunately, the only one around to hear was Izuku. In my prime, such an act would have only taken 5 punches. That took over 300. Izuku chuckled. You are still strong, Apex, he shouted. All Might then thought that he was out of time, only to not feel the fatigue. So young Midoriya did add to my time limit, amazing, he thought to himself, before turning towards the last 2 villains. Now then, he began. Shigaraki was shaking in rage. Shall we get this over with? All Might asked. Why you used a cheat code? Shigaraki shouted. Why you had a summoned boss mob on your side? All Might turned towards Izuku, only to see a dust cloud. He was headed towards the mountain zone. All right, put your hands up. A villain shouted towards Momo and Jiro atop the mountain zone. He had Kanamari hostage. He was trying to electrocute the guy, but it wasn't working. I'd hate to kill an electric-type quirk wielder like myself, but if that's what it takes to live, I'll do it. Was this the guy Todoroki was talking about? Jiro asked. The one who might be blocking communications? Momo asked to the other student. And don't try your plug-in thing, he shouted, pointing at Jiro. Now she was looking up, her face covered in sheer horror. She closed her eyes and whimpered. Oh, what's wrong? Don't want to watch your friend die. Nope. It's just that I'd rather not see what's about to happen to you, she whispered, covering her ears. What do you mean, The last part was because 4 very familiar tendrils had punched through him, turning him into goo. Them, Izuku growled, feral eyes roaming around. He paused to sniff the air. Now safe, he then leapt away. All Might noticed his protégé return. What was that for? He asked. Danger. Had to stop it, was all he said. All Might turned back to the villains. What was that? You're not any weaker at all. Shigaraki shouted. By now All Might was beginning to think that he was something of a man-child. Now then, are you not coming over here? Were you not here to take my life? Well, as the Americans say, Molin Labe, he growled. All Might, Bakugou said aloud. As I expected, there was no reason for us to get involved. Todoroki said. Meanwhile, All Might was mentally thinking Izuku again. If it wasn't for his healing ability, I would have been out of time. I still have about 13 minutes left. Well, make up your mind, he shouted. Shigaraki flinched. And then he started scratching. If only Nomu was here, he'd take you on. Shigaraki Tamura. Calm yourself. Kurojiiri scolded. Look, he's definitely weakened from Nomu's attacks. Besides, the children are frozen in fear. Our underlings may be diminished in number, but they are still usable. If we work together, we still have a chance at killing him. And what about his own boss mob? The man-child shouted. Ignore it. With that, Shigaraki rushed at All Might, hand outstretched. Unfortunately for him, a bullet went through it. So, they're here. All Might said to himself. They looked up and saw the Western hero Snipe standing there, revolver out. Sorry we're late, everyone. Principal Nizu shouted. I gathered the heroes who were immediately available. Why does it feel like I'm a rabbit surrounded by hungry wolves? He thought to himself, straining to keep his instinct to hide away. Aida. Uraraka shouted. Ida Tenya, the class representative of Class 1A, have returned, he shouted. Most of the teachers were there as well. The surviving villains began to attack. Present Mike ched and then screamed. His quirk amplified it and caused the villains to be blown back or just fall unconscious. While they were stunned, ectoplasm created copies of himself. Split up and protect the students, Nizu shouted. The teachers did so. Where's Aizawa? He asked. Right here. And then he came out, fully healed and a death glare glued to his face. He isn't blinking. Nizu thought to himself. Aizawa, what's going on? He demanded. I was nearly killed, but Midoriya's quirk proved to be much more versatile than we thought. He then used his quirk on a villain. I can still use my quirk under this moisturizing thing. That's very good. Ah man, the pros are here. Shigaraki ummed. It's officially game over. Shall we leave? Kurogiri dash, and then he was shot in the leg by Snipe, but Kurogiri stopped the other shots. Is there anyone who can do long-range capture right now besides Aizawa? Snipe asked, as Aizawa was busy at the moment. I can. 13 shouted. She was now up and used the full power of her quirk that she dared to use. She was pulling Kurogiri ever close to them. You may have one today, All Might. However, I will kill you next time. Shigaraki screeched to him before both he and Kurogiri disappeared. League of Villain Base. Shigaraki stumbled into the room. So, how did it go? Sensei asked from his monitor. Horrible. The green-haired kid, you were right to warn me. He ate people and was able to stand against Nomo. I would have died if I fought him. Sensei chuckled. For a moment, Tormura thought he heard as expected, but he soon decided he didn't and forgot about it. Then you should keep your distance from them both, all for one instructed. Yes, Sensei, he shouted. Hisashi turned off the monitor before leaning back. It seems your quirk is growing in power, my son. I hope you're alright there. He then realized that Inko would have seen it on the news. DMN, he thought to himself. While he did wish to delay the attack, he knew that Shigaraki would have thrown a temper tantrum and may have just gone after All Might himself. He was just happy that his son was all right. And he probably consumed many of the lesser villains as well. He chuckled at the thought. It was a good thing I picked the small fry with the worst rap sheets, he muttered to himself. But if Inko finds out I'm as good as dead. Apex? You all right? Izuku asked of his mentor. Yes, Izuku, I am, he muttered, slightly exhausted. Good. I am sleepy. Night-night, and with that Izuku fell unconscious. All Might managed to catch him. You were amazing. Truly, you'll be a great hero, Izuku Midoriya, he thought to himself, picking up the boy. His tendrils had retracted and he was sleeping peacefully. DMN. Snipe muttered. I can't believe we let them get away after trespassing. Midnight said. Well, they did catch us off guard. Nizu replied, having been put down by Vlad. However, we must make sure the students are safe. That is what matters. Farther away, Todoroki decided to speak his mind. Seeing that most of the teachers are here, I'd assume this was the only area targeted. Bakugou nodded. All Might was then seen with Izuku slung over his back. Young Midoriya is okay. He's just tired, he shouted. There was no response from said boy. Semitos ran over towards him. All Might, he whispered. Shouldn't you be, skinny? He asked. Thank Midoriya for that. He managed to manipulate his quirk to slightly heal me. It added 15 minutes to my time. However, the time seems disconnected. Semitos nodded. You should inform Nizu and the nurse, he said. The cops showed up soon afterwards. 17. Other than the boy All Might brought back to UA and the short kid, you all seem unharmed. However, that doesn't explain the massive blood stains found, but with no bodies or signs of bodies being moved. He shrugged. I'll let the pros handle that. He then left to tell the pros such. The students were having some conversations about the whole thing. Ojiro. I'm so glad you're okay, Toru said. You were so strong by yourself. The tailed boy blushed. I thought everyone else was separated. I survived by hit-and-run tactics, he responded. I was with Todoroki. He was super powerful. He froze all of the bad guys. And I almost froze her, said Teen thought to himself. Where do you think I was? Yuga asked. So the guys we fought and Izuku? I still can't believe I'm saying this. 8 were nothing but small fry? Fumikage asked, completely unaware of Yuga. Yeah, they underestimated us because they were kids. Kashinari said, still shaking a little. Yuga turned towards another group. Where? He began, but everyone was still ignoring him. So All Might put the hole in the roof? Zero asked. Yeah, that power was crazy. Sato responded. Yuga turned towards Tsuyu. Where did you think I was? He asked her. Where? She responded. It's a secret, he shouted. The police officer returned from talking with the pros. Okay, I think it's best for the students to return to their classrooms for now, he said. We'll ask about what happened later. Sir, what about Aizawa-sensei? He was skirted away. One of the students asked. Well, he was surprisingly unharmed, but his eyes changed. Looking very closely, we could see a transparent layer of tissue over them that acted like another set of eyelids. He's undergoing tests at the hospital now. Meanwhile, at the hospital, so, Eraserhead, we finally got the DNA results. And you truly are Eraserhead? The doctor said. Aizawa sighed. Why the doubt? He asked. Well, when someone grows an entire new part to an organ like that, especially when security was breached, we have to make sure that you're really you. He nodded. That is rational, but why DNA tests? Why not use knowledge only I would know? The doctor chuckled. Well, according to Present Mike, you'd react violently if we're threatened to kill your cats? The mere mention of such an act made Aizawa's capture scarf wave in the air. Demon right I would, he snarled. Well then, you'll be able to resume teaching tomorrow. The doctor said. What about 13? Mina asked. 13 has been treated. She suffered a few minor injuries, but she will survive. Mina breathed a sigh of relief. All Might will also be all right. Recovery Girl is seeing to him now. Deku? Uraraka asked. What about Midoriya? I saw him unconscious. Ida shouted. The class flinched at that. Midoriya? Oh, the green-haired kid. He's fine. All Might told me personally that he's just tired and in a deep sleep. He should wake up in about 24 hours. The class breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Uraraka exclaimed. Ida also nodded. The rest of the class smiled as well. Now then, you should all return to your classroom, the officer said. Then he turned to an officer with a cat's head. Sansa, I also have business in the nurse's office. I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, sir, he saluted. It's a cat? Mina asked. Apparently. Uraraka answered. Back in USJ, Snipe, Midnight and Nizu were still talking. We're going to need to make several drastic security changes, aren't we? Nizu asked. Yep. Snipe confirmed. A warping quirk is very rare, but for a villain of all people to have one, Midnight said, her words trailing off. Detective Tsukachi, a police officer, told the other officer who had been talking to the students. Yes, the now identified detective asked. We found what is thought to be a villain captured in some trees in the school grounds. How is it? He asked. Well, it's docile and not resisting capture, so that's a plus. It's also not responding to any of us, so it might be mute. Just then, Midnight and Principal Nizu came walking out. Principal Nizu, the detective called. I'd like permission to cover every square inch of the school grounds just to be safe, he requested. Of course. Nizu said, spreading his arms. Some people might complain, but you police officers have more authority. Investigation is what you're good at. I'm counting on you, he finished, paws clenched. The detective nodded. Teams, prepare for the investigation of the entire school, he ordered. The sun was already setting when the students made it back to UA. In the nurse's office, Toshinori was sitting on a bed while Izuku slept. Due to the circumstances, I can't really blame you for what happened, Recovery Girl said. Toshinori nodded. Without Midoriya's boost, I think I would have shortened my time limit by a considerable amount, he admitted. Recovery Girl nodded. You should have told me the Messier aspects of his quirk, she scolded. I know, but I didn't think he wanted people to know. At least you could have told me about the healing abilities, she reprimanded. Those didn't exist until today, to the best of my knowledge. As far as I can tell, his quirk grows more powerful the more people he consumes. He was shot in the head during training, but his tendrils consumed the monster who did it. He then took on the man's form and spoke with his voice, knowing what that man knew. He told me that he couldn't do that before. He had lied about his quirk, but by then there was no reason to lie. Recovery Girl gasped. An evolving quirk? She asked. I know. It's like one for all, or all for one, he finished. Recovery Girl nodded. How many people did he consume today? She asked. He shrugged. I guess around 10, he answered. So, did you notice any changes? Well, According to one of the villains, he ran straight up a vertical surface like it was horizontal. I can confirm that he can turn his entire right arm into a massive blade, but he doesn't know how to use it. His jumping ability seemed to have gotten an increase as well. Recovery Girl began writing that down. What do you think his upper limit of evolving is? She asked. I have no idea, and with one for all thrown in, he shook his head. I don't think there may be one. The elderly woman finished writing everything down. Do you think he might be a threat to society? She asked. Yagi shook his head. Even when he had apparently lost most of his higher brain functions and inhibitions towards using his quirk, he identified his friends and teachers. He called Aizawa Hunter and used the name Apex for me. He seemed confused to why his friends thought he would harm him. So no, I don't think there's a risk. She wrote that down as well. We're going to have to ask him about that when he wakes up, she instructed. Toshinori nodded. Excuse me, another voice rang out. All Might proceeded to cough up blood in surprise, although he noticed it was significantly less than usual. Tsukachi, you're here too? He shouted. It's been a while, All Might. Tsukachi responded. Can you give me a report on what happened? Wait, please tell me what happened to Aizawa, that's Eraserhead, the students and 13. Tsukachi chuckled. Eraserhead is fine. Better than fine, actually. You see, he now had a layer of transparent tissue beneath his eyelids. It can, as far as we can tell, keep his eyes open indefinitely without any issue. 13 is fully recovered, and the students only have a few light injuries, and one of them is unconscious. Don't worry, it's just a minor concussion. All Might breathed a sigh of relief, and then perked up again. Wait. What was that about Aizawa? Recovery Girl nodded. He managed to grow some sort of tissue that allows him to never have to close his eyes. His quirk can be used indefinitely. We still have no idea how that happened. Toshinori turned and looked at Izuku. I think I know what happened, but I'm not going to confirm until I hear it from him, he said. Tsukachi nodded. If it wasn't for you three, the students would have died. That's where you're wrong. They also fought for their lives. I don't think there have been any first-year students who have been exposed to a real combat situation so early, survived, and learned about the career they're soon to obtain. The villains were stupid. The class is strong, and they will all become strong heroes. There was a P-Argent pause. I'm sure of that. Consciousness came to Izuku slowly. It was an in-and-out sort of thing. However, he eventually managed to pull himself up. He felt full. There was zero hunger tugging at him. It was always there in some way, but now, he screamed. If he felt the way he did, that meant that he'd killed countless people. Mina? Uraraka? Ida? Kirishima? Kaken? He started going on a list of his classmates, but before he could finish, the curtain across from his hospital bed was yanked to the side. It was All Might in his skinny form, but still. All Might, he gasped. The symbol of peace chuckled. How are you, young Midoriya? He asked. What happened? Was his question. The skinny man shook his head. So you don't remember anything? He inquired. Izuku stuttered. Don't lie to my young Midoriya. Do you remember anything? He repeated. Izuku shook his head, tears in his eyes. No. The last thing I remember is eating a villain about to Arpitsu. Oh God, did I eat her? Did I eat any of my classmates? Did I dash? All Might put a hand to his mouth. Fuff, he exclaimed, still shocked at the hand on his face. Calm down, young Midoriya. And as for an answer to your question, no. None of your classmates were harmed by you. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. But what about the villains? He asked. All Might sighed, dreading what he'd have to say next. There were 74 villains who attacked. 2 escaped. 62 were captured. That leaves 10 unaccounted for, he said. Izuku turned green. All Might grabbed a bucket while Izuku hurled. Since there was nothing in his stomach, the only thing that came up was bile. T10, he whispered. All Might nodded. The only thing left of them were various bloodstains. IIK killed TT them, he stuttered. Hey, you didn't freak out this much back in training, Toshinori said, trying to calm his student. I did when I got home. I hadn't had time to digest it. Interesting choice of words there, Yagi chuckled. Izuku then paled. Oh God, why did I choose that, he asked himself. The eighth holder of One for All shrugged. I don't really care. However, there are a few things we need to talk about, he said. Izuku had a confused look on his face. Like? Izuku asked. Like how the hell your quirk works the way it does, shrieked an exasperated recovery girl. What? Izuku flatly asked, shocked at seeing her so angry. I am at my wit's end. I have no clue how your quirk works and it bothers me, she shouted. I noticed, Tashinori deadpanned. You be quiet, she scolded at him. He obliged. From what I've seen and what I've been told, your quirk even evolves. Evolves? It's not like the evolution of One for All, but like an organism. It changes with stimuli, not over time. She threw her hands into the air. And when I tired to draw blood, this is what came out. She held a vial of black ooze with red light flashing through it. And when I put it under a microscope, I couldn't see anything. So I had to grab an electron microscope, and you know what? Every F&G part of the goo that came from you is a virus. And I know for sure it wasn't like this when you enrolled. I had given everyone a blood test after the first day, and you. Normal. Blood. Wow. She's really upset? Izuku thought to himself. Calm down, recovery girl. You're scaring him, Tashinori said. I'm sorry. It's just that your quirk is so unique. Aizawa was able to erase it a few days ago, but who knows now? What do you mean? He asked. Well, according to Tsu, you were crushed by a boulder and turned into a black goo, not unlike what your blood is now made out of. So, I think your quirk has officially become a mutant quirk. But it doesn't affect my appearance. Izuku stuttered. It affects your entire body and you can't turn it off. Recovery girl stated. I guess so, he muttered. And what of the evolutions? Tashinori asked. Young Midoriya probably doesn't know about the new ones. And new ones? He asked. Recovery girl nodded. According to eyewitness accounts, you were jumping around twice as far as you could the day before, sprinting up vertical walls like they were horizontal, and your entire right arm turned into a massive blade. However, you were unable to wield said blade effectively. Also, you were able to heal people, she said, reading off notes while Izuku grew paler. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go attend a meeting. I'll leave you two alone, Yagi stated, leaving the office. He gave one final thumbs up to his heir before leaving. The police have been investigating the group that calls itself the League of Villains, and there is no mention of a villain with the name Shigaraki Tamura, Detective Tsukachi read off of the report. It is the same with the villain called Kurojiri with the warping quirk. They are probably using false names and may not even be citizens. In other words, these are people with unregistered quirks who are in the underbelly of society. In other words, you don't know anything, Vlad King stated. Then we must hurry. Once Shigaraki's wounds heal, the League will definitely try again. The ringleader? Tashinori asked. What is the problem, All Might? Nizu asked. His attack was a bold move. In fact, most people would never carry it out even if they thought of it. He went on and on with his statements, and never mentioned his quirk while bragging about Nomu's quirk. And he became visibly upset when things didn't go his way. Even so, it was foolish to throw away the advantage of having an unknown quirk like his did. Nizu responded. He also made immature statements with a straight face and bragged about the things he had. He expected everything to go his way. Thus, my opinion of him is that he is a man-child. A child with power, Vlad muttered. Could it be that he never received quirk counseling? Midnight asked. Tashinori shook his head. That may be the case, but depending on the counselor, that could have led to his path directly or just have not affected it. Everyone turned towards the skinny man. What do you mean? Tsukachi asked. All Might sighed. Young Bakugou told me that both he and young Midoriya went to the same elementary and middle school. The counselor there threw flattery at young Bakugou, telling him that he could basically do what he wanted and that his quirk was perfect for heroics. Young Midoriya, on the other hand, got nothing but emotional and, in at least one case, physical abuse from the man. Everyone gasped. Apparently his medical records showed an extra toe joint, in spite of him having a quirk. The extra joint was seen as proof of quirklessness, And almost every teacher and student bullied him for his apparent lack of a quirk. They have no idea how lucky they were, Aizawa grumbled from his seat. Agreed. Young Bakugou mentioned that he was constantly afraid Izuku would snap from the bullying at some point. All Might said. And how do you know all of this? Nizu asked, rage building in him. I asked Bakugou after young Kirishima mentioned that young Bakugou knew about young Midoriya's unique abilities. And he never felt the need to tell us? Midnight asked. Young Midoriya lied to my face about it when we first met. You all know about how people with incredibly different quirks can be seen, especially you Principal Nizu. All Might gestured to the hyper-intelligent animal. I think that his life would have been filled with people constantly calling him a villain in the making at least, which may actually lead to such a career. It happens. And with how Midoriya quirk grows when he eats? Grows? Nizu asked. It mutates whenever he consumes humans. He gained 3 powers in the USJ and improved another, he explained. Everyone stared. An evolving quirk, Aizawa breathed out. Wait, what was that about eating people? Vlad asked. All Might sighed again. Young Midoriya's quirk is, as I mentioned, unique. It morphs his body at will, and it makes him fueled by any large source of meat, although for some reason humans are the preferred fuel. Tsukachi gasped. And why wasn't this brought to the attention of the police? He growled. All Might sighed. I hadn't told anyone. As I mentioned, he knew what it meant. He wants nothing more than to be a hero, and he despises that part of his quirk. And I know what the police would do. They'd hand him over to the government for experimentation. He finished the last bit with a snarl. Let's get back on topic. Tsukachi recommended. Agreed, everyone replied, shaken by All Might's words. We checked out all of the 62 villains captured. They were all back alley street thugs, but with rather vile rap sheets. The 10 that were devoured were also assumed to be low-level as well. However, they still followed and agreed with the man-child is a problem. After all, in the current environment of the nation, villains who believe themselves oppressed by society may flock to such a simple idea. Vlad nodded. That's true. There are a lot of people here who don't know what to do with their quirk, Snipe mentioned. That's also true, but there were so many there who, according to reports, knew how to hurt people, Midnight observed. Well, it's thanks to you heroes that we in the police have been able to gather all of this data. We'll expand the search and attempt to arrest the perpetrators. But still, a man-child, Nizu muttered. He's like our students in some way. If there's someone out there who's backing him while cultivating that malice, he trailed off. Toshinori's mind was racing. No. There's no way he could still be around. No one could have survived a punch like that. But still, it was the one who murdered my mentor and defeated all of the previous holders of One for All. All for One. UA was closed the next day, so Izuku managed to get home without seeing his classmates. He decided to call his dad. Izuku? Are you all right? Calmed the frantic response from his father. Dad. Why yes, I'm all right, he stuttered out. A loud breath was heard. Thank heavens. To think that an attack like that would have occurred. At least you're okay. Yeah? Well, I'm physically fine. Dare I ask? His father inquired. There were 74 villains there. 2 escaped. 62 were captured. And the other 10, he didn't need to finish it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry, his father muttered. Dad, it wasn't your fault. It was the villain's fault for attacking. At least, that's what All Might said. That he's correct? His father seemed to have to force the words out. How have you been? He asked. Well, I've had to deal with incompetent staff for my whole life, but the most recent ones definitely take the cake. They can't follow simple orders, he growled. Then why don't you fire them? Izuku knew that was cold, but there had to be more qualified people. I can't. I've been assigned to watch over them and it would look bad if I got rid of them. Well, good night, Dad. Good night, son. Izuku hung up, hoping his father was feeling all right. All for One was not feeling all right. Shigaraki had been complaining about things and Kurogiri wasn't able to calm him down. And to top it off, according to Kurogiri, they hadn't been told to spare his son or honorary nephew. He'd given Shigaraki the scolding of a lifetime for that, and he had lots of practice in that department. From getting his brother to take his monthly vitamin shots to getting Izuku to eat his vegetables to whatever, he knew how to scold without raising his voice. He didn't kill or dequirk them because his son was mostly unharmed. He was scarred, but he knew his son would become a better person from it. It worked with Katsuki Bakugou, and his son had a stronger will than the explosive blonde did. Classes resumed after a day. "Hey, did you see the news?" Hagakure asked, waving her hand around, not that anyone could see it. "We were all on screen for a brief moment. Although I didn't stand out much," she muttered. "That's true," Shoji replied. "Well, it's hard to stand out when you're literally invisible." Ojiro sated. "Man, the channels all made a big deal out of it." Kaminari replied, leaning back. "I'm not surprised, although they decided to leave the more gruesome parts out," Kirishima replied, finally not stuttering. "Can you blame them? Of the place where pros are made was attacked." Jiro responded, twirling her earphones. "Who knows what would have happened if the teachers hadn't arrived when they did." Siro sighed, relieved that it had not come to that. There would have been a case slaughter. Instead of 2 escaping, 62 captured, and 10 dead, it would have just been 74 dead. Bakugou shouted. "You seem sure of that," Kirishima responded. "Hey, you saw what Deku can do," the explosive blonde retorted. "Point taken," the redhead responded. Said teen was just hiding in his seat, trying not to be noticed. "But man, All Might was super cool," Sato shouted. "He pushed back those super strong villains." "Yes, his strength is worth wondering at," Fumikage said, tilting his head. "And what of Midoriya?" Ojiro asked. Bakugou snorted. "Even when he was feral, he seemed confused at the idea that he'd be a danger to us." Momo nodded. "He made a detour to save us from villains twice, and he showed no longing to harm us." Izuku, meanwhile, sighed in relief. "Everyone, homeroom is about to start. Sit down in your seats and cease talking," Ida shouted, bursting into the room. We're already in our seats," one of the students said. "Shoot," Ida mumbled, visibly shaking. "Don't worry about it," Uraraka replied, bubbly as always. "Hey Tsu, is Aizawa gonna be here?" Mina asked. "Well, he did get checked out of the hospital yesterday, so probably." As if in cue, the door opened and he appeared. "Morning," he said, his eyes looking less dry than they usually did. "Sensei, are you all right?" Ida shouted. "I am fine. Actually, I'm better than fine," he said. How can that be? We saw you against that beast-like thing." Siro shouted. "You can thank Midoriya for that. He managed to heal me and gave me a little gift." He pointed to his eyes. "I now have a protective and water-trapping layer right above my eyes but below my eyelids. This new tissue allows me to keep my eyes open indefinitely. I don't think I should mention that I asked Santa for this for 3 years in a row when I was a kid." Everyone looked to the green-haired teen, who was just as shocked as everyone else. "I did that? I knew I could heal, but to add a new organ?" he asked. "Well, it sees that Recovery Girl was right in saying that you didn't remember anything." He then turned towards his students. "But that doesn't matter. This is because the UA Sports Festival is drawing near. Is it safe to have such an event so soon after a villain attack?" Jiro asked. "What if they attack us again?" Ojiro asked. "The way people will think of it is that UA will be showing that our crisis management is rock solid in that we're willing to hold this event. Also, our security had been quintupled. And finally, the sports festival is a huge event. It's too large to be cancelled by a villain attack. After all, it's one of Japan's biggest events. It's taken over from the Olympics, as most nations don't send quirkless people to compete in those," he responded. "And many pros will be watching for scouting purposes." Momo responded. "After graduation, it's typical to join a hero agency as a sidekick," Kaminari explained. "But there are those who get stuck as sidekicks for their whole lives." Jiro responded. "I feel like you'd be one of those, Kaminari. Because you're dumb," said boy flinched. "Of course, joining a more famous hero agency will grant you experience and popularity," Aizawa continued. "Time is limited. If you expect to be a pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. You have one chance a year. That means you have 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss the event. Now that you understand that, don't slack off with your preparations. And now, homeroom is dismissed, he finished. Even though all of that stuff has happened, I'm so excited. Kirishima shouted. Hey, if we put on a good show and stand out, we've taken our first steps at becoming pros. Siro piped up. It was worth coming to you. Sato exclaimed. We only have a few chances. Therefore we cannot afford to miss this. Fumikage stated. Ojirio, I'm getting super nervous. Hagakure shouted. I need to stand out in the sports festival. But the pros might not notice you unless you try really hard, he said. Oh dear, what'll I do? I stand out just by standing still. Yuga shouted. The scouts won't be able to take their eyes off of me. Right? He asked Koji, who furiously nodded. You're lucky, Shoji. Your brawn really stands out on your own. Kaminari said to his friend. There's no reason for that unless I can show them my usefulness, he replied. I think you'll stand out plenty, especially when you overuse your quirk. Jiro mocked. Everyone's so into it, Izuku stammered. You're not. Ida then stood up, arms wide. We enrolled here to become heroes, so of course we'd get fired up. He exclaimed. You didn't see what happened when I get fired up, Izuku stated. He's right, Ida. Also, you have a weird way of getting fired up. Tsuyu stated. How can you not feel the same, Midoriya? Ida demanded. Well, when I get fired up, things happen. Ask anyone here. He stammered, repeating what he had just said. Deku. Ida, a voice growled. They turned to see. Let's do our best at the sports festival. Uraraka was growling. And frankly it scared Izuku. You Uraraka. Your face, he shouted. What's going on? Mina asked, popping over. You don't look very carefree, even though that's what your name means. Mineta began, but Tsuyu had anticipated the move and blocked it with a counter-move of her own. A beach slap with her tongue. Uraraka planted her foot on the ground and raised a fist into the air. Everyone, I'm going to do my best. Yeah, the classmates closest to her shouted. She then turned towards the other classmates. I'm gonna do my best, she growled again. Why yeah, they stammered, intimidated by her 180 personality-wise. At lunchtime, Izuku decided to ask a rather personal question to Uraraka. Why did you decide to become a pro hero? He asked of her. She was unprepared for a question like that. Because money. You wanted to become a pro for the money? He almost yelled. It was rather close. He knew his dad hated pros who became heroes for that reason. He'd cursed their names to high heavens. His mother had told him that he'd done that before he was born, but his language was more colorful. When he asked his father had told him to multiply Kaken's swearing by around, he was brought out of his nostalgia by his friend furiously rubbing the back of her head. That's the simplest explanation, she choked out. I am sorry, it's for such an unwholesome reason. By now Ida was next to Izuku. You two have such admirable reasons to become heroes, so it's embarrassing. Why is it that? Izuku asked. He knew his friend wasn't greedy. My parents own a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work at all, so we're broke. It's not something I like to tell people, though. Construction, Ida said aloud. So you want to get your quirk license to bring costs down? He asked. Izuku was thinking back to what his father had thought about the quirk laws. He was livid at them. He was always complaining that Japan hadn't followed the American Republic in the allowing of public quirk use with a license that was not only restricted to heroes. She'd make materials float so they wouldn't need any heavy equipment. Ida said, breaking him out of his musings. That's what I told my dad when I was little. However, they encouraged me to follow my dream, even at the expense of themselves. So when I become a hero, I'll make enough money for my parents to take it easy, she finished. Izuku was quite shocked at that revelation. He was even more shocked when Ida started to applaud wildly. Young Midoriya. All Might shouted. All Might? What are you doing here? He screamed. Lunch, he declared, holding up a small bundle. Wanna eat together? He asked. Uraraka started to shake. It's like he's a girl with a crush, she thought to herself as she tried not to asphyxiate from laughter. How about it? His teacher asked. Sure, he replied as Ida managed to get Uraraka to breath again. What was that? Izuku asked. My time I can spend as a hero is now 3 hours and 15 minutes, thanks to you. The now demuscled All Might stated. But how? Izuku shouted. When you were feral, you injected one of your tendrils into me, and a bulge of, what did Recovery Girl call it, biomass? Biomass. A bulge of biomass went out of it instead of in. It was injected into me, and it forced my body to regenerate. It hurt a lot, though, he finished, rubbing the back of his head. Oh, that's how I heal people? Izuku muttered. His teacher nodded. Have some tea, Toshinori said, handing a cup to his protege. More importantly, I brought you here to discuss the sports festival. You still can't control one for all, can you? He asked. Izuku shook his head. You'll have to rely on your quirk. Does it have a name? He asked. Izuku nodded. My dad came up with it. It's called Blacklight. It's based on the virus from Prototype. A fitting name, Toshinori said. Well, you'll have to rely on it. After all, you shouldn't break your limbs. Yagi said. You know about how durable I am from what Recovery Girl said. But besides that, it only takes around 15 minutes for my fingers to recover from using one for all naturally, and that was before the USJ incident. I'll have to test it out at home, he said. All Might was stunned. I knew you could heal fast when you had to, but to think your quirk gives off such a passive regeneration? He trailed off. Anyways, my time as the symbol of peace is nearing its end, even with the boost you gave me. And many with villainous intent are beginning to realize it. Izuku stood up in shock. I granted you my power so you can succeed me, he said, arm outstretched. I'm certain that you feel the same way you did when we started training, right? Izuku nodded. The sports festival is an event where everyone, including pros, are watching closely. This is what I came here to talk to you about. I want you to show yourself to the world, so everyone knows that a new symbol of peace had been born, he shouted. You know about the intrinsics of the sports festival, right? Toshinori asked. Of course. Izuku replied. The business, general, support and hero courses come together and fight through preliminary games of different types, based on class year, and then those on the top face off in the finals. It's basically a round-robin based upon grade. Correct. Yagi shouted. That means that you have to sell yourself to the public with everything you've got. He exclaimed. All right. Izuku muttered. And then Toshi coughed up blood and toppled over, bringing the couch he was sitting on with him, shocking Izuku so much that spines grew out of his back, just like when he fought against the slime villain. I mean you're correct. But it's honestly kind of hard to get completely into it right after what happened. All Might is already teaching me, so I'm not as motivated to stand out at the sports festival. In the first place, my standing out involves my tendrils popping out, which might send most of my class into a fit of fear. Also, according to All Might, I instinctively recognized my classmates as allies and not prey, but that probably will not be the case with the other students. You are the best at speaking nonsense. Toshinori screamed, spitting blood again. And nonsense? And you heard all that? Izuku asked in shock. There are those who are aiming for the top and those who aren't. This little difference in attitudes is key once you go into the outside world. That muttering is giving me flashbacks to my fight with All for One. Why is this happening? He thought. I understand how you feel, and I admit this is more for my benefit than yours, but don't forget that feeling you felt at the beach, he said, dismissing Izuku. As Izuku turned to leave, Toshinori noticed something. Izuku? Your quirk is acting up. You have rippling spines growing out of your back. Izuku turned his head as far as he could, and his eyes widened. Oh no. Am I uniform? He stammered. I'll get you a new one. However, you can use that as a flashy technique. Also, it adds a bit of protection. Izuku nodded and left. After classes, the students of Class 1A found themselves trapped by a massive horde of students from other classes. What is this? Uraraka stammered. What business do you have with Class A? Ida asked. We can't get out. What did you come here for anyway? Mineta screeched. They're scouting the competition, small fry. Bakugou snarled. We survived a villain attack and one of us even took 10 of them to an early grave. They want to check us out before the sports festival. Mineta was shaking while pointing at Katsuki. That's Kaken in neutral, Izuku explained. Bakugou had now reached the front of the throng of students blocking the door. There's no point of doing this kind of CRP. Bakugou stated to them. Get the F out of my way. He snarled. I came to see what Class A was like, and it seems like you're disappointingly arrogant. Are all students in the hero course like this? A purple-haired teen with tired eyes asked. Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka shook their heads violently. Bakugou looked personally insulted. This is making me disillusioned, he looked down while rubbing his head. Then he looked up. Several of us from the general course and the other courses couldn't get into the hero course. Did you know that? He asked. Bakugou growled. The school has given us another chance. You see, depending on the results of the sports festival, we may be transferred to the hero course. Of course, the opposite could happen to you. That last bit made Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka gulp. You think we're all scouting the enemy? I, at least, came to say that it doesn't matter if you're in the hero course, I'll sweep your feet out from under you if you get too carried away. I came with a declaration of war. This person is really bold. Ida, Uraraka, and Izuku thought simultaneously. As Bakugou and the tired-eyed kid glared at each other, another voice rang out. Hey hey hey! I'm from Class B next door, a silver-haired teen shouted. I heard you guys fought villains so I came to hear about it. Don't get too full of yourself. Another bold person, Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka thought. If you bark too much, it'll be an embarrassment for you guys during the real fight. Bakugou ignored the kid. Hey! Are you ignoring me? He shouted. Kirishima then opened his mouth. Hey Bakugou! What are you gonna do about this? He questioned. It's your fault everyone's hating on us. It doesn't matter if you rise to the top, the explosive blonde growled before walking off. You be yesterday. The silver-haired B student shouted. Meanwhile, Class 1A had a minor argument about it. Kirishima had thought it was manly. The rest of the class disliked how the rest of the school were now probably their enemies. Izuku, however, was thinking about what everyone had said about the sports festival, ending with All Might asking him to remember how he felt on the beach. Izuku worked hard for the next 2 weeks, using Dagoba Beach as a training ground. He used Blacklight to increase his speed while using One for All on his toes to propel himself forward. Blacklight healed his fingers and toes much faster now. It only took 1 minute for each digit. He discovered that when he sprinted he could treat vertical surfaces like horizontal ones, just like Recovery Girl had said. That had given his mother a fright when she saw him running up and down the apartment. He knew that his fellow students were also training. However, he was only 95% right. Mineta was only practicing his speech for when he got first place. Soon the morning of the sports festival arrived. Izuku, please be careful and try not to get hurt. Inko asked her son. Isashi, who was on speaker, decided to chime in. Do your best, son, he encouraged, his voice full of warmth. I'll record it, okay? It'll be in high resolution, Inko stated. Izuku nodded. Do your best, she finished. Okay, he responded. I'll be watching you, my boy. I'm so proud of you, his father shouted. I love you both. Bye. Izuku then ran off to catch the train. At the base for the League of Villains, All for One had specifically instructed his minions to A. Not attack the sports festival, and B. Not to interrupt him as he decided to watch it, so as to scout out the future problems on pain of death after he took their quirk. That was his excuse, anyway. He'd be dead if he didn't watch his son. He knew both him and his honorary nephew were competing, and he hoped that Katsuki hadn't reverted to the state he was before he had that little talk with him. At the entrance, the crowds were getting restless. Why is this taking so long? Growled a female reporter. Her cameraman decided to speak up. Well, they were attacked, so of course they'd beef up security. Also, there are people criticizing the choice to even hold it this year. At that, the camerawoman's eyes became yen signs. Controversy equals ratings, she gleamed. Just inside the gate were several small shops selling food and merchandise. Most of the people had to choose where to go. The third-year stage was usually the most watched, but this time the first years were very close to upstaging them. Meanwhile, 1A was getting ready to compete. "Aw man, I wanted to wear my costume," Mina complained. "We can't. It's in the interest of fairness," Ojiro responded. "I wonder what the first round will be this year?" Sato asked aloud. "No matter what it is, we're going to have to deal with it," Fumikage stated with certainty. "Right?" Shoji responded. And then Ida opened the door. "Everyone, are you ready?" he shouted. "We will be entering soon." "Midoriya," Todoroki said. Izuku turned around. "Todoroki? What is it?" "Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you." At this, Bakugou started laughing aloud. "Dream on icy hot. You're pathetic compared to Deku." "We all are." Todoroki turned. "What makes you say that? You remember USJ, right?" Bakugou asked. "Of course." Todoroki replied. "You really think you'd live if Deku decided to kill you?" "Indeed. However, back to the topic. All Might has his eye on you, right, Midoriya?" Izuku gasped. "I'm not trying to pry about that. But I'm going to beat you," he stated emotionlessly. "What's this? Is the best in the class making a declaration of war?" Kaminari asked, trying to fight down the mental image of Izuku ripping Todoroki to literal shreds. Kirishima put his hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Hey, why are you trying to pick a fight?" "Udio know who you're talking to, right?" He clearly remembered what happened to those Izuku decided were his enemy. "We shouldn't make enemies of each other just before the start. We're not here to make friends," Todoroki retorted, pushing Kirishima's hand off of his shoulder. "So what does it matter?" he asked, walking off. Izuku decided to speak up. "Todoroki, I don't know what you're talking about when you say you'll beat me, and of course you're better than me. After all, your quirk doesn't depend on murder. I think you're more capable than most people, looking at it objectively. And Midoriya, you shouldn't look at this so negatively. I mean, a look at your quirk?" Kirishima started nervously. "But everyone, the students from the other courses are aiming for the top with everything they've got. I can't afford to fall behind, so I'll be going for it with everything I've got as well." "Yeah," Todoroki casually said. Bakugou scared. "If Deku went all out you'd be lucky to live," he grumbled. Out in the stadium, Present Mike turned on the screens. "HY," he shouted. He got roaring applause from the audience. "Pay attention, audience. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence you all know and love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage." And with that, Class 1A walked out. The UA Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes yearly sharpen their swords. And here they are. These students managed to survive a literal villain attack. The hero Class 1A. The audience roared. By now, Izuku was beginning to panic. "There are so many people," he said to himself. He also felt the familiar hunger rising up. Apparently 10 wasn't enough for his appetite. Then again, it had been 2 weeks. Will we be able to give our best performance when we're being watched by so many? Ida asked aloud. Is this also essential hero training? Ida asked as a follow-up question. Hey, are you nervous, Bakugou? Kirishima asked. This is just getting me more into it, he growled. This class has not been given much airtime, but they also have talent. They are Hero Class 1B. Next up are the general studies of classes C, D, and E. The support classes of F, G, and H are also here. And finally, the business classes of I, J, and K. All of UA's first years are here now. By now, the students were all in one huge group, with Midnight, in her unorthodox uniform, complete with a cat o' nine tails. All right, time for the player pledge, she shouted. The crowd cheered for obvious reasons. What is Ms. Midnight wearing? Kirishima declared. WL, that's an R-rated hero for you. Kaminari stuttered. Is it even okay that such a hero would be at a high school? Fumikage asked. Yes. Mineta screeched. Quiet everyone. Representing Class 1A is Katsuki Bakugou. All of 1A paled. This is gonna SCK was the common theme. Said explosive blonde, however, just calmly walked forward. Class 1A waited for him to do his usual "you can all eat my dust" type of thing, but instead he just stood there for a moment. "Well, this is an unexpected surprise," he calmly stated. "I wasn't aware that I'd have a speech to give. So, let's keep this short. I want to see what everybody's got." He was yelling now. "Give it your all." Cheers went up from the students. "Some of us have quirks that are flashy, some have subtle quirks, and some of us have quirks that are downright terrifying. However, here, we should remember that we're all training to become part of the hero industry. Good luck." And with that he walked off the podium. "Wow, Kaken, I wasn't expecting that," Izuku said. "Well, I figured saying, 'you all can kiss my butt' wouldn't be a good way to start." "You mean like how? You told Midoriya not to eat butt?" Tsuyu calmly asked. The class chuckled. "Sure, what did I eat?" Katsuki screeched in rage. Midnight cleared her throat. "Now then, let's get started right away." "UA does everything right away, doesn't it?" Uraraka asked Tsuyu. Meanwhile Midnight kept talking. "The first round is what you'd consider a qualifier. Every year, many students drink their tears due to this first round. This year it's a roulette will spun. An obstacle race," she declared after it stopped. "All 11 classes will participate. The length of the race is the outer circumference of the stadium, which is about 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is freedom. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you stay on the course. Now then, take your places everybody." Izuku wasn't in the front, but he noticed that the first part was pretty narrow. "I'll have to G vertically," he thought to himself. "Start." Midnight shouted as the lights went off. The horde of students rushed forward. "Okay, here's the play-by-play. Are you ready to do the commentary, Eraserhead?" Mike asked. "Why am I here?" Aizawa groaned. "Let's get started right away," Mike said, ignoring his fellow staff member. "This part that the students are facing." Meanwhile, the students were tightly packed together. Izuku, however, jumped onto the side of the wall and sprinted. "And Midoriya is running on the wall? Since when could he do that?" Mike shouted. "He's full of surprises." Aizawa deadpanned. And then Todoroki decided to weed out the competition by freezing as many people as he could to the ground. Of course, several students managed to avoid that. More people outside of Class A managed to avoid that than I thought, the ice user thought to himself. And then he saw Mineta using his sticky ball to bounce across. "I've outwitted you, Todoroki. How pathetic," he screeched. "Take T-," and then he was swatted by a robot and was sent flying. He tumbled around. These robots were set to target the students. How will they avoid them? Mike shouted. Izuku nearly froze when one of the robots swung its face towards him, but it passed him over. He mentally screamed. And the challengers have been stopped by the first obstacle. The Robo Inferno. How will they get past them? Mike shouted. "Oh, would you look at that? They're not targeting Midoriya," Aizawa flatly stated. "Good gracious, you're right. How is that possible?" Mike shouted. "Since my BSTRD of a father is watching," Todoroki muttered. He then effortlessly froze an entire zero-pointer solid. "We can go through the legs," one random student shouted. "I wouldn't. They're beginning to topple," Todoroki stated. And sure enough they were. And using an offensive and defensive move at once, Todoroki managed to be the second one through. "Now, how do you think Midoriya got through?" Mike asked Aizawa. "No comment," he replied. He knew that the robots were programmed to go after humans in a specific area. Perhaps they're not registering Izuku as human, he thought to himself. He then texted Recovery Girl. "Make sure to check Midoriya's DNA," he typed, before hitting the send button. At the base, All for One was cheering his son on. "Yeah, that's my boy," he shouted, his sound obscured by the quirk that made every sound he made dissipate in such a way that only he could hear it. In Izuku's apartment, Inko was crying with joy. "Izuku!" she shouted, crying a stream of tears. "Wait. Someone's trapped under there. They'll die," A random student shouted. Are people gonna die here? Another shouted. This was when Kirishima propelled himself through the ice. The hell, I'll die here, he growled. Kirishima from 1A was underneath. That's crazy, Mike shouted. Todoroki, you timed it so I'd be under it when they fell, he snarled. If it wasn't me, someone could have died. That class a really is filled with BSs. A Class B student growled, pulling himself up with a similar quirk. And Tetsu pulls himself up from underneath as well. Mike shouted. If it hadn't been me, someone could have died, he said, unknowingly repeating what Kashima said. Our quirks are practically the same. How can I stand out now? Kashima cried out, a thin trail of tears following him. Why, you little, Tetsu growled. Man, those guys are lucky, Kaminari grumbled. They can get ahead without the fear of getting crushed. The other students began to get past the robots, one after the other. As expected, the group in the lead is mostly composed of Class 1A. Snipe mentioned. Class B and the other courses aren't doing so bad either. Toshinori stated. Class 1A doesn't spend that much time standing around. Aizawa mentioned to Mike. Those who experience firsthand the world above them at USJ, those who had fear planted in their hearts, those who dealt with it and pulled through, they're using their experience to drown out their hesitation, he finished. Meanwhile, Izuku was weaving around the robots, with Todoroki close behind him. I can't rely on one for all right now, he thought. He then saw a bunch of the robots he passed go down due to explosion. Kaken, he thought, only for the smoke to clear, revealing that Momo had created an artillery cannon. She defeated the zero-pointers with no trouble. No wonder she got in on recommendations, he thought to himself. The zero-pointers here are enemies to defeat, not to avoid here. Therefore, the students are beginning to see openings. Snipe said. My oh my. Look at all of those getting through the first obstacle. But what about the second? Mike shouted. If you fall, you're out. If you want to cross, you'll have to crawl. The fall, he finished. Izuku noticed this and coiled biomass into his legs. He quickly discovered that his jumps easily cleared the gaps. He didn't see what the others did, though. A lot of people are working hard for their chance, aren't they, Eraserhead? Mike shouted. What are you idiots stopping for? Eraserhead growled as most of the students weren't moving. Todoroki just used his ice to slide over, managing to inch past Midoriya. And Todoroki takes the lead. Mike shouted. In the stands, the fans were conversing. Wow, he's making it look easy. And look at that quirk. It's so powerful, one said. That's to be expected. He's Endeavor's son. The blood of the second-best hero flows through his veins. They'll be fighting over who gets him as a sidekick, another shouted. Back at home, Inko was cheering for her son. Izuku, she muttered. At the base, All for One was watching intently. Come on, Izuku, don't let him win, he muttered, fighting down the urge to vomit at the thought of Endeavor spawning. And now we're getting to the third and final part of the obstacle race. The reality of this one is that it's a literal minefield. Mike shouted. You can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. Therefore you have to use your eyes and legs. Please note that these landmines aren't so powerful as to kill you, but they're loud and flashy enough to make you wet your breathes. That depends on the person, Aizawa muttered. A minefield? Izuku thought to himself, instinctively slowing down. Students began to fly upwards as one after another stepped on the mines. I see. They're trying to put those in the lead at a disadvantage. Todoroki thought to himself as he slowly made his way across. Bakugou was just flying over the field, using his explosions to propel himself. This pansy butt trap doesn't affect me, he snarled. He then passed Todoroki. Don't declare war on the wrong person, you bastard, he screamed, taking the lead. And we have a new frontrunner. Rejoice, mass media. This is the kind of development that you love. And look at that. The rest of the pack is also speeding up. Mike shouted. Sure enough, they were. And the top two are fighting each other while they run. But where is Midoriya? Izuku, meanwhile, noticed that he was falling behind. It's a long way up, he thought to himself. Is there any way to catch up? He suddenly had an idea. Maybe he could use the explosions? Okay, now I need a shock absorber, he thought. He then looked down at his hands. Come on, think. I have claws and a sword. I need a shield. He forced biomass into his arms, and they began to expand. Soon, there was a thick amount of tendrils covering both of his hands. They formed the shape of a square and then they hardened. Izuku realized that he didn't feel anything there. Sorry, Kaken, but I'm using your idea, he mentally growled, slamming his new shield into the ground. This set off a lot of minds. Oh, there's a huge explosions at the back. Mike shouted. And Izuku shot out, riding his new shield. What? Toshinori shouted. Was that an accident, or did he do it on purpose? And Midoriya certainly didn't have that before. Mike shouted, pointing to the black shield. He's using the blast, he shouted. And then he flew over the leaders. And Midoriya is back in the lead. Oh my god! Mike was screaming now, and the only thing that kept him from accidentally activating his quirk was Aizawa erasing it. And the two formerly in the lead are now no longer fighting each other. Mike commented, I'm slowing down. Izuku thought, I can't let them get ahead of me, and with that he landed on their shoulders, leapt off, and slammed the shield into another mine. The blast knocked the two off of their feet, and propelled him ahead. He rolled and was soon back on his feet. He pushed biomass into his legs and took off. What the heck are you teaching them, Eraserhead? Mike screamed. I'm just their homeroom teacher. I didn't teach them that, he muttered. And the first stage of the first-year sports festival is almost over. Who could have predicted the beginning or the end? And now, the first person back is none other than Izuku Midoriya. Mike screeched. Izuku was shocked at people cheering for him, of all people. At home, Inko was almost passed out. She mumbled, falling off the couch. At the base, all for one let loose a tight scream. That's my boy. That's my son. Well done, he shouted, the sound almost breaking past the barrier he set up. Back at the stadium, Izuku looked up to where the teachers were, and there, hiding among them, was All Might in his deflated form, clapping for him as well. His tears welled up as he clenched his fist. And now they're finishing, one after the other. Mike shouted, Deku! You were amazing. I really have a long way to go. Uraraka shouted. Meanwhile, Ito was in a state of shock because he'd fallen behind, even though his quirk was built for speed. I also have a long way to go, he mumbled, hiding his face. Momo came in, her breeds down, panties showing, and those were a little low as well. No, this wasn't how it was supposed to go, she whimpered. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. You ran too fast though. I was almost able to kill 3. Mineta cackled. Aizawa's glare aimed was towards his student, as Mike turned off the radio in shock. Did Mineta just say what I think he said? And do you think he was implying? Mike gasped before trailing off. The crowd wasn't noticing. It was. Aizawa snarled. Why, you do realize that he technically was in the top 42, right? Mike asked. Aizawa turned, murder in his eyes. Very well. But if he doesn't get first place, he's being shipped off to the general course, he growled. Why not expulsion? Mike asked. You know the ramifications that'll have? Aizawa grumbled. Mike nodded, before turning the radio on again. The first round of the first-year sports festival is over. Midnight shouted into her microphone. And now, the results. She pointed to a billboard. The names flashed. Izuku thought there was a pattern somewhere. It was like when hero teams were being drawn, but he couldn't place it. The top 42 get to advance to the next round. Midnight announced. If you didn't get in, don't worry. We've prepared other ways for you to shine, she said, licking her lips. The real challenge begins now. The press will be all over it. Give it your all. Bakugou seethed at that. That beach stole my line, he muttered to himself. No one but Izuku heard it. Midnight cracked her cat-o'-nine tails, and the roulette wheel spun. Now, I know what the next part will be already. But what could it be? Oh, what could it possibly be? She rhetorically asked, taunting everyone. And here it is. The second challenge is, the roulette wheel stopped. A cavalry battle? Everyone started muttering. A cavalry battle? Izuku asked himself. I'll explain. You may all split into teams of 2 to 4 people. It's basically the same as a regular battle, but with a slight difference. You see, each person is assigned a point value based on their position. The points will start with 42nd place being worth 5 points, 41st being worth 10 points, and so on. The only exception is the first place winner, who gets a total point value of 10 million points. Utter silence filled the area. 10 million? Izuku cried out. In other words, if you take down first place team, you'll become the leader no matter your point value. Midnight started cackling madly. It's survival of the fittest, with the ones on the bottom get a chance to become the ones at the top. As everyone was looking at him with an obvious glint in their eyes, Izuku was having flashbacks. From Muto, "Die you freak," he had shouted as he plunged a steak knife into his lung, before forcing it all the way through and running off laughing. To the guidance counselor, "Go throw yourself into traffic," he snarled, bodily throwing Izuku out of his office. To the teacher. "All right, Midoriya, how about you write 'I will stop holding Bakugou back with my existence' 100 times, and more." Bakugou noticed the shaking and paled, before backing off. Izuku was currently trying to prevent a panic attack, which could lead to him lashing out. "Now then, I shall explain the rules for the cavalry battle," Midnight announced. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points, and the riders will wear a headband with that number of points on their forehead. The goal is to grab your opponent's headband before time runs out, and try to keep as many points as you can. Stolen headband must be worn from the neck up, so the more you steal the harder it will be to manage them. Also, even if your headband is stolen, or if your team falls, you're not out. That means that there will be a round, Momo began. 10 to 12 teams on the field at all times. Sato finished. "That's tough," Yuga said from in front of them. Before anyone else could speak, Midnight cracked her WHP again. "This will be a cruel fight in which you will all be allowed to use your quirks, but it's still a cavalry battle. You'll be disqualified if your attacks are just attempts to make other teams fall. And now, you have 15 minutes to build your team. Start," she shouted as the hologram changed to a timer. "Okay, points don't matter for me, so I'll need that person and that person," Izuku thought to himself. Everyone was trying to team up with Bakugou. It annoyed him. However, he knew who he needed. "I don't even know what quirks you all have," he lied. "I understand not knowing Class B's quirks," Mina muttered. "But you don't know ours. How self-centered can you get?" Sato demanded. And then Kirishima came over. Perfect, he thought. "Hey, Todoroki has already chosen his team. Team up with me, Bakugou." "And why should I?" Bakugou asked. "You're gonna be the rider, right? So you're gonna need someone who can take your blasts." He then activated his quirk. "You read my fucking mind?" Katsuki responded. Izuku noticed Shoji reluctantly teaming up with Mineta, and after his stunt with Momo he couldn't blame him. Mineta had gone way too far, and for the first time he was truly considering whether devouring someone would be best for society. And he was thinking this without the hunger in mind. He quickly shook the thought out of his head. He'd never eat for sport. Also, he had to deal with the fact that everyone was intentionally ignoring him. "Hojiro," he began. "Sorry," the tailed boy said, slinking off. "No one wants to keep the points for the full game," Izuku thought to himself, on the verge of tears. "And I can't use my quirk at full capacity as it'll just lead to a bloodbath." "Deku." Izuku slowly turned his head towards Uraraka. "Let's be a team. Cue the waterworks." In fact, she had to turn away. "Uraraka," he bawled. "Are you sure?" Is it okay?" he stammered. "If we run away the whole time we'll win, right?" she asked, rubbing the back of her, now dripping wet, head. The waterworks abruptly stopped. I think you're overestimating me, Uraraka," he stammered. "Like I would," she said, fist raised. "I remember USJ. "Oh, yeah," he murmured. "Besides, it's best to team up with those you get along with." His heart clenched. "Said she likes me. Are you all right?" Uraraka asked. concerned. Oh, it's just that you're so bright I can't look at you clearly, he muttered. Actually, I wanted to team up with you as well. After all, it's best when you can easily communicate with your teammates. Izuku nodded. He turned to Ida, but noticed that he'd already joined with Todoroki. This is perfect, a female voice cried out. Said person then used anti-gravity boots to quickly hover over. Team up with me, person in first place, she demanded, right in his face. Too close. Izuku screamed. Who are you? The girl chuckled at that. I'm Mei Hatsum from the support course. I don't know who you are, but let me use your position. Tis honest. Izuku thought to himself. If I team up with you, then I'll be on the team that has the most attention, which will allow my super cute babies to be seen by the big companies. What are you talking about? Uraraka yelled, before noticing that Mei was just focused on Izuku. She then opened a chest from somewhere. The support class develops the tools you heroes use. I have a ton of babies, so I'm sure you'll find one you like. Izuku zoomed in on one in particular. I made this based on a certain hero's backpack, but I added my own personal touches. Mei declared. Are you talking about the Buster hero, Air Jet? Izuku asked. Mei chuckled. I like him too. Izuku babbled. Really? Yeah. His agency's close, so I've toured it. I see that they're already getting along, Uraraka thought to herself. Izuku was also thinking. Not being able to team up with Ida was a major blow, and most people have already teamed up already. However, that doesn't matter. I know who I need, and is he? Yes. Izuku began to confidently walk towards Fumikage. Hey! A loud blaring sound soon rang out. Okay, it's time to start. Midnight called. Eraserhead, wake up! Mike shouted, poking his friend. And after 15 minutes to team up and strategize, there are 12 cavalry teams on the field. They are quite interesting. Aizawa murmured as Mike riled up the crowd. Izuku definitely tied the headband on his head. Uraraka? Yes. Mei? Fumikage? Yeah. And all right. The countdown to the battle royale. 3, 2, 1. Mike shouted. Start. Midnight declared. And then, all hell broke loose. Almost immediately a team rushed Izuku. It was that kid who had a near-identical quirk to Kirishima. It's a battle for the 10 million, he screamed. A team made up of his fellow classmates was also running towards him. We'll be taking that, Midoriya, Toru declared. So, an attack without delay, huh? Very well. Fumikage stated. Make your choice, Midoriya, he shouted. We run. I won't let you, the kid with no cheeks from 1B declared. And soon they were sinking. That must be his quirk. Izuku thought to himself. I can't get out. Uraraka shouted. Izuku pulled up the control stick for the jetpack. Uraraka. Turn your faces away. They both did. Izuku then pressed the button and they took off. Jiro tried to use her quirk to grab the headband, but Dark Shadow blocked it. Keep watch over our blind spots, Dark Shadow. Fumikage ordered. Got it, the sentient mass of Shadow responded. You're amazing, Tokoyami. With Dark Shadow you're making up for our lack of defense. Izuku declared. Everyone, we're landing. And with that, Mei's anti-gravity boots, worn by Uraraka, activated. Making everyone but Uraraka weightless should give her the ability to keep this up until the 15 minutes are up, he thought. Aren't my babies just adorable? Mei screamed. They are phenomenal, Hatsum. Thank you, Izuku declared. It's only been 2 minutes and already it's become a free-for-all. Fights are breaking out everywhere. Mike shouted. Remember, those in 1st to 4th advance, so you don't need the 10 million. Down on the area floor, Bakugou nodded. The plan is to maintain 2nd place while Deku and Icy Hot fight it out. They'll be tired during the final exam, which gives my team the advantage. Izuku turned towards the sound of muffled laughter. You wanted a fight, Midoriya, but this will be a one-sided pillaging. Is Shoji alone? Izuku shouted. He didn't see Mineta anywhere. Let's move. Fumikage shouted. Uraraka nodded before she realized that her foot was caught by a certain someone's quirk. That explains it. He's hiding under Shoji's limbs. Izuku declared. And then Tsuyu's tongue lashed out. Izuku ducked, the tongue barely missing the headband. Midoriya! Fumikage shouted. By now, purple ball and one tongue were flying everywhere. Izuku pressed the button again, and they took off. However, the boots broke due to being stuck to the ground. My baby! Mei shrieked. We had to get away. Izuku shouted. They flew through the air, but the landing was awkward. We can't fly away again. Izuku shouted to his teammates. I'm sorry, Uraraka, but we'll have to survive off of your zero gravity. What about you, Midoriya? What can you do? Mei asked. He really didn't want to resort to using his quirk. It doesn't matter. More time for my babies to shine. Mei shouted. And here at the halfway point are the point counts. Mike shouted. Everyone gasped. A look at that. Other than Midoriya, the rest of Class 1A isn't doing so well. And then, the screen updated. And Bakugou's team lost its headband? Mike shouted in confusion. Bakugou turned towards the team who had stolen his headband. BSTRD, he shouted. You Class 1A people are so arrogant, the writer mocked. We at Class B just sat back within the top 40 to watch you, and we sure got a lot. It was so nice of you to show us your abilities, he added. Your whole class planned that? Bakugou asked. Well, it wasn't a consensus, but what would you know? You're already famous. After all, you were the victim of the sludge villain. You should really tell us about that. That way you can get used to being the one who's worthless. By now Bakugou was snarling in rage. After all, it might be interesting to hear what it's like to expect a villain attack once a year, the arrogant writer finished. Kershim, well, we have a new plan, said Boy looked up and his face became one of fear. Class 1B are our new targets, he growled. So Class B had a class-wide strategy? Izuku mentally screamed. He wasn't sure that was allowed as he'd never heard of that before. Everyone, we need to keep running dash. He was cut off by the sound of roller skates. He looked back up and found himself staring into Todoroki's face. Oh boy, was all he could think. I'll be taking that now. Todoroki said in his usual emotionless tone. I was not expecting a confrontation with you until the final minutes of the round. Fumikage stated. He seems to think highly of you, Midoriya. Only half the time is left. Izuku said. Don't stop moving. Meanwhile, Todoroki was also giving orders. Ida, forward right. Yaoyorozu, prepare to guard us and conduct electricity. Kaminari dash. I know what to do. The electric teen answered. Izuku was also looking around. Watch our surroundings. There are multiple teams gunning for us. And then Kaminari said something that Izuku picked up. Make sure you insulate us carefully. Izuku then brought up his shield. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. The electric man shouted, causing electricity to fly everywhere. Todoroki then grabbed the staff Momo had created to ground them. Sorry everyone, you'll have to bear this for the remainder, he shouted, making his ice travel down and trap all of the teams that were caught in the blast. Whoa! Look at that! Todoroki took out several teams at once. Kaminari shocked them, and then Todoroki froze them before they could recover. Aizawa monotoned. I might as well take these. Todoroki stated as he grabbed the frozen team's headbands. Meanwhile, Izuku deactivated his quirk and tried to use the jetpack again. Of course, the jetpack had to act up now. Mei. It's breaking, he shouted. My baby. You'll have to be improved, she screamed. Izuku then removed it. Meanwhile, Uraraka was using the one anti-gravity boot to push them away from Todoroki. They're too fast, she shouted. I'll restrain them. Fumikage shouted, dark shadow extending. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki shouted, while holding the headband to his face. Right, the teen shouted, creating a stone blockade. Dark shadow smacked into it. Momo's creation quirk is too difficult to deal with. Izuku said aloud. Correct, but Kaminari is worse. With that level of armor, the only thing that prevented dark shadow from dissipating was that it wasn't sunlight. I see. Izuku muttered. As long as Kaminari is using his quirk, it'll be difficult to attack. Fumikage summarized. And dark shadow will become timid. V-violence solves nothing, said Quirk whimpered. and then they stopped. They were at the edge of the boundary line. And Team Midoriya has nowhere left to run. Mike shouted. Izuku looked up and saw Team Todoroki advancing. Do they know that? He asked. I don't think so. Fumikage responded. I've only told Koda about this, and that was at USJ. Seeing that he's a man of few words, it's unlikely he's told anyone. So we can use it to hold them back? Izuku murmured. And if that fails? Uraraka worryingly asked. Then we bluff. Izuku said. How do we bluff? Mei asked. They're all Class A students. I have a way. Izuku said, steeling himself for that eventuality. Oh please no, Uraraka murmured. Meanwhile, Bakugou was rushing the arrogant Class B student. Die, he screamed, explosions going off. He was rather shocked when the team used explosions of his own. Bakugou. He has the same quirk? Kirishima yelled. You have a very nice quirk, the teen said, slamming the redhead. Bakugou snarled and let loose an even larger explosion. You all have very nice quirks, but mine's better. The blonde B student mocked, revealing he used Kirishima's quirk. What? He has my quirk too? Oh. He's copying them, Bakugou said. All for One was also interested in that. It's a rather interesting quirk, although mine makes it useless to me. Even an idiot can figure out my quirk, so I'm surprised anyone from Class A put the pieces together, the copying teen mocked. Bakugou raged harder than usual, and rushed towards the arrogant jackass. And then another B team appeared. One of them unleashed a goop that they had to dodge. Minoma. We have more than enough points to make it to the top 4, one of the horses the now-named Minoma was riding shouted. And then the team left. After them, Bakugou shouted. Sheet. The goop is solidifying. Kirishima declared. I'll get it. Mina shouted, dissolving it. Hurry. We have 0 points right now. Siro declared. Minoma looked back. Oh, don't get mad at me. You're the ones who provoked us, right? He mocked. Only 1 minute left. And Todoroki made it so that he'll get the 10 million. At least, that's what I thought 5 minutes ago. Amazingly, Team Midoriya has managed to stay back. He's staying on my left. Todoroki thought to himself. He knows that I can only use my ice on my right side. I'll have to use Ida. Also, I can't freeze indiscriminately. And Fumikage can defend against Kaminari's electricity, and that's not taking into account Midoriya's shield. And then Ida spoke up. Everyone, there's less than a minute left. I'll be worthless after this. What was that, Ida? Todoroki asked. Hold on tight. Ida shouted. His engines were whirring audibly. Izuku realized what was going on and covertly released one tendril. Mei stammered as the tendril grabbed onto the back of the headband. And then Ida took off. It was so fast that they were unable to dodge. Todoroki grabbed the headband, but then he noticed what was attached to it. He knew that Izuku wouldn't harm them, but base instinct made him release it. The headband whipped right back to where it had been throughout the entire battle. Oh my god! Team Todoroki almost had it, but Izuku had another trick up his sleeve, or should I say back. Mike shouted. Drat! Even with my secret move Midoriya managed to hold on. Ida shouted. Meanwhile, Minoma was telling his team to stay in second, when, hey! Geez, you're persistent. Minoma deadpanned, only to whir around in shock when Bakugou used his explosion to launch himself. Cozy eye! Minoma shouted. Right? The teen inhaled and exhaled, creating an invisible wall that Bakugou slammed into. Ha! You can't see that Bari dash, and then the explosive teen smashed it and grabbed 2 headbands. Then Siro whipped him back. Geez man. Tell us next time before you try something like that. Then the teams keep switching positions. This final minute is intense. Mike shouted. Alright. We're still in 4th. We need to defend our remaining headbands to the death. Minoma shouted, clenching the band he stole from Team Bakugou. And then Bakugou ignited several explosions, propelling his team forward. Kozai tried to block them, but an explosionated fist broke through. Katsuki then grabbed the other headbands Minoma was wearing. Team Bakugou is absolutely merciless. Mike screeched. He's now in 2nd place. Izuku just glared at Team Todoroki. Are you gonna try again? He growled. Todoroki hesitated. He was willing to use the tendrils? He must really want to get first. So they just stared. And then, time is up. Mike shouted. That's the end of the battle. And now, let's look at the top 4 teams. In first place is Team Midoriya. They managed to hold onto the 10 million, totaling 10,325,000. Izuku, who had gotten down, tilted his head up and burst into tears of relief. The force was so great that he was pushed into the ground. In second place, Team Bakugou. In third, Team Todoroki. And in fourth place, Team Tetsuwate. Team Shinso took it. They took fourth place at the last moment. These 4 teams will advance to the final round. Mike shouted. Yes. Good job, Izuku. All for one shouted, cheering for his son. And now, we're going to have an hour break. Come on, Eraserhead, let's get some food. I'm going to sleep. Aizawa mumbled. While most of the class was getting food, Todoroki had asked to speak to Izuku. So, what do you want? Izuku asked him. Todoroki just stared at Izuku. Can we hurry this up? The cafeteria is probably going to be super crowded soon. Izuku trailed off. Shoto just continued to stare. Izuku audibly gulped. He's giving off an aura of cold intimidation, unlike what happened with Muto. Izuku thought to himself. I almost broke my pledge. Todoroki monotoned. His left side? I almost drove him to use it? Izuku wondered. I don't think anyone else felt the way I did. When your tendrils were out, I nearly panicked. Also, I've been thinking. Your quirk, when you remove the tendrils, acts a lot like All Might's. What are you implying? Izuku stuttered out. It seems like your quirk is almost like a mutation of his. Is he figuring it out? Izuku mentally screamed. I think I know what it is, but I'll ask you directly. Are you All Might's secret love child? He forcefully asked. At the League of Villains base, All for One suddenly toppled over, clutching his chest. Why, does it feel like I'm having a heart attack? He muttered. He knew he wasn't. It wasn't possible, thanks to a quirk he took from an old man dying of a slide. What? Izuku screamed in shock. How did you even come up with something so stupid as that? For one, my dad has white hair, he stammered. I see. Todoroki stated. So, since you just asked about my family life, what's your life like? Izuku asked, determined to change the subject matter. Father. Is Endeavor. He spat the name out like a curse. And I'm certain you know that he's been stuck at the number 2 spot for years now. You have something in common with the number 1 hero, so I, with something in common with the number 2 hero, have even more reason to defeat you. You see, he has an extremely strong longing to rise in the world. He won his hero name with overwhelming force. Due to this, he loathes All Might. He never could surpass him. So, he moved on to Plan B. Plan B? What are you trying to tell me, Todoroki? Izuku asked. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? Izuku was expecting several things, but he sure wasn't expecting that. Quirk marriages were common throughout Japan during the 2nd to 3rd generations of quirk users. They were basically a eugenics plan. They were banned, thanks to pressure from the American Republic. They had had a very bad experience with eugenics in the past and were determined to stamp it out wherever it popped up so it wouldn't resurface, so it was a serious offense to form one these days. Of course, they still happened. Human trafficking picked it up, and children with powerful quirks could go for a lot on the black market. Adults with powerful quirks could go even higher. Izuku remembered his father cursing quirk marriages with every fiber of his being. He had muttered that he'd destroy the trade in Japan, which seemed a little hard for someone of his ability. Todoroki continued his story. As a man of wealth and power, Endeavor won over my mother's parents, and he got a hold of her quirk. And he made her bear his children. And each one only had his quirk or hers. Until me. He trained me from a young age, and never gave any of my older siblings any attention. In my memories, I always remember my mother crying. Eventually she snapped. Your left side is an abomination, is what she told me. And then she poured boiling water on it. Izuku let out a pained gasp. But why hasn't anyone reported this? He asked, appalled at Todoroki's story. Todoroki scoffed. He's a powerful and famous hero. He covers it up, and the media plays along with it. In fact, my mother is confined to a mental hospital, out of sight. That is why I picked a fight with you. I'll show him that I can be the best without using his quirk, Todoroki finished, before walking away. I don't care if you can't tell me how you're connected to All Might. No matter what you are to him, I'll rise above you using just my right side. As Todoroki left, Izuku thought about what he'd said. If this world was a comic, or even a book, he'd be the main character. After all, he has the backstory for it. Wait, Todoroki? Izuku called. I've always been supported by others. That was the case earlier as well. I'm here thanks to their support. I've always wanted to save people with a fearless smile, just like All Might. That's why I have to be strong enough to become number one. My motivation may seem trivial compared to yours, but I can't lose either. I'll live up to the hopes of those who have supported me. That declaration of war you gave earlier? I'm returning that. I'm going to beat you. With that, Izuku walked out. Welcome back, listeners, to the third round of the UA Sports Festival. And to celebrate, we've hired cheerleaders from the American Republic. Mike shouted. The girls of Class UA were happy that Kaminari had warned them of Mineta's scheme. He had mentioned that he would have gone with it, but he was too disgusted by how far the perverted teen would go. Now, for the next hour, enjoy the recreational games. This round is one-on-one fighting. Awesome. I'm gonna be on TV. Kirishima declared. Is it always a one-on-one? Mina asked. The first two are different every year, but the last one's always a one-on-one, Ciro responded. Last year it was a Chambra match, he said. Now then, let's draw raffles to see the rounds. Midnight declared. And the final 16 can decide whether or not to participate in the recreational games. Izuku decided to not participate. Excuse me, Ojiro murmured, hand raised. I'm withdrawing. Gasps filled the air. Izuku exclaimed. This is a rare chance for the pros to take notice of you. Ida added. I can't remember the battle at all, except for the very end. I think it was that purple-haired boy's quirk. Izuku turned towards the only one with purple hair. Him, he thought to himself. I know this is a great chance, Ojiro continued, and I know it's foolish to waste it. Ojiro, Izuku murmured. But everyone here competed by giving their all. I just can't be up there with everyone without knowing what really happened. You're worrying too much, Toru stated. If you're gonna say that, then I didn't do anything either, Mina replied. Ojiro face-bombed. It's not that my pride won't allow it. And then another voice spoke out. I'm Nirenjiki Shoda of Class 1B, and I also wish to withdraw for the same reasons, he stated. It doesn't seem right for those who did nothing to go to the final round, he stated. This is an unusual turn of events, Mike said. We'll have to see what Midnight thinks of this, Aizawa muttered. I accept your withdrawal, Midnight shouted, cracking her WHP. Now then, we'll have to move 2 people up from the 5th place team. However, one of the 5th place team members raised her hand. Excuse me, but my team barely did anything during the battle. I think it would be better for Team Tetsu to have that chance, as they fought until the end. The rest of her team nodded. Kendo? Tetsu asked. This isn't collusion. It just makes sense, she replied. After a brief discussion, Tetsu and Ibra were the 2 to go into the top, and now, here's the bracket of the matches. Midnight shouted. Despite these being random, I can't help but think there's a pattern, Izuku thought to himself. It kind of bugged him slightly that he couldn't figure it out. Izuku looked up and saw that he was going to be up against Shinso. And then he looked at the other brackets. If both Todoroki and I win, we'll be facing each other, he thought to himself. And Shinso was the purple-haired kid, right? So I'll be against you, Izuku Midoriya? This sounds interesting. He had sneaked up behind him. Izuku let out an eep of surprise before hurriedly taking a few steps back. He's the guy from the crowd. Izuku realized. I look forward to our match, the purple-haired kid monotoned. I am Izuku was cut off by Ojiro covering his mouth with his tail. Midoriya. Shinso smirked and walked away. What was that about? Izuku asked. Don't answer him, Ojiro told him. Meanwhile, Todoroki was also paying attention to the fact that he and Midoriya would be duking it out. It will be sooner than I expected, he thought. Alright, let's leave the tournament aside for recreation, Mike shouted. At that, Izuku just went into the lockers. Ojiro went with him and explained a few things. However, the hour was soon up. Hey everyone. Are you ready? Mike shouted. Cheers answered him. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. The final tournament of the first years will commence. And this also portrays a fact about being a hero as well. That fact is that heroes may have to only rely on themselves. Heroes will have to rely on their heart, body, wisdom and knowledge to rush up. Izuku was listening in the tunnel leading out. And then a familiar voice filled the air. Hey, sorry I'm late, but have you figured out One for All yet? The emancipated form of Toshinori Yagi asked. All Might? And no I haven't. I'm really worried, Izuku murmured. I haven't been able to control it. I still need to learn. As it is, I have to use blacklight, but I'm scared that I'll kill someone. He was nearly crying at the end. I see. You are a good person, Midoriya. I'm positive that you'll be able to control your quirk. Thank you, All Might. Izuku sputtered. Toshinori Yagi, the symbol of peace, said. Huh? Izuku asked. That's my name. Toshinori Yagi. I think it's time you knew that. Izuku nodded. Thank you, All Might Miyagi-sensei. Izuku said, correcting himself mid-sentence. Remember, don't fear your quirk? Toshinori said. Izuku nodded. Also, he then turned back into All Might. When you're scared or worried, just smile. You've made it this far, my boy, and it's okay if it's a bluff. Stand tall, and don't forget the high hopes I have for you. Izuku nodded again, smiling. He turned towards the end of the tunnel. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, Mike shouted. The finals are about to begin. And for match number 1. He's done incredibly well, and his quirk is nothing short of extraordinary, but he still cries so much that it's amazing he isn't dead from dehydration. It's Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. And he's up against, well, he hasn't really done anything to stand out yet, but he's still here, so that's something. From Class 1C, Hitoshi Shinso. The rules are simple. To win, get your opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. If you can get your opponent to verbally concede, then that also counts as a win. And don't worry about injuries. We have Recovery Girl on standby. Meanwhile, Recovery Girl was analyzing something. No, that's not possible. This doesn't make any sense. I'll have to rerun the tests, but I've already done that 3 times. Since that's the case, you are free to put your morals and ethics aside. Mike shouted. Of course, anything life-threatening is not allowed. Semitas will stop the match if anything goes too far. Said teacher/pro waved. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Semitas, due to his quirk, could probably be able to shrug off the tendrils. I give up, huh? Shinso asked. This is about testing your strength and your spirit. You can't worry about anything. Ready? Mike shouted. Start. Shinso shrugged. Then again, it's not like you'd have anything to worry about. My quirk gave me plenty of trouble as a kid. I know you know. Why else would that kid Ojiro, right, spend the hour with you? I was bullied throughout elementary and middle school. Everyone said my quirk was perfect for villainy. And look at you. You can run up walls, make shields, and you can make claws. Don't answer him, don't answer him. You're lucky to have such a heroic quirk dash. At least your quirk doesn't have a body count. Izuku screamed. And then he realized his mistake. I win. Shinso calmly stated. In the stands, Ojiro screamed. I warned him. Body count? Mike asked. Aizawa sighed. Well, since he brought it up, you know how 10 villains were declared dead during the USJ incident? Midoriya killed them. He did. Mike stammered. How? Ask him if you want to know. Izuku, despite not being in control of his body, shivered. Well, why? Why, of all things, did I say that? And then Mike continued. Midoriya, why aren't you moving? You just have a blank face. Is this Shinso's quirk? As Mike continued, Aizawa decided to speak up. This is why I say that the entrance exam isn't rational. Take Shinso for example. His quirk is incredibly powerful, but it only works on humans. It was even tested by Nizu. Therefore, he wasn't able to pass the practical part of the exam. Shinso just stared at Izuku. It's nothing personal, Midoriya. However, I intend to win this. Turn around and walk out of bounds. And Izuku's body turned. In his mind, Izuku was freaking out. No. Is this his quirk? My body's moving on its own. The steps his body was making were slow but deliberate. And he couldn't stop. Everyone's counting on me. I can't lose. And then he saw it. There were 8 sparks of light. And the sparks of light changed into 8 silhouettes. Shall we help him? A female voice asked. A weak, sickly male voice responded to it. Yes, he may be the one to break the CYC. And then one for all rushed into 2 of his fingers without his control, and the pain of his fingers breaking snapped him out of it. He let out several gasps, noticing that he was literally an inch from being disqualified. Midoriya has stopped. Mike shouted. His fingers are broken. Did he make them explode? Aizawa asked himself. He slowly turned around to Shinso. "Wa?" said purple-haired teen asked. Izuku turned around and was about to speak before he covered his mouth with his hand. How can you control yourself? Answer me. Shinso shouted. I wasn't the one who moved my fingers, although I discharged one for all. How was that possible? I saw people who I didn't know. Were they the faces of those I killed? No memory identified them. See, could those have been the 8 previous wielders? What the hell did you do? Shinso shouted. I couldn't answer him even if I wanted to. I'll have to think about this later. Say something, Shinso demanded, panicking. Ojiro, was that his name? Yes, it was Ojiro. I knew he told him, but I'm positive he didn't know how to break out of it. I have to get him to respond quickly or it's over. So, you can produce that much power just by moving your fingers? I'm jealous. I can see why you claim to have killed. It must be quite the rush. Don't answer, Izuku thought to himself. I've been cursed from the beginning with my quirk. I'm envious that you've been blessed like you have. Blessed? You fool. You were born with an ideal quirk. I'd rather have been born with yours. By now, Izuku had run into the boy and started pushing him towards the back. Say something. Shinso shouted. Izuku didn't respond. Shinso threw a punch, but Izuku turned the other cheek. He punched him again, and Izuku grunted. He shoved Izuku aside. You've got to be kidding. He growled before grabbing Izuku. You get out. Izuku didn't respond. Instead, he just grabbed Shinso's arm and flipped him. Stunned silence followed for a heartbeat. And then Midnight raised her hand. Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku wins. And like that, the first person to advance to the second round is Izuku Midoriya. Mike shouted. The 2 of them walked back to their starting positions. Izuku thought back to the things Shinso had said. Shinso, why do you want to be a hero? He asked. You can't help the things you long for, the boy stated before walking away. In the control room, Aizawa turned towards Mike. I've decided. Shinso will be accepted into Class 1A. What about the support girl who teamed up with Izuku? Asked Mike. Aizawa scoffed. She's more at home designing and inventing. I think she'd be happier right where she is. Mike nodded. You also don't want to have to put up with her, don't you? Aizawa's sweat dropped. That's a reason as well. I'm going to bring him to Recovery Girl, and I'll tell him on the way there. Izuku walked into the nurse's office, Tashinori following behind him. What's this about? He asked. Yagi shrugged. All she told me was to get you after the match. She ran up to me and asked that after you broke out of the brainwashing. Izuku nodded. Welcome both of you, Recovery Girl stated. Now then, you're probably wondering why you're here. Do you know what this is a picture of? She held up a picture of a spiraling helix. That's human DNA, Izuku answered. Correct. Do you know what this is? She held up another picture. That's Arne, Izuku said. From smallpox, actually, Recovery Girl stated. Izuku nodded. Smallpox may have been eradicated before quirks popped up, but the American Republic still had some. Russia used to have some, but their sample was taken to the American Republic when it collapsed into a five-way civil war. Izuku was brought out his musings when Recovery Girl held up a third picture. Now, do you know what this is? She held up a third photo. That's a third strand of viral RNA. What's it from? Toshinori asked. Recovery Girl sighed. After the obstacle course, Aizawa came in here. He mentioned that the robots didn't react to Izuku. He then asked me to run a DNA test on you. I had to recheck the sample 4 times before I realized it. She pointed to the third picture. That's Izuku's DNA. That's Izuku's R. He has no DNA. He's not human. And right there, Izuku's hopes and dreams were crushed into a fine paste, and everything faded from his mind. Not human. Those 2 simple words were echoing around Izuku's head. Not human. I'm sorry about this, Izuku. I couldn't come to any sort of different conclusion. Not only are you not human, but you're not even an animal like Nizu. You're a viral mass. Not human. That's impossible. A mass of viruses can't be intelligent. Nizu may be an intelligent animal, but the idea of a virus, or even a group of viruses being intelligent, is absurd. Toshinori protested. Recovery Girl shook her head. His prior blood test checked out as human. My theory is that during the USJ incident, that's what the media is calling it, Izuku's quirk evolved past the point of no return. I thought it was just a mutant quirk, but this is something else entirely. Not human. Still, this isn't possible, Toshinori stated. Don't you think I know that? Aizawa told me that he suspected something because the robots were only supposed to go after humans in a short range based on DNA scans. I told him it had to be a glitch. I told myself that after the first test. And then I repeated that after the second test. And then I said that after the third test and the fourth one as well. However, I had to face the facts after the 5th test. It wasn't a glitch. Izuku is, officially, not human. Not human. Bullshit, a voice rang out. Toshinori and Recovery Girl turned towards the sound and saw Shinso. Hey, what are you doing here? Recovery Girl demanded. I was told by Aizawa-sensei to come here, and he mentioned that Yagi-sensei was also here, so I'd be able to say goodbye as well as get a checkup? Whatever do you mean? Toshinori asked. Shinso beamed a smile. I'm going to class 1A, he exclaimed. Yagi clapped at that. Well done, young Shinso. I told you your quirk was useful in heroics. Indeed. I've heard that your boss, All Might, teaches heroics. I'll suggest a raise. There's no need for that, Toshinori stammered. Recovery Girl had to stifle a chuckle. Oh, but there is. The general course loves your lessons. Also, what was that about Midoriya not being human? Izuku was just sitting there, the words, not humans, still bouncing around his head. He wasn't really paying attention to anything. Oh, well, are you sure you want to know? Recovery Girl asked. Yes, because it's bullshit of the highest caliber. By now, Izuku was beginning to regain focus. He doesn't even have DNA anymore. It's all viral RNA. Recovery Girl answered, handing him the photos. Recovery Girl. As a doctor, you of all people should know how important patient confidentiality is. Yagi scolded. Before she could answer, Shinso put down the files. I see. Izuku? Izuku lifted his head. Why yeah. And then his eyes went white. Yagi gasped. What is this, Toshinori? Recovery Girl asked. That's the expression of someone whenever Shinso's brainwashing them, and it only works on humans. Izuku, show me what you can do with your queer dash. He was cut off when Recovery Girl tackled him before he could finish. Don't, she shouted. Shinso was rather shook up, but he nodded. Kevin. Izuku, repeat after me. All Might is the worst human being to ever live. Recovery Girl snorted. He'd never say that. She thought. All Might is the worst human being to ever live, Izuku monotoned. All for one suddenly felt a rush of giddiness run over him, and had no idea where it came from. Why did you make him say that? Yagi asked, a little insulted. From what I've heard from the rumor mill, Izuku here is a die-hard All Might fanboy, so to prove to you he was under my control, I had him do the one thing he'd never do. Izuku was released from it, and Recovery Girl nodded. I thought he might just be going along with it in a vague hope that he was human, but apparently that's not the case. Izuku just stared. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. In spite of the fact that you don't have DNA, you're still considered human. Recovery Girl stated, wondering how the hell that was possible. How? He stammered. Young Shinso's quirk only affects humans. Nizu proved that. Therefore, since you're affected by it, you're still human, no matter what the DNA results show. Yagi declared, a smile on his face. Izuku then lied down on the ground. What are you? Shinso began to ask, before Izuku wailed, the force of the tears blowing a hole in the roof and sending him 10 feet into the ground. Holy F was all Shinso could say. After Izuku leapt out of the hole and Shinso had left, something came to Izuku's mind. Oh, All Might. I just remembered. When I was brainwashed, I had a vision. I saw 8 or 9 figures. During the brainwashing, it was like my mind was filled with fog. They drove it away and allowed one for all to build up in my fingers. What if the ones who have passed one for all down the line still exist within it? He finished. He looked up and saw the frail form of his sensei shaking. That's scary, what the heck? That shocked Izuku. I thought you might have known about it. Izuku responded. I saw something like that when I was younger, as well. Toshinori said. It means you're getting a better grasp at one for all? What do you mean? Izuku asked. I think it's a trace of themselves that they left behind when they passed one for all down. They can't interfere and you can't bother them. They didn't break your brainwashing. You saw the vision, and your strong emotions helped overcome it. Izuku sat down and began rubbing his head. That explanation wasn't satisfying at all, he muttered. Don't get so hung up on it. Yagi shouted. After all, you need to see who you're fighting next. He demanded. Oh right. Thanks. Izuku shouted as he left the nurse's office. So Midoriya won, huh? Shoto thought to himself as he walked to his waiting area, only to run into Endeavor. You're in my way, he flatly said. You're acting disgracefully, boy. The number 2 said with zero warmth. Todoroki ignored him. If you used your left side as well, you would have won both the cavalry battle and obstacle race, Endeavor stated. Todoroki ignored him. Stop this rebellious behavior. I won't allow you to corrupt your duty. You were created to surpass All Might. Do you understand? Todoroki stopped. That's all you see me as, huh? I'll win using only Mom's power. I'll never touch yours, Shoto snarled. Endeavor laughed. You'll reach your limit eventually, and then you'll finally work properly. Izuku casually walked towards where the rest of his class was sitting. Hey Deku. Uraraka waved. Nice work. We saved a seat for you. Ida declared. Thanks, he said. He then walked and sat down. The next match was Todoroki versus Shiro. It went about as well for Shiro as Izuku thought it would. However, he was still in shock at the sheer size of the glacier Todoroki created. Also, it was right next to him. The creation of it shook the whole stadium. Shiro had been immobilized, so he lost. It was a while before the next match could go forward, as the ice had to be melted and then the stage had to dry. And then it was Kaminari versus Ibra. The battle was delayed for a few minutes as she spoke in a calm tone, criticizing Mike for calling her an assassin. Izuku was impressed. And after Mike stammered as start, Kaminari decided to speak. Hey, when this is over, do you want to grab a bite to eat? He asked her. And I'll comfort you about your loss, because this match will be over in an instant, he declared, using all of his electricity at once, frying his brain. Ibra just turned around and created a wall of vines, and then sent several out as soon as the voltage stopped. They grabbed the dumbfounded Kaminari and immobilized him. And like Kaminari declared, the match was over in an instant. It just wasn't in the way he imagined. Mike shouted. Oh dear, did a Class A member lose to a Class B member? Monoma mocked. Oh the shame. After all, you're all supposed to be better than us. He was cut off when another Class B student chopped the back of his neck. Sorry about that, she cheerfully stated, waving. What the heck was that? Half of Class A thought simultaneously. And then they heard a certain thing. Kaminari's quirk is supposed to be really strong, but Shiozaki placed 4th in the entrance exam. Why wasn't she in Class A? But her quirk is vines, huh? It's a lot like Kamui Wood's quirk. Could they be related? Also, binding-type quirks are really strong, and I've hardly ever seen anyone break out of them. Also, the way she acted, along with her hand gestures, made it look like she is a Christian. Her hair had a pattern that looked like a crown of thorns, possibly a reference to Jesus? That religion isn't very common in Japan, so where'd she get it from? Is there an American in Class B? But I digress. It'd be impossible to get close while avoiding all of those vines, so most people would have to either tear them off or get close with brute force. Could I consume the vines? And if so, would she be able to separate them fast enough? I can't risk it. She'd probably go for someone's hands first to prevent that though, so there's that. You just finished your match and you're already thinking of ways to beat her? Uraraka asked. Did he even breath there? She wondered. Oh, I'm so sorry, it's just that this is kind of my hobby, he stammered. Bakugou chuckled. It's more than a hobby. It's his DMN lifestyle. Kaken. Izuku whined. He loves seeing quirks in action, and his dad encouraged him to write about them. Bakugou explained. Oh right. I've been putting these together for Class A as well, Izuku said, holding a page up to Uraraka. See? It's your zero gravity. She stared at it, wide-eyed, before chuckling. Deku, you've been amazing since we've met, but this is just reaffirming it. Huh? Izuku asked. And then Mike saved him from embarrassment. All right. It's time for the 4th match. It's Tenya Ida versus Mei Hatsum. To everyone's shock, Ida was equipped with gears suited for his quirk and Mei had made it. He's too trusting were the thoughts of the entire class. They were expecting it to sabotage Ida, but they were wrong. Mei had used Ida as a walking advertisement. After 10 minutes, she casually walked out of the match, smiling. Ugh, Mei Hatsum is out of bounds. Ida wins? Midnight got out, obviously confused. The next match was Yuga versus Mina. Mina used her acid to slide around and avoid Yuga's naval lasers. This led to him eventually being unable to use any more, and Mina knocked him out, advancing to the next round. The next match was Momo versus Fumikichi. The crow-headed boy used Dark Shadow to quickly push the tall girl out of bounds. The next match was between Kirishima and Tetsu. Kirishima managed to eke out a victory and advance, but that was after a draw. He had to win an arm wrestling contest. The final match of the first round was Bakugou versus Uraraka. Here, the match was close. However, Bakugou managed to pull out a win, in spite of Uraraka taking several pages out of Izuku's notebook and thinking on her feet. He wasn't mean about it. It took several minutes, but Uraraka finally passed out. Before she did, however, Katsuki decided to say something to her. You were a strong opponent and a quick-thinking one at that. You'll go far. Don't see this merely as a defeat. See it as a challenge to yourself. Look at it and think, I managed to get that far. How far could I go if I pushed myself even further? Never give up, Uraraka. She passed out, but everyone was shocked at how kind the explosive blonde was. After that, it was time for Izuku to fight Todoroki. As he walked towards the stage, he saw the number 2 hero walk right in front of him. He froze in shock. Endeavor? He shrieked. It's you. I've been looking for you, the man grumbled. What are you doing here? Izuku stuttered. I watched your fight. And I have access to the reports on the USJ incident. That made Izuku shiver. You have an interesting quirk. However, Izuku was trying to get around him when a giant hand grabbed him and brought him to the number 2 hero's face. You won't win. I won't let you. You see, it's important for it to surpass All Might, and you'll be an excellent stepping stone. Izuku was shaking in fear. Also, as I said, I have access to the reports on USJ. If you break it before its job is done, I'll destroy everything you hold dear. Why you can't? That's illegal. Izuku stammered. Endeavor chuckled. Illegal? I am the law. If I say something's legal, it's legal. Now, your mother's name was Inko, right? Izuku snarled at the not-so-thinly veiled threat. Don't touch her. The number 2 chuckled. Oh, have I hit a nerve? Well, you better not harm him, or she'll have an accident. The way he said that sent shivers up Izuku's spine. Endeavor dropped Izuku. Go. Leave my sight, monster, he growled. Izuku watched the man turn the corner and leave, before walking toward the exit. The first match of the second round is gonna be a big one. Mike shouted. On one side, it's the student who could probably literally freeze hell over, Shoto Todoroki. And on the other side, it's the student just bursting with surprises. It's Izuku Midoriya. The two faced each other. So, you're here. Todoroki stated. Todoroki? Izuku replied. Up in the stands, Ida turned to Fumikichi. Tokoyami, what do you think of this match? It depends on whether Midoriya gets close to Todoroki or not. It also depends on how far Midoriya is willing to go. Uraraka nodded. Yeah. What's Deku going to do about that ice? She asked. Those claws of his may be able to cut through it? I think. Katsuki chimed in. In the League of Villains base, All for One was watching intently. Now then, what will you do, Izuku? He thought, before realizing what Izuku called his opponent. I still can't believe Endeavor had a kid, he grumbled. At Izuku's apartment, Inko had gone through so many tissues they were about 2 feet deep. Izuku, she bawled, using yet another tissue. Stay alert, Mike shouted. Almost immediately Shoto let loose a barrage of ice from his foot. As the wall rushed towards him, Izuku summoned One for All into one of his fingers. Smash, he cried, destroying the wall of ice, along with his finger. Todoroki had to make a wall of ice behind him to prevent himself from being blown away. Just as I thought, you were willing to injure yourself to negate an attack, Todoroki muttered. He then fired off another attack. Smash. Izuku shouted, repeating the trick again. Okay, it'll be about a minute until I can use that finger again. Izuku thought to himself. Given the amount of time Todoroki has to pause due to the wind, it should be around 10 seconds until he can fire off another ice blast. That means I can keep this up almost indefinitely since no mass is lost when I break my fingers, it's just moved around. Another storm of ice shot out, so another smash was used. Ah man, it started? Kirishima whined as he ran into the student box. Hey Kirishima. Congrats on getting to the second round. A student stated. Yeah. I'll be up against you Bakugou. Let's have a good fight. Good luck, the explosive teen growled. You'll need it. Kirishima laughed. Anyways, you and Todoroki can shoot off large-scale attacks constantly. It isn't fair. Zero leaned forward to join the conversation. And you can do it with no time lag. Katsuki scoffed. I don't just fire them off willy-nilly. Imagine muscles. If you overuse them they tear, and it gets harder to use them. Go over that and you can seriously damage them. The same is true for quirks. There's always a limit. Even for your quirk? Kirishima asked. Can you sweat indefinitely? Bakugou asked. Kirishima shook his head. Exactly. Back at the stage, Todoroki was beginning to understand. An endurance match, huh? Well then, I'll finish you quickly. With that he fired off yet another blast. Izuku used another finger. I've used up my right hand. He noticed that his right middle finger was almost healed. Just as I thought. I'll heal fast enough to reuse it. And then Izuku noticed Todoroki using his ice to get close. Sheet, he thought, using his left middle finger. The blast destroyed the ice Shoto was using, but the teen just leapt off of it and covered his fist in ice. Izuku rolled out of the way and unleashed his, now healed, right middle finger, blowing Todoroki away. The teen managed to catch himself. Are you telling me to stay away? Shoto asked. Izuku then grew his claws, noticing that all the pain in his fingers went away. And why do you think that is? Izuku mockingly asked. And then he noticed something. He's trembling? Is he afraid or is it just the cold? I must say thank you, Midoriya. His face is clouded over. Izuku's opponent motioned over to Endeavor. He did look angry. However, even with your regenerative abilities, you can't keep this up. Eventually you'll be unable to. How about we end this? And with that, He let loose yet another high-powered attack. Izuku just casually lifted a clawed hand and sliced the ice away. I notice that you're trembling, Todoroki. You're cold, aren't you? After all, there has to be a limit to how much your body can take. And you could easily use your left to take care of that, right? Like you're one to talk. I know you're not even fighting at half strength. Shoto stated. You want me to fight with all I have? Really? Izuku asked. Very well, but I expect you to do the same, he replied with zero emotion. And with that the tendrils sprouted. And the tendrils return. What are they and what can they do? Mike shouted. Aizawa turned, and then remembered that Mike hadn't seen what they did. Did my old man buy you off? Todoroki growled, sprinting towards Izuku, but then Izuku slammed a tendril right next to Todoroki. Shoto stopped, both from knowledge of what those things did and basic instinct. Quite the opposite actually, but that doesn't matter, Izuku said to the now standing still teen. He slowly got up and took a step forward, tendril advancing at an equal speed. Todoroki froze it over with ice, but the tendril vibrated so fast that it shattered the ice. I'll have you know that they're immune to cold, Izuku emotionlessly stated. I tested it out when I was younger. I stuck them in a freezer. Nothing happened. You sound like you don't like them, Todoroki observed, keeping an eye on the tendrils. And why would you think that? Midoriya sarcastically stated. Is it because you know damn well what they're for? He was shouting now. That frightened Shoto. Izuku took another step forward. Then another. And another. The tendril moved forward as well, and Todoroki kept backpedaling, trying to freeze them. Why is everyone so afraid of those? Mike inquired. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Why are you doing this? Todoroki shouted in fear. Izuku smirked. You wanted me to give it my all, so here I am, doing just that? Up in the stands, Toshinori froze. That tone? What? Are you not going to as well? Is that it from you, Shoto Todoroki? Are you just gonna refuse to use your full power? Are you going to handicap yourself just because you think your quirk is too much like your father's? Well, newsflash. It's not his. It's your quirk. You know nothing. Shoto shouted. Izuku stopped, his face expressionless. Wanna know something? In spite of my quirk, I have an extra toe joint. And somehow, that knowledge was leaked out. I had to deal with the stigma of being quirkless throughout my life, with only Kaken, his family, and my family knowing otherwise. I've had to deal with bullies, both from students and teachers. Heck, there was only one teacher who didn't see me as garbage. She stood up for me. That year was the only year where I didn't have to repeat a certain mantra in my head over and over. Wanna know what his was? Izuku was smiling savagely. Don't hurt them. Don't hurt them. You, Shoto, know nothing of the hell I've put myself through in an attempt to keep those who despised my existence alive. Up in the stands, the rest of 1A turned to Katsuki. Is that true? Sato asked. Bakugou nodded. Every day he got bullied, save for our second grade. And every day I heard him muttering that mantra. I was there when his quirk first activated, so I knew what it did from the very beginning. And you know what? At least once a week I'd have a certain nightmare. I'd see Deku slaughter the entire class, saving me for last. I'd wake up the moment before a tendril gutted me as he roared. Every jeer, every punch, every time they picked on him, I felt fear. After all, there's only so much anyone can take. Trust me, if it had been anyone else, he would have snapped long ago. Back on the field, Todoroki stared at Izuku. So, are you gonna use your fire? Izuku snarled, or are you gonna lose? He then picked up Todoroki. Either way, I have to thank you. That made Shoto freeze. Thank me? Todoroki stammered. Izuku grinned sadistically. All Might paled. That face, that tone. Thank you for such wonderful comedy, he yelled, throwing Todoroki just short of the disqualification line. At the base, Hisashi laughed. Oh yes. I wish I could see the look on All Might's face right now. When Izuku said those words, in that tone, with that expression, Toshinori coughed up a literal fountain of blood. All Might. 13 Whisper shouted in fear. Toshinori wheezed, struggling to get up after he had propelled himself backwards. He was shaking both from blood loss and flashbacks. Oh, knew it. Izuku Midoriya is not him. Izuku Midoriya will never be him. Izuku Midoriya cannot possibly be anything close to him. Yagi mentally screamed. He noticed 13's hand. Thank you 13, he gasped. Shoto saw Midoriya moving closer and closer. So are you gonna get it through your head that it's not your dad's quirk, but your own? He snarled. In response, Todoroki lit up his left side, unleashing a torrent of fire. What is this? Mike shouted. Up in the stands, Yagi realized what Izuku had been trying to do. So you made him use his left side. Were you trying to save him from himself? Back on the stage, Todoroki sent a burst of fire at the tendril. The tendril shriveled and retreated. Why did you help your enemy? Todoroki shouted. Because you needed it. Izuku shouted back. Now that was out of the way, Izuku primed one for all into his leg and his right arm. Meanwhile, Todoroki slammed his right foot down, no longer at risk of giving himself frostbite. Midnight, Semitas shouted. If they go any further... Right? She shouted. She ripped her suit a bit to release the gas that put people to sleep. Izuku was the closest, so he'd be the one affected. However, he just shrugged it off. Todoroki let loose another glacier, and Izuku used his leg to dodge it. I have to get closer, he thought. Todoroki primed his fire side and let loose. But first, he decided to say something. Midoriya, thank you. The two attacks met, but only after going through several cement columns Semitas had hurriedly thrown up. The resulting collision, along with the previously cold air, created a massive explosion. Said explosion blew Midnight, Semitas, and Mike back, although Mix was from shock. What the heck was that? Mike muttered. Aizawa just sighed. That was the two most powerful students deciding to give it their all, he flatly stated. What is going on? The smoke is blocking the stadium, Mike whispered, now beginning to sit up. Midnight blew away some of the smoke, and saw an interesting sight. Izuku's right arm had become a blade, which was impaled into the ground, barely holding him in bounds. Shoto, however, had burned through his uniform on one side, and was slumped against the back wall, the force of the collision having pushed him there. Since Shoto is out of bounds, Izuku Midoriya advances to the third round. Midnight shouted, cracking her WHP. As Todoroki walked back towards the waiting rooms, he saw his old man standing in front of them. So, what happened to not using your left side? Endeavor mocked. Shoto said nothing. Now that you're working properly, you need to be taught to use your left side. Todoroki still said nothing. However, your loss was embarrassing. So after you graduate, come work for me. I'll train you on how to be an upgraded version of myself. You know, back then, for one brief, shining moment, I forgot about your existence. The number 2 gaped. It was the best moment of my life, and it helped Midoriya's statement sink in. It's not your quirk. It won't ever be yours. With that, Todoroki walked away, leaving Endeavor snarling. That brat, he growled. He wondered if he should arrange a gas explosion wherever Izuku lived, but decided against it. After all, if that monster decided to tell All Might about his threat, and he carried it out, then he might actually be arrested. At Recovery Girl's office, said Nurse was poking around Izuku. If this were anyone else, you would have permanently damaged your bones. Even normal regeneration would have had effects, she said. You're saying that his regeneration isn't actually regeneration? Yagi asked. Recovery Girl nodded. His body is just forcing itself to change. For example, he should have had bone bits in his joints. However, it seems that the bone bits just became part of his joint, changing from bones to ligaments. And then, the excess parts were moved to where the bones used to be, and were turned to bones. It isn't regeneration. It's transformation. I knew that my mass just shifted around, but I didn't realize it changed so much. Izuku croaked out. Indeed. Your biology is unique, Recovery Girl said. Don't get me started, Yagi muttered. Izuku walked back to the waiting. Deku, Uraraka shouted. Hey everyone, When's the next match? Ida was the one to explain it. They have to repair the stage. Uraraka nodded. Deku, were you planning on using the tendrils? She asked. Izuku paled before shaking his head furiously. No, I won't. I was just trying to frighten Todoroki. Ida tilted his head. Why are you all so worried about Midoriya's extra limbs? He scolded. Everyone's sweat dropped at him. You've never seen him use them, and it shows, Ida. Uraraka deadpanned. Mineta scoffed. I agree. What's so bad about them? Tsuyu bitch slapped him with her tongue. I know you were knocked out, you disgrace of a human being, but that's no excuse. Ida, just ask literally anyone in 1A besides the wannabe RPST here. In a few minutes, it was time for the matches to continue. Ida beat Ibra by maneuvering around her, and he politely but forcefully pushed her out of bounds. Next was Fumikage versus Mina. He just used Dark Shadow to push her out of bounds. Like the previous match, it was over in under a minute. The match after that was Kirishima versus Bakugou. Kirishima was practically immune to Bakugou's blasts, at least for a while. Eventually his hardening ability ran out, and Bakugou knocked him unconscious. And finally, it was time for the third round. The first match was Ida versus Izuku. So Midoriya, why is everyone so afraid of your extra limbs? Ida asked. Izuku looked around. There are too many people here to answer that, Ida. I'm sorry. I'll tell you about that after I beat you. Ida started chopping the air. No. I'll defeat you. Start. Mike screamed. Ida immediately tried to run around Izuku and kick him, but Izuku caught the kick in his claws. Ida backed up and tried in the opposite direction. This time, Izuku used his shield against Ida. The bounce back almost sent Ida out of bounds. Ida then fired up his engines for a reciprocal burst and slammed into Izuku. Izuku wasn't prepared for it, so he tumbled head over heels. Ida grabbed him and ran towards the disqualification line. However, Izuku's blade appeared, and the extra weight sent them both toppling over. Izuku managed to get a kick in, and that little bit of extra oomph pushed Ida out of bounds. Elsewhere, Ingenium was lying on the ground, bleeding. Stain was over him. I'm sorry, Ingenium. I never would have gone after you. You're far better than most heroes. Stain picked up Ingenium's phone. I see your younger brother is calling you. Do you want me to hand you the phone? Ingenium coughed. Yeah, nicer than I expected. Stain laughed. That's because you're one of the heroes who's extremely close to being a perfect hero, and you don't use your status to commit crimes. The call timed out. Stain immediately dialed, I bid you farewell. With that, the hero killer fled the scene. Back at the stadium, Bakugou was fighting Fumikage. Dark Shadow was able to absorb the explosions, but not for long. Soon, Bakugou had Fumikage pinned, a continuous explosion going off. Did you know Dark Shadow's weakness? The bird-headed boy asked. I figured it out during the match. You were a great opponent, Tokoyami. Now give up. Fumikage sighed. I surrender. As soon as midnight called it, Mike decided to announce the next fight. And now the finals will be between Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugou. We look forward to an explosive finale. Katsuki started to shake. Maybe I should have let you win, he muttered. After the match, Ida had a phone call. Hello, mother. I'm sorry that I lost. Ida heard a sniff. It's not about that. Ida, please listen calmly. Kinsei, a villain got him. She broke down in sobs. Stain watched as the police and emergency personnel loaded Ingenium onto an ambulance. It wouldn't do to have him be attacked. It's a shame that I had to fight you, Ingenium. You were one of the best heroes. The closest thing to a count against you was that heroics is a family business to you. However, you still put your heart and soul into it. I'm truly sorry that I had to cut it short. At least you'll be able to spend more time with your wife and soon-to-be-born child. And then he stabbed behind him. His sword went through a black mist. Please remain calm. We are of the same mind. Kurogiri spoke. I have been looking for you, hero killer Stain. Izuku was sitting down, still thinking about the events of the day. To think I got as far as I have. He flashed back to when his dad was home, comforting him after thawing out the tendrils. For some reason his quirk would shrink away from his dad, but he didn't know why. All he knew was that his father provided relief from the constant longing to consume. His dad would hold him close, and Izuku could just cry into his shoulder. Flashback. Why am I cursed with this, Papa? Why? The 4-year-old Izuku cried into his father's arms. Hisashi rubbed his back. Don't say that, Izuku. You're not cursed. His father replied. How can you say that? My quirk killed somebody. His father's eyes hardened. What you did was self-defense. Remember that? Then his eyes softened. Look at me, Izuku. Don't try to run from what you are. It will catch up to you. However, don't just blindly accept it either. Mold it. Change it. Make it what you want to make it. Flashback and Izuku walked up to the stage, where his best friend was waiting. Bakugou looked confident, but Izuku could easily see the fear in his eyes. It's the final battle of the UA Sports Festival. The top of the first years will be decided with this very match. Mike shouted. On one side, we have the teary-eyed kid with the quirk that keeps surprising us all. Give it up for Izuku Midoriya. And on the other side we have the ruthless but surprisingly civil Katsuki Bakugou. Start. Izuku immediately pulled up his shield just in time to absorb a blast from Bakugou. Said explosive boy then used his explosions again to get away fast. He's still showing fear. Then again, it's not surprising, and then Bakugou launched himself at his friend, priming a massive explosion. When it hit, Izuku was shocked. Instead of light and sound, it was mostly heat. He screamed as his shield shriveled up. How did you do that? He stammered. Did he modify the input of his explosives to mostly produce heat? Bakugou, who was once again a good 20 feet away, smirked. I've been training to fight off your quirk for years, Deku. With that, he swatted a glob of sweat, and when it hit, the shockwave was much stronger than it had any right to be. And that includes learning how to make thermobaric explosives. He unleashed another glob, and Izuku dove back to avoid it. Come on, Deku. I know you know just how to beat me. Show me what you've got. At this, Izuku sighed. Very well. With that, the tendrils popped up and rushed at Bakugou. The explosive teen let off 4 massive explosions, sending them back shriveled. This still created a lot of smoke, so he couldn't see. Izuku lunged out, claws outstretched. Bakugou then sidestepped and set an explosive blast right on Izuku's back. Izuku activated his blade, which allowed him to stay in bounds, albeit barely. However, Katsuki appeared in front of him again and aimed his explosions downward. This blast severed the blade. Without wasting a second, he sent another explosion right into Izuku's face. This last bit was enough to remove Izuku from the combat area. And look at that! Midoriya is out of bounds. Mike screeched while Midnight cracked her. WHP. The winner is Katsuki Bakugou, said Teen, however just walked towards Izuku. Hey Deku, what was your plan anyways? He asked. Izuku chuckled. I was trying to use your fear against you. I was hoping you'd duck or forfeit. Katsuki grumbled at that. That's really FING low. Also, what would have happened if I hadn't moved and called your bluff? Izuku shrugged. They were aimed 6 inches from your feet. Did you really think I'd put you in danger? At the league base, all for one was laughing. Haha, then son, you even surprised me. I guess emotional manipulation runs in the family. And now, all of the events have been completed. The winner of the first year UA festival is Katsuki Bakugou of Class 1A. Mike screamed. The cameramen swarmed to the stage, where Midnight was waiting. The first year sports festival is completed. And now, we will begin the awards ceremony. Fireworks ignited, and then a podium rose. On it, from left to right, were Izuku, Bakugou, and Fumikichi. In addition to Fumikichi, Tenya Ida is also in third, but due to family issues, he had to leave early. However, it is not I who will award them, but him. Midnight pointed to the top of the stadium. Haha, I have brought the medals. As All Might was speaking, Midnight continued. Our very own symbol of peace, All Might will be awarding them. There was a silence as Midnight realized what had happened. I'm sorry for talking over you, she muttered. She did recover quickly, however. All Might, please award these medals to the students, starting with the third-place medals. Midnight handed the medals to him. All Might put the medal around Fumikage. Good job, young Tokoyami. You sure are strong. He praised. You're too kind, the boy said. And then he was next to Izuku. Young Midoriya. Your quirk is very versatile, and you're quite good at thinking outside the box when the situation requires it. With even more training, you will become unstoppable. The symbol of peace gently put the medal over him as well. And you, young Bakugou. Congratulations on first place, and well done pushing your quirk to the limit. Bakugou nodded. These are the winners this year. However, anyone could end up on the podiums next year. Competition gives inspiration to excel. It works in economics, and it works on the person-to-person level. During this speech, Kaminari turned towards Sato. Why did he add the economic part? He asked. During his stint in the American Republic, he was inspired by their political and economic system. They're the strongest nation on Earth, and they were the strongest even before the emergence of quirks, so it's natural that he'd look at what their strengths are and wish to inspire other nations to copy them. Kaminari chuckled. So they're not the anarchy-filled hellhole that we've been told to believe? He asked. Remember what 13 said? The American Republic isn't like that. Meanwhile, All Might was finishing his speech. The next generation of heroes is certainly sprouting. And for that, I have only one thing to say, and I want everyone to say it with me. Plus ultra. Up in the booth, Aizawa sighed. For a moment there I thought he might just say his motto. Mike laughed. Nizu told him that there would be repercussions if he did. After the festival, Aizawa decided to give an announcement. You all did very well, save one, and I'm looking at you, Mineta. Please note that there won't be any school tomorrow or the day after. The pros who watch the festival will undoubtedly want to recruit you, so we'll have to organize the lists for you. And Mineta, your actions in the obstacle race were utterly inexcusable. Now he glared at the midget. W, he screeched. While the media didn't notice, Mike and I, along with many of your classmates, did. Aizawa was grinding his teeth, and it was scaring everyone. Unfortunately, due to circumstances, the school cannot afford to expel you, literally. Mineta smirked. However, now the smirk was beginning to fall. The staff has decided to transfer you. You'll be going to the general studies. Now get out. Before Mineta had a chance to reply, Aizawa used his capture scarf and chucked him out the door. There was a stunned silence. Now I bet you're all wondering why he wasn't expelled. The answer is simple. Mineta's father has a significant portion of the government in his pocket. He could easily order a massive budget cut to UA, or even close the school. Everyone gaped. Thus, this slap on the wrist is the only thing we can do, Aizawa sighed. Now then, your new classmate will be joining you after the break. That night, at the Hosu General Hospital, Ida had finally arrived. He sprinted up the stairs, ignoring an instruction to not run for the first time in his life. Mother, he shouted. Ida, she replied. How's Tensei doing? He fiercely asked. When she didn't respond, Ida barged in. Hey, wear a mask, a doctor shouted. Ida looked at his brother. He was conscious. The anesthetics have worn off, and he's regained consciousness. He's in a haze, though. However, his condition isn't as bad as we had feared. In spite of his wounds, he's stable. Ingenium opened his eyes. Tenyat, mother, he croaked out. Ida ran over. To think, you still look up to me. Ida began to tear up. His older brother let out a chuckle. Lost, he got out. Tensei. Ida sobbed. Meanwhile, Stain pulled his sword out of a villain's gut. You're not going anywhere near Ingenium's family, he snarled at the corpse. He then put his blade away and put on his civilian clothes. As this was going on, Todoroki was heading towards a mental institute. It was very out of the way, and thus out of the public eye. He checked in and headed towards the maximum security ward's visiting area. There he heard mutterings. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll save you. I promise. I'm sorry. And then he saw his mother. She was in a straitjacket. Sorry, we can't let her out. She'll try to escape, an orderly explained. When she set eyes on him, she started to cry. Please be real, she bawled. Shoto gently wiped away the tears. I'm real, Mom. I'm real. Izuku was looking at his phone, trying to ignore the sheer mass of people around him. While public transport was cheaper, it added an entirely new problem. That problem was that Blacklight practically demanded that he devour someone when they were all so close to him. Also, he had to deal with the possibility that one of those he killed had known them. When he had killed those 10 villains, he hadn't gotten their memories all at once. It was a slower process, so his head didn't hurt. However, it was still something that kept him up at night, even if he only needed 4 hours of sleep. Hey, are you Midoriya from the hero course? A random civilian behind him asked. Everyone started to gasp and mutter. Congratulations on second place. You were so cool, the man said. Huh? Izuku stammered. Yeah, your quirk's amazing. I've never seen anything like it, another person commented. He's shorter than I realized, another replied. By now, Izuku was beginning to panic. Do your best, hero, they all chanted. That snapped him out of it. I will, he stammered. Arf, it's only morning and I'm still tired, Izuku grumbled to himself as he walked to the campus. Sure, he only needed 4 hours of sleep, but still. Midoriya. Izuku turned around. Ida, he gasped. Hurry up or we'll be late, the bespectacled teen shouted. But it's still a good 5 minutes before the first bell, Izuku stammered. No buts, Ida shouted. Izuku sighed before coiling Blacklight into his legs and taking off. When they got to their lockers, Izuku knew he had to ask about Ingenium. It was all over the news after all. So Ida, he began. If you're asking about my brother, don't worry. I apologize for needlessly worrying you. Izuku walked into the classroom hearing Mina excitedly talk about how many people recognized her. Yes, same. Kirishima shouted. Yeah, that happened to me. It was kind of embarrassing though, Toru said. Isn't that normal for you? Bujiro asked. Izuku didn't care as he sat down, very much aware of the empty seat behind him. And then Aizawa opened the door. Good morning, he monotoned. Good morning, sensei, everyone shouted. Now then, before we begin, I'd like to introduce your new classmate. With that, Shinso walked in. Shinso? Izuku shouted. Hey, he replied. I knew you were going to be transferred to the hero course, but I thought that you'd go to Class B. Izuku stammered. Shinso shrugged. There was this blonde asshat who was waiting for me. He went on and on about how I must have SCKD up to the teachers. Literally. It took everyone about 5 seconds to realize what he meant. Before they could plan on ending Nieto's existence, Aizawa spoke up. Now then, today is a rather important day. You'll be doing something that will define the future of your career. At this, everyone, especially Shinso, began to panic. A test? They feared. You'll be choosing your code names today, Aizawa said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is related to the pro-hero draft picks I mentioned the other day. Normally, first years don't get drafted. However, it seems like the pros think you're good enough. And on that note, here's the list of offers. Aizawa turned on a projector, and everyone saw the list. Now, most of the time the offers are spread out, although the second-place winner appears to not have any. Aizawa deadpanned. Izuku went white in the face. He didn't have any. Why is that? You did a great job in the sports festival, Deku. Uraraka stated. Aizawa shrugged. Todoroki, on the other hand, scoffed. It's because of my dad. According to him, he threatened the other pros with lawsuits for something or other if any of them offered to take Midoriya. That got everyone's attention. Most of the class shouted. Be that as it may, that's not what we're focusing on right now. Even if you didn't get any picks, you'll all be interning with pros. Aizawa huffed. Internships? Izuku asked. At USJ, you all got combat experience, and some of you got more than that and got a first-hand look at how deadly the battles can be. Everyone except Shinso turned towards the cowering Izuku. This confused Shinso greatly, but he just decided he'd have to ask after the internships. Moving on, you'll be receiving training directly from the pros. That is why you're choosing codenames today. However, just remember that these are not permanent. You may change them whenever you want. At that, Midnight walked in. Just remember that you'll become well known with these names. So many pros still have the names they chose as students. She declared. Midnight will be double-checking your names to make sure they're okay. I'm going to take a nap. Before I pass out though, remember that when you give yourself a name, you're cementing your path towards heroics. With that, the whiteboards were passed down. A hero name, huh? Izuku thought to himself. After around 10 minutes, Midnight decided that enough time had passed. Alright, if you're ready, please form a line and we'll go over your names. Yuga went first. I will be the shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Midnight grabbed the board. I think it would be better if you changed cannot to can't. Yuga agreed and sat back down. Everyone thought it was a really weird name. I'm next. Mina declared. I'll be Alien Queen. Midnight began to protest, but Aizawa, who had woken up temporarily, interrupted her. It's a good name, he said. Midnight tried to argue, but found that she couldn't. Next was Tsuyu. I've known what mine was going to be since I was a kid. I'm gonna be the rainy season hero Froppy. Midnight slid to her right. That's so cute. I love it. Kirishima was next. I'll be the sturdy hero, Red Riot, he exclaimed. You're paying homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot, aren't you? Midnight asked. He may have been an old hero, but I've always admired him. Izuku nodded. His father had mentioned that Crimson Riot was an excellent hero, back in the day. That brought Izuku to a distant memory. Flashback. Hisashi Midoriya was tending to the 6-7-year-old Izuku. He didn't get sick that often, but when he did he got really sick. Hisashi was sitting next to him, talking about heroes. Dad, heroes have cool names, Izuku murmured. His father chuckled. That's true. Why do you ask? Izuku coughed. I want to have a cool one when I'm a hero, Hisashi sighed. Well, your quirk is certainly unique, but it reminds me of a pre-quirk video game series, and it's still played today. How about you name yourself after the protagonist? Flashback and Izuku immediately began to write the name down. Meanwhile, Jiro ran up with her name. I'll be the hearing hero, Earphone Jack. She declared. That's good. Next. Midnight declared. Tentacled hero, Tentacle. Shoji said. It's like tentacle with octopus thrown in. I like it. Midnight declared. Taping hero, Cellophane. Zero declared. It's nice and simple. That's important. Midnight shouted. Martial arts hero, Tailmend Ojiro stated. Your name reflects your body. Good idea. Midnight stated. Sweets hero, Sugarman. Sato declared. So sweet. Midnight squeed. Stun gun hero, Charge Bolt. Kaminari declared. I feel tingly, Midnight sang. Stealth hero, Invisible girl. Toru declared. That's great. Midnight said, allowing it. I do hope I do this name justice, Momo said, showing off her hero name. The everything hero, Creati. She declared. It's creative. Midnight declared. Shoto was next. Shoto, he flatly stated. You're just using your name? Midnight asked. Shoto nodded. Up next was Fumikage. Jet Black hero, Tsukuyami, he stated. God of the night. Midnight shouted out. Next was Shinso. The controlling hero, Puppet Emistu. He stated. Are you Sudash and like that? Midnight fell prey to Shinso's quirk. Take 5 steps back. When she did, he released his quirk. Midnight was fuming at being played like that. Next was Koji. He was just petting hero, Anima. Got it? Midnight stated. Next was Bakugou. The explosive hero, Kate 4, he declared. Nice usage of your name. Midnight decided. Next was Uraraka. My hero name is Uravity, she stated. It sounds stylish. Midnight exclaimed. Next was Ida. Ingenium, he stated, without any emotion. I see. You're carrying your brother's legacy. I heard what happened. I'm so sorry, Midnight said. And then she turned to Izuku. Are you ready, Midoriya? She asked. Izuku nodded and brought the board up. The viral hero, Mercer, he declared. Why does that name sound familiar? Midnight asked. It's the protagonist of the prototype series, not including the second one of the original run. A few years before the emergence of quirks, the prototype series was remade. The original Prototype 2 was considered non-canon and the first game was remastered. While it was good, the third game took the cake. It was, along with The Elder Scrolls 6, considered a timeless masterpiece by critics and was still played to this very day. Several sequels had come out, and they were all very well done as well. Izuku chuckled at midnight, not recognizing the name before sitting back down. Meanwhile, in the staff room, Toshinori was with Semitas. Oh, offers for first years are still coming, Semitas stated. Oh really? Who's it for? All Might asked. It's for Midoriya. That caught Yagi's attention. Oh really? Who is it? He asked, leaning in. And then he saw the name. WW. Aizawa decided to wake up at this point. Now that everyone's decided their hero names, let's get back to internships. They will last for a week. Those who got offers will look at those lists. Those who didn't will have to choose from a list of 40 pros around the nation. They all have different specialties, though. At this, Midnight perked up. For example, 13 specializes in rescue missions. Aizawa continued through the interruption. Make sure you choose carefully. Aizawa decided to impart one more piece of information. Turn in your choices by the weekend. So you only have 2 days to choose. By lunchtime, the class was still thinking on positions. Hey, have any of you decided where to go? Mina asked. Shinso shrugged. I think I'll go with the Wild Pussycats. According to this, Ragdoll is interested in my quirk's potential to keep civilians calm during a rescue. Hey Deku, have you decided? Uraraka trailed off at the Mutterfest that was her friend. There are only 40 heroes who will take us, so after looking up their specialties and splitting them into groups, he just went on and on. It's practically an art, a significant portion of the class taught simultaneously. And then he snapped back to reality. Sir, I was lost in thought, he stammered. You really thinking about this a lot, aren't you, Midoriya? So you asked. Izuku nodded. I just can't pick. Uraraka decided to speak up. I've already decided. I'm going to be working with Gunhead Agency. I need to work on fighting styles so as to broaden my horizons. And then she saw Izuku trembling. Why are you shaking, Deku? She asked. Oh, this? It's air chairing. That caught everyone's attention. Air chair exercises? Uraraka screamed. Soon everyone was talking about that. Oi Deku, why not do your other type of air chair exercise? Bakugou stated. Izuku sighed and pushed his chair aside. One tendril came out of his back and buried itself into the ground. Everyone took a good 3 steps back. After class, Izuku and Uraraka were getting ready. Hey Deku, do you want to head home together? She asked. Izuku was about to invite Ida, but then he realized that his friend had already left. He was about to respond, then he opened the door and All Might was there. I am here in an awkward position, he shouted. What are you doing here? Izuku stammered. Come with me. All Might whispered. As they were walking, All Might decided to speak. I'll get straight to the point, young Midoriya. You were offered an internship by a hero. Are really? Izuku near shouted. Yes. His name is Gran Torino. All Might turned his head towards Izuku, and it was completely covered in sweat. He taught here for a year. He was my homeroom teacher. And he knows about One for All. Izuku was barely able to contain the fanboyism. Wait, someone else knows? He asked. Gran Torino was the sworn friend of my predecessor. He retired a long time ago, so I forgot to count him. Izuku then noticed that All Might was shaking. Is it because I wrote of you when I sent him a letter? Or was it B because I was teaching you in an inadequate way? HEWWW went so far as to use H's old name for an offer. It's scary, TDD to us scary. Stop trembling legs. Holy cow, All Might is terrified of this guy. All Might continued. Even though it's my duty to train Yuji got an offer, so you should work on it to your heart's content. The symbol of peace jerkily handed Izuku a note. Who the hell is this guy? Izuku mentally screamed. None of the memories had anything. Once again he was thankful that blacklight filtered the information so that he only got what he needed. "Hey, I heard you got an offer, Deku." "That's great," Achiko declared. "Thanks." Izuku muttered. "Did Ida head home already?" Uraraka asked. I guess so," Izuku said. He was busy thinking. "After the sports festival, I heard about what happened to Ingenium on the news. He was attacked by a serial killer who had killed 17 heroes and forced an additional 23 to permanently live in a hospital due to their injuries. Ingenium was seen as lucky, as his injuries would only force him to retire. The serial killer was known as the hero killer stain. And with Ida deciding to intern in Hosu, where the hero killer was spotted last, is he out for revenge? Izuku was still wondering who this Gran Torino was. Even All Might is afraid of him. He must be incredible, he thought to himself. Eventually, he got to an old rundown apartment. This is it? Izuku thought as he knocked on the door. No one answered. "Hello? I'm Izuku Midoriya from you." He trailed off when he saw an old man in what looked like blood, until the scent of ketchup reached his nose. He just stared. Sir, why are you just lying there?" Izuku asked. The man perked up. "I'm sorry. I just spilled a bunch of sausages with ketchup," the man said. "And who are you?" he asked. Izuku stood straight. "I'm Izuku Midoriya from UA, he stated. "What was that?" the old man asked. "I said I'm Izuku Midoriya." Izuku repeated, a bit louder. "Who are you?" the old man asked. "CRP. I knew he'd be old since he's All Might's teacher, but he has to have gone senile." Then he sat down. "I'm hungry." By now, Izuku was physically shaking. "Hungry?" he shouted. "Tashinori?" Torino asked. Izuku sighed. "I'll have to call All Might. Excuse me, but I have to make a phone call," he said before turning his head. And then he heard a click. "WJ?" he shouted. The old man was rummaging through his costume. "Fire off a one for all at me." The man's voice changed. He was more serious now. "I want to know how good you are at handling it," he declared. "So he isn't senile?" Izuku thought. "Put on this costume and fire one off at me," Torino declared. Izuku just stared. And then Torino turned towards him. "Who are you?" he asked. Izuku face-bombed. "I'm sorry, but All Might doesn't have much time left." "I can't waste time, sir," Izuku said as respectful as possible. Well, and suddenly Torino was literally bouncing off the walls. He was letting out a whooshing sound as he went by. He ended up above the door frame above Izuku. "In that case there's even more of a reason to fire one off," he declared. "I watched the sports festival on TV. The way you threw your power around was unbearable, although I must say that your ability to regenerate was impressive. And your tone when you said those words is way too much like All for Ones to be a coincidence." Gran continued. "He's called the symbol of peace and the #1 hero, but All Might truly, and I mean truly, is terrible at teaching. Thus, I can't stand how you were using your power. Therefore, I'll need you to put on your costume and give it everything you've got." Izuku gave a near-maniacal grin that almost made Torino kick the boy's face on instinct. It looked exactly like All for One's evil slasher smile. "I look forward to working with you." As Izuku opened the container for his costume, he noticed a slip of paper. "An instruction manual?" he asked. "Dear Izuku Midoriya, due to a request from Nizu, the suit is made entirely out of organic materials. However, there are materials here that are far harder than most things on the planet. Also, we changed the design. You look so much cooler." He sighed. "I wonder if every single support company is like Hatsum," he wondered, before rereading something. "Organic substance by instructions of the principal?" he asked. And then suddenly he had an idea. "If my costume is organic, then can I consume it?" He willed a tendril out of his back and stuck it into the costume. And sure enough, the costume disappeared in a swirl of black. "Wait, now what?" he asked no one in particular. And then he remembered what had happened at the beach with All Might. He was able to imitate clothing. He focused on the appearance of his costume, and with another rush, he was fully costumed again. He tried to take it off, and soon found out that when he tried, there was, in fact, skin underneath. He then walked back to where Torino was. All right, fire it off. Torino instructed. Are you sure? There isn't much space in here, and if I fire off 100% by accident then you'd probably die. Torino decided to interrupt him. Good grief, you're a chatterbox? And then he took off. As he zoomed by, he shouted, I'm losing my patience, and then he kicked Izuku in the back. The tendrils instinctively sprouted, puncturing holes in Torino's boots, but the old man was too fast, but just barely. Izuku let out a choked cough and fell to his knees. Oh come on, I didn't hit you that hard. Torino stated. It's not that you hit where my feeding tendrils are, that brought Torino up short. Feeding tendrils? He asked. Have you ever played a video game called Prototype? Izuku asked. Torino grinned. It was my favorite. Why do you ask? Izuku gulped. And my quirk is pretty much a carbon copy of Blacklight. Heck, that's what I named it, Torino paled. Well then, I guess the back is off limits. Heh, Izuku nodded. First, I'm gonna go call Toshinori. Then, we're gonna get back to combat training. He declared. Already? Izuku asked. Toshinori Yagi was busy filing paperwork when his phone went off. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. A phone dash. He picked up the phone. Hello, he asked. You could have warned me about the boy's quirk Toshi. An irate Gran Torino screamed into the phone. Yagi was now holding the phone a good foot away. I started combat training with him and hit him square in the back. Next thing I know is that I have new holes in my boots and the boy's on the ground wheezing. Then he tells me how dim and lucky I am that my quirk is built for speed. The old man yelled. So sorry, sensei, Yagi muttered. You'd better be. Otherwise, I'll pay you a visit. With that, he hung up before turning towards Izuku. Now then, let's get back to it. With that, he took off. After a few near misses, the old man landed on his microwave, crushing it. I can't believe that the ninth holder of One for All is such a wet blanket, he declared. He then resumed zooming around and hit Izuku on the side. He's too fast. I can't tell what his quirk is. He said it was built for speed. Wait, instead of cornering him, I should keep him moving. Remember, imagine the egg not exploding in the microwave, he thought, charging a fist. So you're good at analysis and prediction, huh? Torino asked. Smash, Izuku thought, trying to punch the old man. Said old man dodged. However, you're stiff. He then grabbed Izuku's face and pinned him. I almost had you, Izuku grumbled. Indeed. However, there's one thing you should have recognized by now. Your admiration for All Might is holding you back. While it's true that you need to get stronger in a short period of time, but your enemies won't wait. You're overthinking One for All. With that, Torino turned away. If my hypothesis is correct, however, you may have all the time in the world before you face him. At the League of Villains base, Stain was talking with Shigaraki and Kurojuri. So, you're the group that attacked the USJ, Stain muttered. So what are you after? He asked. For now, I just want to kill All Might, Tormura said. I also want to break everything I hate. He then held up a picture of a certain green kid. Like this brat. Sensei has an interest in him, probably because of his quirk. Stain scoffed. It was foolish of me to come here. I hate people like you the most. All you're doing is throwing a tantrum. You have zero conviction. With that, Stain began to reach for his blades. Kurojiri decided to speak up. Stain, you were brought here to help facilitate Tamura Shigaraki's growth as a villain, as he cares about nothing but destruction. Stain continued to draw his blades. Sensei, is it all right to let this continue? Kurojiri asked, slightly worried. It is fine, Kurojiri. After all, there's no point if we just tell him the answer. Tormura still needs to think about where to mature. After all, that is what it means to educate. Meanwhile, Izuku was thinking about what Torino said. My admiration is holding me back? What does he mean? He quickly pulled out his notebook. I've been thinking of One for All and smashes as special moves. How could I not realize it? After all, quirks are part of your body. I need to think of One for All more evenly. As Izuku was saying this, Torino was listening in. His thinking is very flexible, and his ability to come up with new ideas on the fly is interesting, to say the least. However, when I hear it from here, it sounds like a higher-pitched version of All for One's voice. That night, Izuku was awake while he listened to Torino snore. For some reason, his snoring was literally him saying Z over and over. I wonder if he's really asleep. He was just testing me the first day, he thought while walking out of the building. He had already gotten the 4 hours of sleep that he needed. I need to think of one for all more evenly, he thought. While I can use blacklight just like I'm breathing, oh right, I don't have to breath, but that's besides the point. I still need to master one for all. And then he looked up. Alright, if I just use 5% then I could jump from building to building, although I could probably just use blacklight. This will be good practice. Okay, imagine the egg not exploding. Izuku felt one for all building in his legs, and then he released it. Of course, this led to him slamming into a building. I should have known this would happen, Izuku mentally ground out. Okay, I need to cushion my arms as well, and then I should be able to leap from wall to wall. Maybe I could try doing that with blacklight as well. I can run up walls, but if I can jump off of them as well, that would be cool. Izuku then got up and started charging again. He still hit the wall too hard and fell. Alright, I'll try that again. The same result occurred. Good morning, Torino declared. He was expecting Izuku to be tired, but he wasn't. Hey Sensei. I'm sorry but I got carried away in training, Izuku stated. I tried to put what you said into practice, but I still have a long way to go. Torino nodded. It's to be expected that you didn't get it immediately. It's hard to get that from All Might, as he got it almost immediately. Thus I taught him differently. That caught Izuku's attention. All Might as a student? What was he like? He shouted. Torino turned and chuckled. It was nothing but practical training for him. I'd train him until he threw up. Izuku started to shiver. That's why All Might was so afraid of you, he thought. I couldn't train him half-heartedly, as he was entrusted to me by a close friend, who had very recently died. Torino said, All Might's predecessor died? Izuku asked. He asked. DLVY, someone shouted. Oh, I'll get it, Izuku declared, heading for the door. So you haven't told him about the fate of your predecessor, Tashinori? Or the fate of every other one for all holder before her? Izuku carried in a box and then opened it. A microwave? He asked. Well, I broke the old one on our first day, so I had to get a new one. And now we're gonna eat some taiyaki, Torino declared with a smile on his face. Taiyaki for breakfast? Izuku asked. I like sweets, Torino declared. Izuku watched the taiyaki in the microwave. I still need to learn how to use one for all like I'm breathing. If I can get my usage of it to be instinctive, then I'll be on my way towards being the world's greatest hero. Get it while it's hot, Torino declared. Izuku was still thinking about one for all. Why the long face? For now, just eat a piping hot taiyaki and dashed. He paused to eat it, but when his teeth came down, they clanged off. It's cold, he declared. No way. I put them in the microwave on defrost and dash. Gran cut him off. You stuck a huge plate in, you idiot. It wouldn't turn. Is this the first time you've used a microwave? He declared. Mine at home doesn't turn, Izuku mumbled. I'm so dash, and then his eyes got wide. I've got it, he declared. He then picked up the dessert. Gran Torino. The taiyaki is me, he declared. Are you all right? The aged pro asked. No, that's not how I meant it, Izuku stammered. Up until now, I've just been using one for all. I've only used it where I needed it when I needed it, like flipping a SW. However, my reaction times got slower the more I used it. Therefore, I should just keep it on throughout my entire body. With that, he summoned one for all while Torino watched. He's a fast learner, he thought. By now, Izuku was sparking with green lightning. Are you sure you want to use the taiyaki as a metaphor? It's kind of boring, Torino said. I'm absolutely fine with that, Izuku declared. So, can you even move like that? Torino asked. I don't know, Izuku ground out through gritted teeth. Why not try? Gran asked. So you have one for all going continuously throughout your body. If you can move like that, Then you'll be completely different than you were during the sports festival. Torino said while grinning. He then held up a timer. We'll start with 3 minutes, he said. 3 minutes? Izuku grunted. Try to get a hit on me during that time. Torino declared, stretching his legs. All right, just don't go near my back, Izuku ground out. Torino nodded, face slightly pale. Duly noted, he said before taking off. A few seconds later he kicked Izuku in the face. Pathetic. You can't react in time? You won't be able to save people then, he declared, zooming around the room. Izuku tired to bring one for all up, but the hits kept breaking his concentration. I need time, he thought. He then allowed his feeding tendrils to burst forth. This act made Torino pause. You're planning on using those? He shouted with fear in his voice. Izuku then powered up one for all. Full cowl, he shouted. He was trying to get me to stop. Torino thought to himself. Torino barely managed to dodge. He then flew behind Izuku. Izuku still managed to track him. When he leapt at Izuku, Izuku used full cowl to jump into the air and he almost got a hit. Torino barely dodged and then retaliated. Izuku hit the wall, the tendrils going through it. They retracted and he slid to the floor. Torino picked up the clock. 3 minutes, he declared. And it's so hard to keep going, Izuku gasped. Torino nodded. I've still got a long way to go, Izuku muttered, rubbing his rear while he regenerated. Oh, you almost got me several times. Your analysis and prediction abilities are astounding. In fact, he rubbed a hand across his cheek. Izuku immediately smelled blood. You've learned a lot in the last day, and I haven't had to seriously try to dodge for a while. With one for all and blacklight, you'll definitely become a powerful hero, he thought. All right, now you have to get used to it, he declared. We're going to be continuing. Izuku stood up. Yes, sir, he shouted. First, why not eat? We haven't yet, Torino said. Why, you're right, Izuku realized. Well, let's heat them up again. Torino trailed off when he realized something. They fell, he shouted. They're still good. Izuku stammered. Torino scoffed. I'll eat them, Izuku declared. Kid, the floor is filled. He was cut off when 3 tendrils impaled themselves into the desert. He watched in stunned horror as they dissolved into black goo. To think that almost happened to me. When Izuku was done, he immediately rushed to the door. I'll go buy some more, he promised. At UA, All Might was having a discussion with his police friend. I'm sorry for intruding, All Might, he said. It's no issue, Tsukachi, Yagi replied. What did you find out? Do you remember that villain called Nomu? Tsukachi asked. That beast thing young Midoriya and I fought against? He asked. Correct. We did a few tests on Nomu's DNA, he said. Why? All Might asked. What I'm about to tell you is technically a leaking of information. I'm only telling you because you're my friend, and you of all people should know this. We found a few clues that lead us to the mastermind. At this, Toshinori perked up. We ran tests at a specialized institution. We realized that Nomu isn't mute. It's brain dead. As for a record, we found out that it was originally this man. He showed the symbol of peace a photo. This is a picture of the sludge villain in human form. Toshinori pet his head. How is that possible? He asked. Listen very carefully. For one, a high-powered intruder broke the sludge villain out of prison, incapacitating the guards. For another, we found the DNA of 4 different people inside Nomu. The body was tampered with drags and other methods. His body was modified to hold multiple quirks, leading to his higher functions shutting down. Of course, we're more worried about the quirks. It's not possible for quirks to be transferred by DNA, save one for all, or a 100% perfect integration. And to top things off, the night he was taken, a young boy who was diagnosed as Quirkless suddenly developed the sludge villain's quirk. The only way this was possible is if someone had the power to transfer quirks. I'm sure you know where I'm going. Yagi stood up. That's impossible, he declared. I'm sorry, All Might, but it's the only possible solution. All for One wasn't killed, and he's beginning to re-emerge. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains base, Stain was still conversing with the villains. So you still want me to join? Well then, you just have a longing and conviction. No matter what you want to accomplish, you have to have both of those. Shigaraki pinned to the ground. Kurogiri, take this guy out back, the man-child demanded. They can't move, the mist villain ground out. Is it his quirk? In a world overflowing with heroes, there are those who only wish to take advantage of the title. Money? Fame? That's all they want. Those who do that are my secondary targets, they deserve humiliation, a minor injury at worst, but nothing more. My main ones are those who use their status to cover up their misdeeds, and villains who idly throw their quirks around. They are my prey, he growled. Hey, look, I'm no longer paralyzed. Tormura then grabbed a sword and his quirk immediately began to reduce the sword to rust. You really do talk a lot, Tormura said, crushing the sword. I don't have anything grand like that. I just want to crush society. All Might is the key point there. Stain growled and jumped off of the man-child. Ah shoot. I'm still hurt. And we don't have anyone who can heal in our party, Tormura drawled. Stain sighed. Our goals are polar opposites. However, we do have a common ground to stand on. We both want to change society. Tormura scoffed. Fuff. I'm the type of person you hate, am I not? The serial killer chuckled. While that's true, I was testing you. The true characteristics of a person appear when they're on death's door. And somewhere, deep down, there's a warped shred of conviction within you. Tormura grumbled at that. Kurogiri, I don't want him in our party. The mist man sighed. He will be a great asset if he joins. He said. The negotiations are over. Return me to Hosu. The hero killer liked his lips. I still have matters to attend to there. Kurogiri nodded. Before you go, I should warn you about that green brat. His quirk makes him grow 4 things out of his back. If one impales you, he'll devour you. Back at Torino's agency, Izuku was training. I have to keep 5% up continuously and attack. He rushed at Torino, but the old man dodged. Izuku crashed into the wall again. Let's stop for now. If you keep having to fight one style, you might fall into weird habits, Torino said. I can't think of tactics right now. I'm not used to this. Izuku gasped out. I can still fight. Torino smirked at that. No. That's enough. Put on your costume and we'll go to stage 2. Izuku dragged himself up and concentrated. With a sound of whooshing wind his clothes were replaced by his costume. Toshinori didn't mention that. Torino thought. All right, phase 2 is simple. We're gonna fight some villains. Torino shouted, sticking his cane in the air. Now? Izuku screamed. Just. If you only fight against me, you'll have trouble when you go up against someone who uses a wildly different fighting style. Thus, this next part is teaching you how to go up against different situations. After all, this is an internship, so of course you'll be fighting villains. What you're saying is right, but I'm not ready. I'd have to rely on blacklight. Izuku stammered. Torino paused. And you'll be fine, right? He asked, apparently not impressed. The last time I relied on it for fighting villains, I killed people. Torino was confused before his eyes widened. That's why 10 villains were unaccounted for. Well, don't worry. We're going to be heading out. With that, he hailed a taxi. You see, due to the lowering population here, the crime rate is falling. Thus, most hero agencies are in large urban areas where there is a lot of crime. After all, where there are people there are messes. We'll be going to Shibuya, and fights break out there a lot. Izuku nodded. We're taking a bullet train, aren't we? He asked. Torino nodded. Don't worry, kid, I'll take care of the big fish so you won't have to use your quirk. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. We'll be passing through Hosu. I wonder how Ida's doing. Meanwhile, Ida was doing patrol with Manuel. So, you're chasing after the hero killer, huh? He asked. Ida paused. What? He asked. I couldn't think of any other reason you'd be here. I heard about what happened with your brother. I won't say I understand, but you shouldn't go after him on a personal grudge. We as heroes shouldn't use our quirks for personal reasons such as that. Using quirks for personal use is a crime, and it leads to chaos. Also, you're getting tunnel vision on the subject. That tunnel vision, However, I do understand, Manuel stated. Thank you for the warning, Ida said, bowing. Well, as long as you understand you should be fine. As they walked, Ida was still focused on Stain. I can't just hide these feelings. Stain nearly killed my brother. That night, Stain was looking out in Hosu City. He heard a rush of air, but he didn't turn around. Hosu City is nicer than I expected, Tormura stated. So, what's your plan? He asked. I will reform this city. Thus, I need another victim, Stain growled. Kurogiri had appeared by now. Is that what you meant by having business to attend? He asked. I see that someone understands. Stain said. Hey, what does that make me? Shigaraki grumbled. Stain ignored him. He spread out his hands. Hero is a title to be given out due to deeds. There are too many who only go into the hero industry for money and fame. But there are some who have darker motives, they wish to have immunity to the law. Since the law won't punish them for their deeds, I will, he shouted into the air. He then leapt off his perch. He talks all high and mighty, but he's just trying to start a grassroots movement, isn't he? Tormura asked. Don't make fun of him, young Tormura. In every city that he's appeared in, the crime rate has dropped. And in some cases, criminals that heroes have been looking for months of even years are found dead. One key case was the child trafficking ring in Kyoto, remember the tunneling terror? Tormura scoffed. Kurogiri, bring out the Nomus? 3 genetic abominations proceeded to step out of portals. You think you can get away with stabbing me? If I want to kill you, I will, Shigaraki stated. That night, Izuku was riding the bullet train near Hosu. The train won't arrive until later tonight. Is that okay? He asked his mentor. Don't worry about it. There are more skirmishes then, so it's more fun. Torino stated. Izuku paled. That doesn't sound like fun, he muttered. Izuku pulled out his phone and checked his messages. Torino scoffed but Izuku ignored him. Ida read the text, but he hasn't replied. He usually responds within 3 minutes though. Hey, look at that. That building just exploded, someone shouted. Huh? Torino asked. Izuku turned at that as well. Passengers, please hold on to your seats dash, and then the train's side imploded. A hero was thrown through. What the heck are Y dash, and then he was pinned down by a green hand. Another hand pried the side open, revealing that the thing had 4 eyes and an exposed brain. A Nomu? Izuku asked to himself. Stay here, Torino instructed before he took off. He rocketed at the Nomu and kicked it in the face. The blow made it let go of the hero. It also threw both of them out of the train. Gran Torino! Izuku shouted. He then looked out and saw a glowing light. What is going on? He asked. Meanwhile, the pro-hero native was fighting against someone who he thought had been a pro, until he saw what he did to that woman. Gazer! Why? He shouted. Gazer laughed. I do what I want. As a hero, I am above the law, he cried before grabbing it. Knife and stabbing native in the side. The pro coughed up blood at that. Why, you're no hero, native gasped. Gazer chuckled and stabbed his former ally again. Oh, well guess what? They'll find your body and blame it on someone else. I'll get away scot-free, just like Alwaycharji. Native looked up and saw a serrated blade coming from Gazer's back. Filth like you must be purged. The blade retracted and Native would have screamed. It was Stain. Going for T to the 2-for-1D deal? He stammered, out of both fear and blood loss. Stain just put his finger in Native's blood and liked it. At that, Native locked up. Stain then pulled out a needle and some thread. What? Native asked. You're a good hero, Native. The closest thing to a strike on you is your racially stereotypical getup, but your grandmother on your mother's side and your grandfather on your father's side were Native American, Stain said as he put the needle in Native's skin. Native noticed that he didn't feel any pain. Aren't I a hero, your prey? He asked. Stain sked. You're good enough for me, he replied, stitching up Native's side. But why save me? He asked. Filth is purged, but the cleanliness shall remain. Stain muttered. Almight. Ryuku. Ingenium. Those are just a few examples of good heroes. Then why go after Ingenium? Native croaked, vision fading in and out. His secret wife was expecting a child. If he's a hero, he'll attract enemies. And one day one will kill him. I forced him into retirement with a relatively minor wound. I wasn't going for him actually. I acted in self-defense. Native tried to laugh, but by now he couldn't hold on to consciousness any longer. Stain finished the emergency surgery. It was all right, but it wouldn't hold for too long. He noticed that Native was unconscious. He sighed. Welp, time to summon the authority dash, and then he drew his blade and swung. A helmet came off, revealing Ida's face. Another hero? Stain asked. No, it's a child wearing a suit. Who are you, exactly? He asked. Ida was silent. Go away. This is not the place for children, Stain stated. A scarf as red as blood, blades all over your body. You must be the hero killer, Stain. Ida growled. You are. I've been chasing you, but I didn't realize I'd find you so soon. I am dashed. He was cut off by Stain pointing his blade at him. Your eyes show vengeance. Is that what you're here for? Please leave. I do not wish to have to harm a child. I'm not even worth your time? Ida growled. Listen here, criminal. I am the younger brother of a hero you attacked. The younger brother of an excellent older brother. In his place, I will stop you. Remember my name. Ingenium. I will be the hero who defeats you. Ida shouted. I see. You're Ingenium's little brother. You're the one who called him. Everyone, please calm down. The villain isn't here anymore. Wait for the heroes to arrive. An officer shouted. Excuse me, but I'm headed out. Izuku shouted. Wait, the officer shouted. Izuku ignored him as he jumped out. He pushed blacklight into his legs and took off. They look similar, but there can't be that many. After all, most families only have a few siblings. But why here? But I don't have time for detours. Full cowl, and like that his speed doubled. He rushed over the buildings, heading in the direction that the crowd was running away from. The center of the chaos is where it started. But what's with the Nomu lookalike? How much power does he have? If it's like the one at USJ, the entire city will be at risk. And then he heard something. Tenya. Tenya! He turned around, but then he saw a truck explode. He felt the heat, and through the haze, he saw two other Nomus. Manuel, get the fire out, a hero shouted. Some time for Ida to run off. Manuel grunted. Ida's off somewhere? At a time like this? Izuku mentally screamed. Another hero came up next to him. Hey, you're in the way. We'll handle it here. Follow the evacuation orders, the pro shouted. Where are you, Ida? Izuku asked himself. And then it hit him. Hosu was the last place the hero killer was sighted. Oh no, Izuku then took off in a run. So you're not participating? Kurojairi asked Tormur. No. I'm injured, remember? He replied. That's why I brought the Nomu. The three of them were gifted to me by Sensei. And tonight the world will forget about you, hero killer, he cackled. Ida rushed at Stain, who just jumped through the air and kicked him in the shoulder. Stain's boots were spiked, so blood was drawn. You're weak, the hero killer declared. He then grabbed a knife and used it to pin Ida to the ground. However, he made sure for it to only go through the armor. Must you come for me? Stain asked. Shut up, criminal. My brother's engines are too beat up for him to continue being a hero. His legs were heavily damaged. He'll walk with a limp for the rest of his life. Ida growled. He's led people through disasters, he's saved countless lives, and he took out a massive drag ring. There's no reason for you to attack him. Stain scoffed. The drag bust made him a target of the Yakuza. They were planning on assassinating him. In fact, I killed 5 villains who tried to do just that. It'll be safer for him, his wife and their unborn child for him to be out of the hero business. Ida paused. Your brother married in secret 4 years ago. His wife is 6 months P.R.T. She'd be a target for those who would wish to hurt him. Now that he's no longer a hero, the Yakuza has no reason to target him, as he'll no longer be a threat to them. I saved your brother. Ida snarled at the hero killer. You ruined his life. I'll never forgive you. Stain dispassionately looked at the pinned Tenya. Vengeance is not becoming of a hero. Stain brought a finger to his boots and put some of the blood on it. He then brought it to his mouth, liking the blood. Ida then froze up. And my body won't move. Stain pulled his sword out of Ida's armor. I wish no ill will on you, Tenya Ida. Stain muttered, walking towards where he had placed the unconscious native. Shut up, shut up. Ida shouted. No matter what you say. You're just the criminal who hurt my brother. Stain turned to answer him, but then he looked up. A green blur was bouncing from wall to wall. And then a fist impacted his face. Smash. Izuku mentally screamed. Me Midoriya? Ida asked. I came to save you, Ida. Izuku answered. Stain took a look at the newest person. That's the kid from Shigaraki picture. Ida grunted. Midoriya, why? He ground out. 60% of the hero killer's victims were where there weren't that many people. That's why I searched away from the center of commotion. I searched all of the alleyways I could. Izuku then turned to Ida. Can you move? We need to get to a bigger street. We'll have to attract the attention of the pros. I can't move, Ida grumbled. Ever since he cut me, I've been paralyzed. I think it's his quirk. It's just like the TV commentators have guessed. Cutting activates his quirk, Izuku said. Then he gasped as he picked up another scent of blood. Someone else is here, he exclaimed. If it was just Ida, I could have carried him away, but with an injured person who I don't know. Midoriya, don't get involved. Ida growled. Izuku turned his head in shock. This doesn't involve you. Ida snarled. What are you saying? Izuku asked. I see your friend came to save you. As if you were in actual danger. Stain scoffed. Huh? Izuku asked. So far, the only crime you have committed against the ideals of a hero is your longing for revenge. Therefore, I must teach him a lesson. Izuku got into a combat stance. However, he tapped a finger to his phone, alerting everyone to his location. He then shifted his hands into his claws. I'll have to protect those who can't move, Izuku thought. Stop. Run. This has nothing to do with you, Midoriya. Ida screamed. If you say that, then heroes can't do anything. Izuku replied. There are a lot of things I'd like to say to you, hero killer, but they will wait. After all, it's like what All Might said, interfering when you aren't supposed to is the epitome of being a hero. Stain paused before grinning like a madman. Izuku powered up blacklight and rushed the hero killer, claws out. But if your opponent has a longer reach, Stain brought up a blade. Izuku then activated full cowl and jumped up. He disappeared? Stain asked himself. 5%. Detroit smash. Izuku shouted, punching Stain in the head. What's with that movement? Ida asked himself. Izuku then landed. I can fight, he declared. Stain lifted his blade to his face, expecting blood. Instead there was a moving black dot. He shrugged and liked the blade. Izuku then collapsed. Stain then spat out the orb, allowing it to roll back to Izuku. I must admit I'm impressed. For someone so young, you're fast. You're also good at thinking on the sly. Those who are all talk are a dime a dozen. You, however, back your words up with actions. He then walked up to Ida. You, however, have much to learn. Izuku was terrified. Was Stain going to kill his friend? And then a burst of fire blew past the hero killer, forcing him to dodge. Another one? He asked. Midoriya, you need to provide more details than just your location. Shoto monotoned, holding up his phone. You made me late, he said in his usual deadpan. You too, Todoroki? Izuku screamed. And you're using your left side, he added. You're not the one to send a text like the one you sent lightly. Shoto tapped his foot and a large batch of ice appeared. Stain jumped out of the way. Izuku, Ida and Native were lifted up. The cooling corpse that was Gazer was lifted as well. Don't worry, the pros will be here soon. Shoto yelled, letting off a burst of fire. Tea too hot. Izuku gasped out. It's just like what the report said. I won't let you kill them, hero killer. Todoroki stated. His melting of his own ice had caused the 3 paralyzed people to slide behind him. You're wrong about that, Stain said. I have no intention of killing any of them. 2 of those behind you are mere children. And 1 of those behind you is a pro who cares for others, not himself. Todoroki, don't let him see your blood. He paralyzes people by tasting it. Izuku declared. Are my fingers twitching? So you SCK blood to prevent movement? Todoroki deadpanned. I'll have to keep my dash, and then a dagger nicked his cheek. DMN, he thought. Stain leapt at him. You have good friends, Ingenium, Stain said. Todoroki summoned more ice to block the serial killer. Then he noticed something in the air. Did he throw his sword as well? He thought. This distraction caused Stain to push ahead, his tongue out. Just nanometers away from his blood, Todoroki ignited his flames. That was too close, he declared. As Todoroki fought Stain, Ida was having a breakdown. Why are you two fighting him? He growled. I inherited my brother's name. I have to be the one who fights him. You inherited his name, huh? Todoroki asked. Because he then created a massive glacier, forcing Stain to back off. I've never seen Ingenium with that expression on his face. Ida gasped. Is there more to your family than meets the eye? Shoto asked. By now, Izuku was beginning to stand. He also noticed the blood on the streets. Is that Todoroki's? He asked. He sent a tendril towards the blood. When it touched it, the blood dissolved into black goo and was absorbed. Midoriya. Ida trailed off. My tendrils aren't extra limbs, Ida. They're meant for devouring. Izuku stated, emotionless. By now he was standing. You'd block your own view against an opponent faster than yourself? That's foolish. Stain snarled, cutting through the ice. I wonder Todoroki began, but then 2 daggers impaled themselves into his arm. You're pretty good as well. Stain declared, coming down. And then Izuku activated full cowl and jumped up. He blocked his sword with his claws. He then grabbed Stain and dragged him across a wall. I can move, he shouted. A time limit? Todoroki asked. Native was stirring. What? What's going on? He asked. Midoriya was paralyzed a mere 30 seconds before you got here, Todoroki. Ida declared. Stain, meanwhile, was also thinking. That was too fast, even for a Type O. Was that black stuff his blood? When Izuku let go, he stumbled. Get back! Todoroki shouted, a wall of ice separating Izuku from the hero killer. Izuku hobbled back towards Todoroki. He takes in a person's blood to keep them from moving. It could be less effective for a few reasons. One possibility is that the more people that are under it, the weaker it gets. Another is if the amount ingested adds time, or if the type of blood affects it. Mine's type B, native slurred, still out of it. Mine's a... Ida stated. Blood type is correct. Stain said while smirking. However, that doesn't explain why you were out of the paralysis so quickly, or why your blood was black, for that matter, he stated, pointing at Izuku. My blood is special, Izuku ground out. And by special, I mean pure virus. My original plan was to carry those 2 out of here, but that's not going to work. Todoroki stated. He reacts so fast that he can avoid my ice and fire. Our best bet is to avoid close quarters. Izuku nodded, before a tendril popped out of his back. Todoroki, you've lost too much blood. Izuku said, the tendril going around and consuming it off the ground. You support me from behind and I'll distract him. Izuku declared. Stop, he's mine. Why, already, Ida cried out. If you want us to stop, then stand up. Todoroki shouted. That caught Ida off guard. Ain't it? In my longing to fight Stain, I didn't see anything except myself. I became selfish. These were his thoughts as he watched Izuku and Todoroki fight. Eventually, Stain managed to get a scratch on Izuku and paralyzed him. Todoroki was currently trying to fend off Stain by letting out blasts of ice and fire. You have a strong quirk, but you're over-dependent on it. Stain shouted, now inches from Todoroki's face. And then Ida fired up his engines and kicked Stain away. So you're free now as well? Have you thought about your motives? The hero killer asked. Todoroki. Midoriya. I dragged you 2 into this and I apologize for that. But now, I won't allow you to bleed anymore, Ida declared. Stain started to chuckle. I see. You have received inspiration. Now you have the right to be considered a hero, Todoroki scoffed. You're an anachronistic fundamentalist. Ida, ignore the logic of a murder, he said. No, he's right. But I cannot give in. If I do, the name of Ingenium will perish. Stain smiled. Well then, come at me. As Todoroki and Ida fought Stain, Izuku was beginning to get up. Stain's acting flustered. He's not going in for the kill. Is he trying to get away? Meanwhile, Ida realized that his engines weren't working. Did the kick I give break my radiator? He asked himself. He then had an idea. Todoroki, can you regulate temperature? He asked. I'm not used to my left yet. The bichromatic teen shouted. Then freeze my legs without covering my exhaust pipes. Ida ordered. Can you stop already? Stain grumbled, throwing a dagger at Todoroki. Ida jumped in front of it. Hurry, he shouted. As Izuku began to get closer, he saw Ida pull the dagger out with his teeth. Todoroki froze the area around the exhaust, cooling it. Ida then powered up his engines as much as he could and leapt into the air. Izuku activated full cowl and jumped onto the wall, running alongside it. They both hit Stain at the same time. A searing pain shot up Izuku's arm. Did I release too much power? Is my arm broken? Meanwhile, Stain's eyes opened again. He grabbed his sword and slashed at Ida, hoping to move him away. I will defeat you. This time, it will be because you're a criminal and I am a hero, he shouted, activating his engines again and kicking Stain into the air even more. Then Todoroki's flames roared over Stain. When they cleared, Stain was unconscious. Ida and Izuku fell, but Todoroki made an ice slide. Stand up. He still dashed. He turned, and saw Stain hanging limply from a mini glacier. He's out cold, right? Izuku asked. Then we'll restrain him and move to the street, Shoto said. Native got himself to his feet. Oh well, he muttered. Native! Izuku shouted. Are you three all right? The pro asked. Yes. How are you? Izuku asked, worried. Alive? But Gazer isn't. Native chuckled. Izuku turned and sure enough, there was a corpse. Did he and you try to take down Stain? Izuku asked. No. Gazer tried to kill me, Native groaned. That brought all three of them to a halt. I had discovered the truth about the Hosu Strangler. Everyone gasped. The Hosu Strangler was a notorious serial killer. He'd kidnap women, RP them, and then strangle them to death after he was done with them. It was Gazer. When I confronted him, he tried to kill me. And then Stain killed him? Izuku gaped. But Gazer's a pro, he declared. Native sighed. He thought he was above the law. He said as much to me. He almost killed me. And then Stain killed him. Native moved his hands and the three saw hastily applied stitches. Stain paralyzed me and patched me up. The three students turned to the hero killer. Now that I think about it, he didn't really try to kill me, Ida said. Either way, he's still a criminal. Before we restrain him, we should disarm him, Izuku said. And so they did. After finding an almost comical amount of blades on him, they tied him up. As they got to the street, Izuku heard a familiar voice. Hey, what are you doing? Gran Torino, Izuku exclaimed. The old man activated his quirk. He dashed, and then Izuku got a faceful of Torino's boot. I told you to stay on the bullet train. He growled. Why are you here? Izuku asked. I was told to come here for some reason, the elderly pro stated. I don't know what's going on, but I'm glad you're all right, he declared, calming down now. I'm sorry, Izuku said. Geez, this is the part that makes him a lot like Toshinori. Torino thought to himself. It's this way. A random pro shouted. And then they turned. Children? One asked. Your injuries are serious. I'll call an ambulance. Another declared. And then another gasped. Is that the hero killer? She exclaimed. As the pros called the police, Ida walked up to Izuku and Todoroki. You two were injured because of me. I deeply apologize, he said while bowing. I couldn't see anything through my anger, he said, beginning to cry. I'm sorry as well, Izuku said. I didn't notice that you were so hell-bent on this, even though we're friends. Of course, this happy moment was ruined when the winged Nomu appeared. Get down! Torino shouted. Unfortunately, the Nomu was able to grab Izuku before anyone could stop it. A speck of blood fell on a female hero's face. Is it injured? She shouted. Stain then slipped a dagger into his palms and licked the blood off of the hero's face. The Nomu froze in midair. Stain then rushed at the Nomu, leaping into the air. He stabbed the beast in the exposed brain. However, when he pulled the knife out, he felt the heat of a rushing flame. Endeavor watched as Stain leapt at the beast. He then came up with a plan. If he brought Stain down, as the students had failed to do, he'd rise in prestige. Also, he'd be able to end that abomination, and the one who caused his creation to falter. As an added benefit, he'd be safe. He knew Stain targeted heroes who realized the hidden perks of their positions, and he was probably on the chopping block as well. Without hesitation, he shot a blue streak of fire at the three. Stain dragged the Nomu in front of him, but he was unable to shield Izuku. The flames roared, the Nomu's cells carbonizing. Then he heard Midoriya scream. The three collapsed in a heap. The Nomu was barely more than a lump of coal. He was mostly fine. Midoriya, however, was not. The boy wasn't breathing. He had several third-degree burns all over his body, and they weren't healing. He then coughed up some blood. Demon, the hero killer thought to himself. He knew he'd probably not survive the night. Not with the flaming Arpisti, the next on his list, so close. After all, the monster had to know how he chose his targets. Stain then noticed Izuku's tendrils were flopped against his back, not moving. Suddenly, he had an idea. The heroes were shocked beyond horror at Endeavor's careless actions. He may have killed the child. The Nomu was obviously dead, though. Stain, however, was not. Endeavor, he growled. You are at the top of my list, and you know it, he snarled. Everyone gasped at the sheer malice now flooding the air. I know you aim to take out 3 threats with one go. Stain looked down to the dying Izuku. I won't let you. With that, he grabbed one of the tendrils. This child will be my legacy. Let it be known that the hero killer died saving the life of an innocent a hero deliberately tried to kill. He shouted, before plunging the tendril into his hand. Immediately, he started dissolving. The pain was like nothing he had ever experienced. He gritted his teeth, but he did not let go of the tendril. He then used his free hand to flip the heroes the bird. This is my final act, he snarled, before he fully dissolved and was absorbed. Oi kid, wake up. That was the first thing Izuku heard after the rush of fire. He opened his eyes with some difficulty and looked around. He was in a hospital bed. Todoroki and Ito were still asleep. So your friends are alive as well. Now Izuku recognized the voice. It was Stain. He quickly spun around in all directions, searching for the hero killer. And then he got a blinding headache. Izuku watched the world through Stain's eyes. He saw him come across Vulture, a pro, and Stain's first victim. He saw Vulture. And then Stain spoke. I know what you did. Stain growled. Vulture turned. And who are you? Vulture asked. I am the one who will cleanse the world of your filth. Stain snarled, drawing his sword. Izuku watched through Stain's eyes as he pinned Vulture to the ground. I am a hero. Why? Vulture begged. Funny. Being a hero didn't stop you from selling drags to recovering addicts. Izuku was whisked back further, exactly a day before. He saw Stain writing notes. They don't believe me. I filed a police report, and then I got a warning not to smear names of heroes. Stain grabbed his sword. I feared it would come to this. Izuku then saw another victim of Stain's. He heard what Stain said. He heard the heroes laugh at him. He heard the crimes of those Stain hunted. Rapes, murders, drag trafficking, human trafficking, and more. Finally, the swirl of information stopped at the kill that had been the most gruesome. His 10th kill. Mole, the burrowing hero. You're the burrowing hero. Stain growled, pointing to the man. Oh, and you are? The pro asked. I am the one who knows what you've done. I am the one who knows of your crimes. I am the one who will put you down. Stain snarled, drawing his swords. Eventually, Mole was defeated. Stain pulled out a peeler. W. Mole shrieked. Normally, I'd be worried about the authorities showing up. However, I know that the police won't arrive for quite a while. After all, it won't do to find out that the tunneling terror was, in fact, the hero sent to hunt him down. Izuku gasped. The tunneling terror was a notorious pefli and serial killer. He'd RPE and kill his victims. Usually they were under the age of 15. One had been as young as the estimated kill count for the villain was over 100. There was no way, right? But then Izuku remembered that the killer, who had, up until then, struck every Tuesday like clockwork, had suddenly stopped. There had been no arrests, but the murders stopped. In fact, over 100 children, still alive, had been recovered, as an anonymous source had given the police a tip. They had all been blinded, and therefore did not know what the tunneling terror looked like. He was forced out of his musings when he saw Mole snarl. "You have no way of proving it?" he growled. "Oh, I don't mean to come forward with it. After all, the last person who offered information was found dead." That was true. The official report was suicide. Of course, conspiracy theorists had poked holes in this, but the media had ignored it. Normally, there'd be an investigation. After all, the witness was shot in the head twice. But nope. No autopsy. No body. Just a quick cremation. The system won't stop you. Therefore I will. With that, Izuku saw Stain drag the torture on for hours. Mole screamed long and loud. Finally, at the 3rd hour, Mole said something. Please, stop," he bubbled. "Confess, and I will end your torment. Tell me where they are." Stain screamed. Mole bubbled out a certain location. It was where the children were found. "Very well. I allow your torment to end." With that, Stain decapitated the not a hero. The monster. Stain wrote the address down and headed off to the station. Izuku then saw one final thing. He saw Stain baking a cake. It had a "Get Well Soon" title on it. Izuku wondered why that was. There were more words underneath it, but he couldn't make them out. The next images showed Stain traveling to a city in civilian clothes. Izuku saw him type something on Reddit. "Stain is CDFZZ?" Izuku mentally screeched. Chizchiz was the #1 All Might fan in Japan. He always had the secret, juicy goods on the pro. Everyone came to him for the goods. Izuku had once had a conversation with the person. Stain then got off the train and went out of sight. Izuku watched through Stain's eyes as the hero killer went up to a certain apartment. He placed the cake down and rang the doorbell. He then ran off. Izuku then heard a very familiar voice. "Torino? Is that you?" Stain found out where All Might lives? Izuku screamed mentally. Sure enough, there was Yagi, in his skeletal form. He was covered with bandages. When he looked out, he saw the cake. It read "Get Well Soon, All Might." Yagi coughed up blood. None of it landed on the cake, though. He then brought the cake inside. Finally, the memories stopped. Izuku just found himself in a blank space. There, around 20 feet away, was Stain. "I gotta say, kid, I wasn't expecting this." What's going on?" Izuku screamed, pointing at the hero killer. "Some villain named Tamura told me about your power. So, when the burning RPST decided to kill you, me, and that thing, I was mostly spared. You, however, were on the brink of death. Your little feeding things were flopped out as well. Thus, I decided to give one last glorious F-uch to those who use their position to commit crimes by impaling myself with one of those feeding things. I sacrificed myself to save your life. And now, I found myself here. Apparently I now live inside you. Crazy?" Izuku screamed at that. "How is this possible?" he screeched. Stain shrugged. "I don't know, kid. I was ready to die, and now I'm somewhat alive, I guess? Mind telling me what your quirk does even?" "It's called Blacklight," Izuku said. "Like the virus from Prototype?" Stain asked. Izuku nodded. "It acts like a near-carbon copy of it. Heck, I no longer have DNA. I'm a sentient viral mass." Izuku shouted. Stain put his hand to his chin. "So what does that make me? And did you get to see my memories?" he asked. "I have no idea. And yes, I did, was all Izuku could say. Can you even leave this place? Stain asked. Izuku shrugged. I can try. Izuku concentrated on waking up. And soon enough, everything started to fade. Talk to you later. Stain cheerfully stated while waving. Izuku sat up in the hospital bed. He then allowed himself to process what had happened. Okay. My quirk has officially gone too far. Now I have a serial killer in my head. I'm her kid. You know as well as I do that I did the right thing. And apparently he can hear my thoughts. Great. With that, Izuku plopped down and fell back asleep. Todoroki and Ida woke up a few hours later. Are you all right, Midoriya? Todoroki asked. The noise woke him up again. Why, I'm fine. Where's Ida? Izuku shouted, looking around. I'm right here, Midoriya. Ida shouted, running into the room. Are you all right? Izuku asked Ida. I am well. Ida declared. Midoriya, do you know what happened? Todoroki asked. Izuku sighed. Yes. All too clearly, he said. I still wish you had told me about your quirk. Ida replied, chopping the air. I know, it's just, Izuku trailed off. It's hard not to see yourself as a monster, isn't it? Todoroki asked. Izuku nodded. Many people have told me to stop seeing my quirk as evil, but after last night, I don't think it matters anymore. Several heroes saw what happened. And it gets worse. How does it get worse? Ida asked, concerned for his friend. I can hear him. When I consume someone, I get their memories. However, for some reason, when I consumed Stain, his mind kept itself together. It's like he's in my head. Izuku said. Ida and Todoroki gasped. And I got his memories as well. Remember what Native said about Gazer? Every one of Stain's kills were heroes who were using their positions to get around the law. Heck, he killed Mole, who was the tunneling terror. Izuku growled. That can't be right. Mole was an outstanding hero. Ida exclaimed. Oh. Stain put the pieces together. And after Mole died, the attack stopped. Also, Stain was the anonymous tip-off who led police to the place where the other kids were located, Izuku replied. Ida gasped. Then why attack my brother? He wasn't, was he? Ida choked. Izuku shook his head. It's like Stain said. You're going to be an Uncle Ida. Ida turned towards Izuku in shock, but then the door opened. Manuel and Gran walked in. Oh, so the injured young ones are awake, the aged pro said. Torino! Izuku exclaimed. I could yell at you for hours after the stunt you three pulled, he growled. Izuku wilted. Ha ha ha, oh, he really meant it, Stain mumbled. However, I have someone I want you to meet. A tall man with a dog's head walked in. This is Hosa's chief of police, Tsuragami Kenji. He'd like to have a word with you. The chief of police? Izuku mentally screamed. He's a good man, Midoriya. Please don't add him to the menu. No, please stay seated, woof. Woof. Izuku screeched internally. Stain chuckled. It's a verbal tic brought on by his quirk. Trust me, it isn't the strangest. Izuku decided not to ask. So, you're the three who took the hero killer down, correct? He then turned to Midoriya. And according to the rumors, what did you do, exactly? He asked. Izuku hung his head. He allowed himself to be consumed by my quirk, he said. Like prototype? Woof, the chief asked. Izuku nodded. Exactly like that, sir. He replied, eyes down. Midoriya. There is no reason to be so downcast. Ida exclaimed. And Midoriya? Woof, the chief shouted, suddenly sweating bullets. Huh? Izuku exclaimed. Pete, please tell me your mother isn't Inko Midoriya, the chief muttered, obviously terrified. She is. Why? The chief wiped his forehead. I'm gonna need to write my will, woof. I just pray she's no longer ripping men's hearts out. Excuse me, what? Izuku shouted. Kenji whimpered. She's gonna come here and kill me, he gasped. Stain was confused as well. Why would someone be afraid of your mother? Oh? Is there something I'm missing? Shoto asked. Inko Midoriya was a rather infamous vigilante known as Heartthrob. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Heartthrob was a female vigilante who killed criminals by ripping their hearts out. She disappeared about 16 years ago, but no one had claimed credit. Manuel began to fidget. What is wrong? Torino asked. I called the parents of these three about an hour ago, he stammered. 1 hour ago. At home, Inko was staring at the phone. One hand, her son had done his first act of vigilantism. On the other hand, he was caught. She sighed, before going into her closet, pulling out knee-high leather boots and her old bomber jacket. Present. The chief cleared his throat, sweat dripping off of his brow. Well, you three still used deadly force in apprehending Stain. As he is dead, you three technically committed a murder. Izuku gasped. Shoto put his hand on his chin. Technically, Stain sacrificed himself to save Midoriya. It was closer to a suicide than anything, he said. You do have a point, Kenji muttered. However, you still broke the law. Hero killer or not, you used your quirks in an unseemly manner. At this, Izuku slammed his fist on the table. None of Stalin's victims were heroes, sir, he growled. Excuse me? Manuel shouted. I was friends with Mole, and he was tortured to death. Izuku chuckled. Evidently you weren't close. He didn't tell you about his less-than-savory activities? Whatever do you mean? Kenji asked. Mole was the tunneling terror. Izuku flatly stated, voice dripping with venom. Manuel looked enraged. Why dare you accuse Mole of being that monster? He screeched. Izuku growled at that. When Stain allowed himself to be consumed, I saw his memories. I saw every kill he made. Stain was the one who tipped the police off about the location of the terror's lair. He tortured Mole for the information. I can tell you all of the evidence Stain collected. There was stunned silence. Why you're lying, Manuel stammered. The week after Mole was killed, the terror didn't strike, and hasn't to this day. The quirks of Mole and the suspected quirk of the terror were very similar. That's why Mole was assigned, correct? Also, wasn't it interesting that wherever Mole went, the terror struck? Izuku asked. Kenji looked horrified. Every single one of Stain's victims abused their position. I have a laundry list of crimes. Selling drags. Murder. Pedophilia. Human trafficking. Drag trafficking. Arms dealing. I could go on. However, Izuku wasn't able to go on when the door was kicked in by a pair of knee-high leather boots. So, why is my son being punished for saving his friend? A cold voice growled from the shadows. Then the owner of the voice stepped forward. Izuku shouted. Surprised, she asked. Kenji whimpered. Please. Heartthrob, please don't kill me. Inko turned towards the chief and grinned. It wasn't a friendly grin. So, are my baby boy or his friends going to be punished? She sweetly asked, voice promising pain. Kenji shook his head. And no, we were going to keep what happened quiet, but unfortunately, someone recorded the final moments of Stain and uploaded it to the darknet. While most people won't be able to see it, villains will. Izuku fought the urge to vomit. Inko flexed her finger. The chief howled in terror, but soon breathed a sigh of relief once he realized he could, in fact, still draw breath. And what are you going to do about it? She inquired. We were going to CC claim Endeavor took him down, he stammered. After what my father tried to do? Shoto growled. He is known to ignore collateral damage, the chief responded. I don't like it, but all right. Stain grumbled. It's better than you going to prison. The news had a field day with the apparent death of the hero killer by Endeavor's hands. Unfortunately, the body was utterly vaporized, so an autopsy cannot be preferred. Kurogiri turned off the news. He's all they're talking about, Shigaraki muttered. He threw away the newspaper. He was supposed to no longer be relevant after last night. Now he's on the DMN front page. A few hours later, Yagi was working with Eraserhead and Mike with paperwork. This is the time that I wish Inkblot could work here, he thought. Inkblot was a pro from the American Republic. His quirk allowed him to control ink, so he could do everyone's paperwork at once. He was brought out of his musing when his phone went off. It was thankfully on vibrate. Hello, he asked. Tosi. It was Torino. Sir, he stammered, coughing up blood. Did you rub off on Midoriya? He has a habit of throwing himself into situations just like you. he scolded. My pay has been cut and my teacher's license has been suspended for 6 months after he, and dear Lord, I can't believe I'm saying this, ate Stain. Yagi gulped at that. But didn't the report say dash, she tried to say, but was cut off by his mentor. The report was made up so he wasn't arrested, you idiot. And not only that, but he's the kid of God-demon heartthrob. Yagi yeeped at that. I have no longing to be on the receiving end of her literally stealing my heart, he snapped. He then sighed. Also, there's one more thing about the kid that's been bothering me. His face, it's too familiar. You know what I'm talking about, right Yagi? He asked. At this, Yagi choked up even more blood. I also heard what he said at the sports festival. There's too much of a similarity between Midoriya and all dash. Yagi hung up on his mentor. His first thought was, oh my god, I hung up on Torino. The second was, there is no connection between young Midoriya and All for One. However, it is time I tell Midoriya about All for One. He'll have to fight him one day. A few days passed, and Izuku was heading out from Torino's agency. Thank you for all that you did for me, he eagerly said, bowing. Hey, I wasn't able to really help you, Torino replied. No, it was due to our sparring and your instruction dash. Izuku was cut off when Torino smacked him with his cane. The only reason you survived was because he let you, he growled before sighing. Before you go, I gotta ask one thing. Izuku nodded. Torino's eyes then became unfocused. What's your dad's hair color? That brought Izuku up short. In shock he answered. White, he exclaimed. That seemed to snap Torino out of his senile state. I see. Thank you for giving this old man an answer. Before Izuku could ask about why Torino had asked that, he slammed the door. Izuku shrugged but headed off. Inside, Torino was staring at the wall. Damn it, this all but proves it. There is a familial connection to All for One. Once school had started again, everyone was talking about their internships. Bakugou was talking about how Best Jeanist was quite impressed at his attitude, Uraraka was giving off an aura of confidence, and Shinso seemed more rested. His bags were lighter, and he seemed to carry himself better. However, Ida, Shoto, and Izuku were just hanging out in the back. So, I heard that you guys took on the hero killer. I'm really glad you're all right, Kirishima said, giving a thumbs up. Well, they were saved by Endeavor, so that's fortunate, Sato replied. Yeah, but the fact that there was no body left, not even ashes, is incredible. The temperature required for that is over 74,000 degrees Celsius. Momo exclaimed. Bakugou scoffed. The story's bullshit, he replied. Everyone turned towards him. What do you mean? Sato asked. If the temperature was that hot, it would have killed everyone there, and utterly effed up the area. No, I don't think that's what happened, he replied. But, what else could utterly destroy a body? Todoroki asked, desperately trying to stay with the story. Bakugou laughed out loud. So it was a FING cover-up? I knew it, he declared, smacking his fist into his palm. Kaminari asked. So, does anyone know what, or should I say, who could utterly erase a body like that? He asked. I couldn't. Mina replied, trailing off, and looking at Izuku. Kaken. Izuku whined. Consumed. Stain? You killed willingly? That's so unmanly, Kirishima exclaimed. It wasn't willingly, Todoroki explained. What do you mean? Fumikage asked. Midoriya was carried off by a winged monster. Stain leapt into the air to kill it, but then Endeavor sent fire at all three of them. Everyone gasped. When the smoke cleared, the monster was dead. Izuku was on death's door. Stain, however, was fine. He grabbed one of the tendrils and impaled himself. So no, Izuku didn't intentionally kill him. Stain killed himself, the bichromatic teen explained. Oh, I'm so sorry, Izuku. I didn't realize, Kirishima responded. It was later in the afternoon, and they were all doing their hero training at one of the school training grounds. I am here, All Might shouted. It feels like it has been a while since I last saw all of you. I hope you all did well at your internships. Today we will be doing a rescue race. Shinso raised his hand. Yes, young Shinso? All Might asked. Sir, shouldn't we be doing this at USJ? He asked. Well, young man, that facility specializes in disasters. This here is a race. You see, here at Training Ground Gamma, the testing area is a factory setting. It's a labyrinth in there. You will be competing in groups of 5. I'll fire off a distress call from within the training ground. You will do whatever is necessary to get there. However, please keep the property damage to a minimum, he instructed, leaping off. A few minutes passed. Everyone is to go to their positions. All Might instructed. Izuku stood at his starting place. Shiro, Ida, Mina, and Ojiro were all in separate positions. Man, this group has a lot of maneuverability, Sato said. Indeed. All Might must be putting us into groups with relatively equal mobility capabilities, so everyone has a relatively equal chance, Fumikage stated. Even Midoriya? Hagakure asked. Hey, he can run on vertical surfaces. Remember the bottlenecks? Jiro asked. He was also capable of sprinting at high speeds during the USJ, Momo replied, her hand resting on her chin. Are you all ready? Begin. All Might shouted, pressing the go button. Shiro took the lead first, using his tape to fly over the obstacles. You know, that's a really good strategy, Shoji said. So he had the advantage, Fumikage replied. Koda nodded. Inside the training ground, Shiro was thinking the same thing. It's like this course was tailor-made for me, he exclaimed, just before a green blur shot past him, creating arcs of electricity. What the? Izuku hurried across the course, using a combination of blacklight and one for all to propel himself forward. He still had no idea what technique he was using, though. It was for rapid jumps and sprints, that was for sure. It's a really good technique, he thought. I'm touched, Kit. That almost made him drop. His eyes went wide at that, though. Stain? He mentally screamed. Enjoying my style? It was made for quick getaways after taking out my targets. I had been practicing the dodging for when I went for Endeavor, so it's nice to see it in use, the hero killer explained. As Izuku was conversing with him, he mistimed his jump. Sheet, he thought, almost losing control, before his muscles realigned themselves, and one for all at 5% returned. What? That was unconscious. You're welcome. Stain replied. Stain? Izuku thought. Hey, I didn't know I could do this either. Don't worry, I'm not gonna take over or anything. I was just helping you run on autopilot, he explained. Izuku then landed, and took off again. He was moving as he wanted to again. If you want control back, it's torn from me. It's like you have a safety. From what I can tell, all I can do is give you a nudge, the serial killer replied. Izuku mentally nodded, before taking off. Thank you for saving me. All Might declared, handing Izuku a ribbon. He took it with stars in his eyes. You all did very well. The improvement you have all shown since the start of the year is amazing. Group A, please leave the training area, he instructed, before patting Izuku on the shoulder. It's time to tell you everything about One for All. After school, Izuku went to All Might's lounge. He hesitantly knocked on the door. All Might, he asked. Come have a seat, the pro said quietly. He was in his skinny form. He seems safe. Izuku thought to himself. He sat down on the stool he had been provided. You've been through a lot these past few weeks, All Might said to Izuku. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you out. You don't need to apologize for that, Izuku exclaimed. He then leaned forward. More importantly, you mentioned One for All. Toshinori nodded. I heard that the hero killer swallowed your blood during the attack, he said. Actually, I just spat it out, Stain clarified. What about it? Izuku asked. Do you remember what I said to you when I gave you my power? Toshinori asked. Izuku said nothing. Instead, he stood up, and black light rushed over him with a whistling sound. When it receded, Toshinori was shocked to see his muscled form. Eat this, Izuku as All Might declared. And it was in his own voice too. No. No, and how did you do that? He asked. Izuku shifted back to his normal form. As it turns out, I can mimic the form of someone with just a little bit of DNA. If don't need to fully consume them anymore. I don't know how I knew that. I just did, he explained. Any ideas, Stain? He mentally asked. It may have to do with my quirk. I can paralyze someone by liking their blood. Maybe your quirk took it and made it so you disguise yourself with a similar amount of DNA, Stain explained. I have a theory, but I'm not sure, he replied. Very well. What I meant was that you ingested my DNA. Izuku's eyes looked down. I wouldn't worry about Stain having one for all. I took his DNA after the fight. All of it, Izuku answered. I heard the actual report, Izuku, Toshinori replied. It was only after Torino tipped me off about the cover story, though, and don't worry. One for all doesn't work like that. The power can only be passed on willingly, he explained. Izuku nodded. On a related note, I think it's time to explain how one for all came to be. You see, the quirk was originally different, he said. How? Izuku asked. The origin of one for all is related to another quirk, called all for one. There was a very clear edge in Toshinori's voice. This quirk allowed its user to take quirks from other people, either for himself or for others, he explained. He could steal powers? Izuku exclaimed. Toshinori nodded. He was born during the earliest days of quirks. During this time, quirks were still seen as new. There was an age of chaos. Many nations during this time either collapsed outright or had revolutions. Society stagnated. I've heard people say that if quirks hadn't appeared, we'd be interstellar by now. During this period of chaos, new nations arose. As you know from history lessons, the American Republic was formed when the United States of America annexed Canada and Mexico, both of which had collapsed. It also gained control of Western Siberia, after that faction requested annexation. The Eastern European Federation was formed during this time when the nation of Poland annexed Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, and the Russian territory of Kaliningrad. The Chinese Federation was formed after the Republic of China took over mainland China, following a democratic coup in the mainland. Russia dissolved into a five-way civil war, one of which was annexed by the American Republic upon request, as I mentioned previously. Most of Western Europe dissolved into small nation-states. South Korea annexed the north. In fact, Japan was lucky regarding stability. However, it was still very chaotic. During this time, a man appeared. He had the quirk All for One, and used it as his name. I don't know his BRH name. I don't think anybody but himself does. He used his power to spread his influence over Japan. Soon, he was ruling it from the shadows. Izuku gasped. The Dark Shogun. I've heard rumors about him, but I thought he was made up, he exclaimed. That is part of the shameful history we'd rather ignore, Toshinori explained. During his reign, he would hold his influence by exchanging these powers. However, some people couldn't handle the mental strain of their quirks. They became like living dolls, perfectly obedient to him. Just like the Nomus. Izuku gasped again at that. It was discovered by him that sometimes, two quirks would merge with each other, becoming something new. This is best seen with his sibling. You see, All for One had a younger brother. He was weak, quirkless, and sickly, but had a strong sense of justice. Then All for One gave him a quirk, one that would allow him to stockpile power. I don't know why. Was it to get him to submit? Was it to help his brother? It doesn't matter. What matters is that the brother wasn't quirkless. Don't tell me, Izuku began. Yes. The brother had an invisible quirk. He had the power to give his quirk through DNA to others. These two quirks merged and one for all was born. Toshinori exclaimed, throwing his hands wide. Wait, you said that he was around during the beginning of quirks. Why are you talking about him like he's still alive? He must be long dead, Izuku declared. Toshinori shook his head. There are quirks that extend life and reduce aging. He must have gotten enough of them, or found someone with a legitimate immortality quirk. I don't know. His younger brother entrusted his quirk to another, hoping that eventually someone would be able to defeat All for One. Eventually, it was my turn. I fought that monster. I nearly died, he replied, clutching his side. You mean Izuku began. Yagi nodded. He gave me this wound. But I emerged triumphant. I thought I ended him, but now it's become apparent that he's back. He's the one behind the League of Villains. With that, Toshinori stood up. So now you know. One for All's purpose is to defeat All for One. I'm sorry, but one day you will most likely have to fight against this great evil yourself, because I failed, just like every One for All user before me. I'm sorry for this burden dash. I'll do my best, Izuku declared. That interruption brought All Might up short. I'll fight this monster when I'm ready. I'll finish what the first brother started, he declared, face full of determination. Toshinori stared at his protege. That determined face was too similar to, he cut that thought off. A few weeks passed. Eventually, it was almost summer vacation. All right, so summer is coming up soon, Aizawa said. But don't get too excited. You're not going to be lax with your training. We'll be going to the woods to do training there. Everyone was pumped for that. Aizawa fired off erasure, silencing everyone. Thank you, Midoriya, he thought, once again happy that he no longer had to deal with dry eyes. However, those of you who fail the final exam will have to take summer school. That night, in a hidden location, All for One was speaking to his doctor. So the hero killer was consumed by my son. I must admit I wasn't expecting that train of events to happen. Neither was I expecting Stain to call Izuku his legacy. It doesn't matter. Stain was seen with the League, so young Tamura must be ready to unify those who are attracted to it due to Stain. I am also pleased that what he knew is safe, Hisashi explained. His doctor chuckled. You know, it's a shame we didn't find the super regeneration quirk 5 years ago. Now that your injuries are mostly healed, it wouldn't do anything for you, the mustached man replied. Indeed. Then All Might wouldn't have stolen 5 precious years of my life, and I wouldn't have to keep lying to Inko and Izuku, the doctor nodded. So are you sure Tamura can pull it off? He asked. The boy was born with a twisted personality. It was important that I molded him into the next symbol of evil. Enjoy your peace, All Might, because it'll soon come crashing down on you. Alright, so your exams are in a week. I hope you are all prepared. Aizawa droned. Of course, the class began to split. Those who did well on the midterms, such as Momo, Izuku, and Ida were alright. Those who barely scraped by were less than calm. Arg. With everything that's happened this semester I barely had time to study. Kaminari wailed. Shinso was on the verge of a breakdown. I wasn't here for the first third of the year, he howled in despair. However, he just joined the impromptu horde of students asking Momo for help. At lunch, Izuku was eating with his friends. Well, the written exam should be alright, he said. After all, it'll probably just cover what we've gone through in class. Do I count as cheating? Izuku's resident killer asked. I don't think so. I mean, you're technically a part of me now. Is it really going to be that simple? Uraraka asked, trembling. Well, there's still the practical, Hakigura replied. Tsuyu nodded. We'll have to stay in great shape for it. Izuku replied. He then got hit on the head. Oh, I'm sorry. Your head's so big it's hard to miss. It was Monoma. Where's the suck-up of 1A? Is he not here? Or is he just busy? Everyone got what he was implying. If you're so insecure that you have to claim one of our classmates had to engage in ORCC with our teachers to get here, then go. Shoto replied. Everyone stared at him. Since mocking students who actually try hard to get to their positions and are actually trying to be heroes makes him feel like he's actually worth our time, I suggest we just ignore him, he finished, still in his stoic position. Before Monoma could react, Kendo knocked him out again. I'm so sorry about that, she said. Is he out cold? Izuku thought. Yep. Boy, she's got a mean chop, Stain replied, whistling. She then waved and walked off, dragging the unconscious form of her classmate with her. The written exams were taken over 3 days. Izuku did all right. He had studied hard, and he had someone whispering answers in his head, so that was a plus. Of course, he only asked Stain for help when he needed it. Finally, they were done. All right, pencils down everyone. Those in the back are to pass the papers forward, Aizawa explained. We will now head towards the practical area. When the class, in their hero costumes, arrived, they were surprised to see all of the teachers there, in their costumes as well. Ugh, why are the teachers here? Jiro asked. I can answer that. A squeaky voice declared. Principal Nizu? Several class members shouted. Yep. That's me. The one who could be a mouse or a dog or a bear dash. Izuku raised his hand. You're a stoat, sir, he replied. Nizu opened his mouth, paused, and then sulked. How did you know? He asked. Most of the teachers were shocked. No one has ever figured it out. It wasn't even on the betting list. They all thought. Your fur, your size, and your general ear shape, sir. Izuku explained. Nizu stopped sulking. I am impressed, Midoriya. No one has ever figured it out. I know the teachers had a betting pool, but you're too young to gamble. Thus, just know that I'm impressed. Now then, I will explain what you will be doing. Most of the midterm exams were spent fighting robots, but I decided to change that. You students will be working in pairs, fighting together, so as to take one of your teachers down. Isn't that exciting? He exclaimed. We're fighting our teachers? Uraraka exclaimed. Yes, and don't think about choosing your partners or opponents. They were chosen by me with various factors in mind. For example, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are a team against me, Aizawa replied, smiling. Oh, by the way, thank you, Midoriya. The extra layer above my eyes is going to be quite helpful. Momo opened her mouth, but Shoto decided to interject. So you'll be able to have your quirk on full time, instead of needing eye drops every 15 seconds? Aizawa opened his mouth, paused, and closed it. That seemed to be a recurring theme. Point taken. Next is Bakugou and Midoriya. Their opponent is none other than Dash, and then All Might drop down. I am here. To fight. Izuku looked terrified, but Bakugou just started to laugh. All Might. Seriously? He howled with glee. You seem very confident in yourself. All Might said. Me? No. I know I stand less than 0 chance against you. But Deku? Screwed, he declared, a snarl on his face. Now then, I shall announce the teams that shall be fighting, and the order in which they will be fighting. Nizu declared. It seemed random, but there was still a pattern. It was right on the tip of Izuku's tongue, but he couldn't figure it out. Now that the teams are put together, let me explain the rules. You will each have 30 minutes. You will be putting these HNDCFFS on your teachers, or you can escape the training area. Either one counts as a win. Also, if one of you escapes, it is counted as a win. Now, I bet you're all worried about us, and are probably already deciding to leave. Do not worry. The support course has created these weights. Nizu declared, holding them up. Each one is half of the weight of the person wearing them, so they are designed to slow us down a little and eat away at our stamina. We held a competition, and support class member Hatuzum won. She's very talented. Nizu reported, finishing. Sato. Kirishima. You're up, Aizawa droned. Yes, sir. The 2 boys in question responded. One more thing, you can either strategize while you're waiting or watch the battles. With that, the students began to prepare. All right, Deku. Here's what I've thought up. I've been watching All Might closely, and there are some things you do that scare the hell out of him. Mannerisms, quotes, that sort of thing. If there's anything that terrifies him, use it. The first fight was Sato and Kirishima versus Semitos. Semitos won that one. Rushing in caused them to lose, and badly at that. Next was Tiu and Fumikage versus Ectoplasm. Thanks to some long-term thinking by Tiu and Dark Shadow's mobility, they passed. The next matches continued, one by one. There's a pattern here. I know it. Izuku mentally screamed. Stain nodded. The matches seem random, but it's like there's an invisible force guiding the outcomes, he explained. Finally, the match that pitted Shinso and Shiro against Midnight began. As soon as the buzzer rang, Shiro and Shinso's plan began. Shinso just casually walked up to her. Hey sensei, isn't it embarrassing for an old hag like yourself to wear such a revealing outfit? Shinso taunted. Why, I can see your wrinkles. Midnight Diamond near burst a blood vessel. What did you say about me, you dash? And then she stopped. Shinso calmly walked up to her and held out the HNFS. Put these on, he ordered. She did so. As soon as she was done, her eyes refocused. What? she asked, feeling the extra weight. Shinso had a shy-teasing grin. You lost. He cooed. Everyone was sweat-dropping at that. He really got under her skin. Izuku deadpanned. Bakugou laughed. It's as you said, Deku, talking isn't a free action. With that, they both headed towards the entrance area, as they continued to plan. They soon finished their plan. Nervous? Katsuki asked his friend. Izuku nodded. You want me to intimidate All Might. How am I supposed to do that? Izuku questioned. Bakugou thought. Can you transform into your dad? He asked. Izuku's sweat dropped. Kaken, I highly doubt my dad would intimidate the symbol of peace. He deadpanned before answering. Yes, but it isn't going to help. Can you at least copy his angry face? He asked. Izuku paused and shifted into his father and gave his best impression of an angry Hisashi. Katsuki started to sweat. That's good, he replied. Should I throw in the voice? Izuku asked, sounding exactly like his dad. Do you want me to PSS myself? Katsuki responded. Is that a yes? Izuku asked. Yeah, it's a yes. Katsuki answered, which prompted Izuku to shift back. The two nodded and headed into the training area. So, how much do you think this is going to work? Bakugou asked. Well, unless All Might manage to 100% bury his heroic spirit, I'm going to say it's going to work flawlessly. Before they could continue, a gust of wind blew at them. When the smoke cleared, the two were separated. Who cares if I destroy the city? All Might shouted. Holy see, that's intense. Izuku thought. If you really want to pass, then you'll have to come at me like this is an actual battle, he declared. Deku, get going on that terror. I'll distract him, Katsuki shouted, charging at All Might. Oh, so you're approaching me? All Might asked. I can't beat the sheet out of you without getting closer. Bakugou roared. All Might grabbed his face. Bakugou snarled and fired off several rapid stun grenades. Those were weak. Like the bite of a flea. All Might taunted. I'm impressed with his ability to not instinctively go for the face, All Might thought. Now where are you, Midoriya? He asked. All he heard was soft, slow clapping. Well done, All Might. Well done. And then he dropped Katsuki. No, and from the smoke, All for One, fully healed, walked forth. Okay, he's really off-put by my dad, probably due to the fact there's a random citizen. Surprised? Izuku asked in his father's voice. To think that the great symbol of peace is attacking children. My oh my, how the mighty have fall dashed. He was cut off when All Might bisected him. Straight down the middle. At the testing area, everyone was interested. The cameras had caught Izuku shifting, and they were confused on how taking the appearance of his dad would help. They were confused about how All Might's face went from faux villainous, then to shocked, horrified, and finally to enraged. And then they gasped in horror when he bisected Izuku. Surprised, the symbol of evil asked, Izuku? Where is Izuku? All Might mentally shouted. To think that the great symbol of peace is attacking children. At that, All Might forgot this was an exam. He forgot this was UA. All he saw was the monster that killed Nana. My oh my, how the mighty have fall dash, and he ripped that beefy apart. That was too easy, he thought. And then his eyes widened as a familiar whistling rang through, and All for One became Izuku. Before the fight. So we're going to try to distract All Might? Izuku asked his friend. That's the idea. What do you have? Katsuki asked. If I may offer a suggestion? Stain asked. Yeah. Izuku thought. After I spat out whatever the hell your quirk uses for blood, it rolled towards you and merged with you. I was wondering if you could do that with larger parts of you. Izuku thought about this, and then his eyes widened. Kaken, I have an idea, he said. Let's hear it then. The explosive blonde replied. I think that if I'm ripped apart, I should be able to merge myself together again. When I'm healing, I'm just moving mass around and changing it for whatever I need dash. Bakugou held up a hand. Hold on a sec. What the F are you talking about? Izuku sighed. Well, after the fight with Shinso at the sports festival, Recovery Girl called me in. Izuku laid it out for his friend. The fact that he was no longer human genetically, but still mentally, and the fact Stain was living inside him were revealed. Bakugou just got a wicked grin. "Shall we test to see if you can survive that?" he asked. Izuku nodded. He concentrated, and then pointed to his leg. "Make an explosion with as little heat as possible at my knee," Izuku instructed. Bakugou followed the instruction. Blood and bone flew everywhere. Now there was a badly bleeding stump of a leg. Bakugou watched as bits of the leg turned into black goo and rolled back to Izuku. When they touched him, his leg regrew. "Holy Yashit!" Katsuki exclaimed. Izuku smiled. "How is this going to help against All Might?" he asked. Izuku's smile turned into one that wasn't out of place on his dad's face. "In spite of him portraying himself as a villain, I'm 100% positive that if either of us got seriously injured he'd call it off. My plan is to allow my center to do that, basically bisecting me. I'll shift into my dad and then shift back. He should go into shock. After all, there's a random civilian here. Either he'll attack me or he'll immediately try to help said civilian. That's when you place the HNDCFFS on him," Izuku explained. Back to the fight. All Might collapsed to his knees, cradling the top half of Izuku. "What have I done?" he wailed. He desperately tried to stop the bleeding. Midoriya, I'm so sorry," he sobbed. "Might?" Izuku gasped out. "Oh, don't try to talk. Don't," All Might whimpered. He had killed his student. Izuku weakly smiled. "Gotcha." "What?" All Might then felt a new weight on his arm. Bakugou had clasped the cuff on him. "Oi Deku. Stop traumatizing everyone," Katsuki said, smirking. "Fine, Kaken," the bisected and bleeding boy replied. The blood and bone then morphed into black goo and rolled towards Izuku. The mass attached itself to him and reformed his legs. "All right, All Might," Izuku replied, a smirk on his face. "You're caught." Achiko had finished vomiting when she heard that. What? She coughed out. Most of the students were also in shock. "That was really dirty," Shoji stammered. "Agreed," Shoto replied, jaw hanging open. "It is one way to capture All Might without permanent damage," Shinso replied, eyes widened. Midoriya, All Might gasped. "You're alive," he sobbed, hugging his student. "Of course, All Might," he replied, hugging his teacher back. "And don't worry about the punch. I shifted by mass to make sure that I'd come apart like that," Izuku explained. All Might looked like he wanted to ask Izuku something, but he simply nodded. Izuku noticed the steam rising from him. "Come on, Kaken. Let's head out." It was the next day, and Kirishima, Mina, Sato, and Kaminari were on the verge of a breakdown. I was looking forward to camp. Mina wailed. "Come on, guys. Maybe there's a last-minute twist or something." Izuku replied, trying to comfort them. "Midoriya, please don't jinx it. I didn't do anything during the combat. It was all Shinso. At the very least I wasn't knocked out," Shiro replied. "Shut up," Kaminari shouted, fingers heading towards the eyes of the nearest person. Said person was Izuku. This pain caused him to flail around, clutching his face. Before the clusterfuck could escalate, Aizawa slammed the door open. "You should all be in your seats when the bell rings," he instructed. The students proceeded to near teleport to their seats. "Now then, there are a few of you who, unfortunately, didn't pass your final exams. Thus, when it comes to going to the training camp, Aizawa gained his terrifying grin that had graced his face after the quirk exam. You're all going to camp, he declared. Seriously? Mina shouted. The good news is that none of you failed the written exam. If one of you failed, that it would be a different story. However, 4 of you failed the practical, and 0, you passed by the lowest possible margin. Said boy threw up his arms in celebration. Each teacher left one way for you all to pass. And before anyone asks, I lied about us going all out. If we had, there would have been no way any of you would have passed, save for Midoriya and Bakugou. I think that their strategy was incredibly thought out, and it would have thrown any self-respecting pro out of their act. I broke down sobbing at that, and if Izuku hadn't revealed the ploy, I would have taken a vow of vengeance against All Might, Aizawa thought to himself. Shoto raised his hand. Yes? Aizawa asked. I don't think my father would have broken character like that, he replied. Like I said, Aizawa continued, any self-respecting pro would have broken character. Everyone caught the meaning. However, Ida seemed upset. Sensei, this is the second time you've lied to us. How can we afford to keep our faith in you if you keep this up? He demanded. I see your point. And I wasn't completely lying. The ones who failed the practical will have extra lessons at the camp. It'll be far tougher than what you'd face at summer school. After class, everyone was talking about the camp. It would last for a whole week. As they were discussing what to do, Toru interrupted them. Why don't we all go shopping together? She exclaimed. That's a great idea. We've never hung out as a class. Kaminari replied. They all arrived at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall the next day. They all decided to split up to track down what they wanted. All right, we'll all meet up at around 3. Kirishima shouted. Everyone agreed. The class soon scattered. Izuku and Uraraka were the only two left. So it's just us, Izuku said. Yep, Uraraka answered. Well, I'm going to go look for some weights so I can up my training. What about you? He asked. Mostly just bug spray, she replied. Izuku nodded. She then walked off, discreetly smashing the statement Yuga had said while they were fighting 13 down. And it looks like it's just me. Izuku said. Oh look, it's a UA student. A raspy voice declared, before the voice's owner wrapped one of his arms around him. I want an autograph. We're this famous? Izuku thought. Izuku, that's Dash. I can't believe I'm running into you again. That brought Izuku up short. Now he recognized that voice. 4 fingers settled on his neck. Why don't we spend some time getting reacquainted? Shigaraki offered, more like demanded. Act natural, and wipe that look off your face. We should Jewess chat, the man-child instructed. And if you try to act out, well, when all 5 fingers touch your neck, it'll disintegrate. It'll be fast, but painful. Izuku decided he needed to think. If you do that, there will be witnesses. You'll be caught. He whispered. Past the law. Take a good look around, Midoriya. Many people here could start a massacre this very second. So could you? You'd probably be able to kill everyone here, and any hero that came along. But you don't. You think that your laws protect you. Well, what happens if someone who doesn't follow those laws walks in? I could kill dozens, maybe up to 100 before a pro stopped me. It's like I'm the only person with a gun in a gun-free zone, he taunted. I get it. Let's talk, Izuku snarled. The two of them sat down on a bench. To be completely honest, I hate almost everything. But right now, I hate the hero killer the most, he snarled. Tell him the feeling is incredibly mutual. Stain growled. Trust me, the feeling is mutual, Izuku grumbled. Oh, and how would you know? Shigaraki asked. Stain lives in my head now. Unlike all of the other people I consumed, he kept his mind intact, Izuku explained. Hey kid, why don't you add this brat to your kill count? Stain asked. And he just wondered why I shouldn't put you on the menu, Izuku snarled. You'll be dead before I die, Tamura replied. After all, people need necks? Izuku chuckled. What's so funny? Tamura asked. I'm barely human anymore, Izuku replied. That doesn't matter. Back to my topic. The hero killer upstaged me. The USJ attack? The Nomu I released? They were forgotten. He wasn't. Even the fake death that the media claimed is still the thing that matters most. He was like me, destroying everything he didn't like. Stain howled at that. Don't you dare equate my crusade to your lunacy, scum? Stain disagrees, Izuku replied. And Eve, the man-child asks. Yes. Stain was a villain, but I can't blame his actions. I have his memories, so I know the truth about his attacks. He only went after heroes that were nothing more than villains hiding their crimes, and in some cases, he attacked because he thought retirement was good for the hero in question, Izuku ground out. He may be a maniac, but at least he didn't flee the second things got bad. He never gave up his mission, Izuku finished. I made you my legacy. Will you take up my cause? Stain asked. No. I'm going to be the greatest hero. I'll expose them, causing them more damage than merely killing them, Izuku replied. That is a good answer, kid. It's a very good answer. Tamura snarled. And yet, I still have one final question. What is it that sensei sees in you? Why does he longing that you live? Why does he seem to value your life so highly, even more than mine? He said that I'd die if I harmed you. I thought it was because of your quirk, but that can't be it. Izuku had had enough. Let go of me, he snarled, a tendril popping out. At this, Tamura's eyes widened. He immediately let go and backed off. Izuku retracted it and ran. After that, the police arrived. Shigaraki had already left. Izuku was taken to the police station, where he told Naomasa everything he could, including his final question. He left out Stain. Thank you for this, Izuku. It'll really help, the detective said. I just wish I could have done more to stop him, Izuku replied. Don't worry. We'll handle things. It was good that you stayed calm. You saved many lives. With that, Izuku was allowed to leave. All Might arrived soon after. Tashinori, Naomasa said. Naomasa, Tashinori replied. Izuku's fine. He was alright. However, there's something you should know. That made the 8th holder of One for All nervous. What is it? He asked. According to Izuku, Tamura's sensei seems to value Izuku's life. He values it so much that he told Tamura in no uncertain terms that if Izuku died, he'd kill him. Also, Gran Torino stopped by and told me what he knew. I asked Izuku for his father's name on a hunch, and he told me it's Hisashi Midoriya. I ran a background on him. He doesn't exist. Yagi coughed up blood. No, he gasped. I'm sorry, All Might. Torino even got Izuku to tell him his father's hair color, the detective explained. No, 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 no. Yagi shouted. According to Izuku, his father has been on a business trip for years. Incidentally, it started the day you defeated All for One. This, the sludge villain's capture by him, All for One valuing Izuku over Tamura, and now the physical description matches. It all leads to one thing, he explained. Tashinori shifted into All Might. Then all, he wailed. Izuku Midoriya is All for One's son. In the League of Villains base, Tamura was throwing another tantrum about All Might. Kurogyari was busy washing a glass. After hearing Shigaraki storm out, the Mist Man looked down at the photo they had of Izuku at the sports festival. Izuku Midoriya, diagnosed as quirkless, and yet has one of the most horrifying quirks I have ever seen. After entering UA, he seemed to gain a secondary power, one that boosted him even further. He placed second at their sports festival. During the Hosu incident, he and his friends took on the hero killer, and won. Afterwards, Stain sacrificed his life to save him. And yet, Sensei highly values his life. He was interrupted when Sensei's voice came up. Kurogyari. It is time for you to learn something from me. Shocked, he warped to Sensei's position. The Mist Man kneeled at All for One's feet. What is it that you wish to teach me, Sensei? He asked. All for One smiled. You have been loyal to me for years, and have kept a cool head. What I'm about to tell you is something only I and my doctor know. My name is in the name I was born with. Kurogyari was shocked. He knew that Sensei couldn't have been born as All for One, but this was something he wasn't expecting. Why? He asked. All for One sighed. Young Tamura may need your guidance to fulfill my wishes. I feel that telling you my name will aid in that. However, telling Tamura at this point would cause issues. Now Kurogyari was just confused. I shall delay no longer. My name, the name I was born with, is Hisashi Midoriya. Kurogyari paled. And Midoriya? Doesn't Izuku Midoriya? He asked. All for One nodded. Indeed. He is my son. Kurogyari's mind raced. That's why you value his life, he replied. Sensei nodded. While I disagree with his career choice, and even more so with who he chose to be his idol, I can't bear the thought of him being harmed by anyone, Sensei's fists clenched. When I heard from my darling wife who attacked him, I decided to take matters into my hands for proper punishment. Kurogyari's eyes widened. That's why you went after the sludge villain. All for One nodded again. Does your family know? He asked. Hisashi shook his head. They think that I'm on a business trip. I've hated lying to them for so long, But it would crush Izuku to learn that the father he looks up to is All Might's nemesis. Kurojire's eyes narrowed. Is that why you hate All Might? Because he's your son's idol? He asked. No, my utter loathing for him stems from something deeper. I've had to lie to my family for 5 years about why I can't be there for them. Why I can't be a father to my son. My empire is replaceable. My family is not. That is why I hate All Might so much. He stole my family from me. That you? Aizawa was talking to Vlad. Vlad, we have to increase our students' quirks this summer, he said. What do you mean? The 1B homeroom teacher asked. Why don't you give me a rundown? Aizawa nodded. Well, first there's... Finally, Aizawa got to the last 2 of his students. Hitoshi Shinso. He's the general studies student I transferred to 1A. His quirk is brainwashing. In essence, if he speaks to someone and they reply, he can control them. And finally, there's Izuku Midoriya. His quirk is blacklight. Aizawa paused at that. Like the prototype virus? King asked. Yes. His quirk, as far as I can tell, has turned him into the blacklight virus, with everything that it entails. And I do mean everything. King paled. Even, he trailed off. Aizawa nodded. He does indeed have feeding tendrils on his back that are what they say on the tin. When organic matter comes in contact with it, it is broken down into raw biomass and absorbed into Midoriya. This can include humans. So far, the number of people he has done this to is 13. Vlad gasped at that. He's killed 13 people? Aizawa nodded. The first one was a Pefli when he was 4. The second was a robber that shot him in the head, which he recovered from without a scratch. Numbers 3 through 12 were 10 thugs at USJ. And the 13th and most recent one was the hero killer. Vlad interrupted his fellow teacher. Didn't Endeavor take him down? He asked. That was a cover story. Stain willingly impaled himself so as to save Izuku after a reckless attack from Endeavor nearly killed him. My class had already deduced the truth, as the heat required to not even leave ashes would have killed everyone present and done tremendous damage to the surrounding area. As this was going on, Toshanri was flipping through the marriage records, searching for one Hisashi Midoriya. If there was a photo of him, it could be a KNK in the logic. Finally he found it. He looked at the photo and screamed. His last hope, the one thing that could disprove what his friend had said, only cemented it. There, next to a woman who was labeled Inko Midoriya, stood All for One, under the name of Hisashi Midoriya. At the league space, Gryan was finishing up the order that they had placed. All right, everything will be ready tomorrow, save your special purchase, he replied, smiling. I paid good money for that boost, DMN it. Shigaraki shouted, slamming his fist on the table. Yes, and I promise it will deliver. After all, I'd lose customers if I sold shoddy product. However, a superb product like this, and it being used by the League of Villains. I'll be buried in orders, he exclaimed, a smile on his face. The broker said before leaving. Kurojire turned towards his ward. Tamura, what exactly did you purchase? He asked. Shigaraki got an insane grin. It's a surprise for one as hidden boss. All right, so summer vacation has begun. Aizawa said to his gathered students. This isn't going to be easy for you. We are going to push you beyond your limits. That's when we'll see if you live up to the school's motto. When he was finished, Uraraka ran up to Izuku. I'm so psyched. I've been looking forward to this camp for the whole semester, Deku. She exclaimed. Ah, yeah, it's close, isn't it? Izuku replied, beginning to sweat. Too close, he thought. Hey, are you all right? Uraraka asked. I'm just a little hot, he answered, scooting himself back. Uraraka seemed to think for a moment, before she became red in the face and backed up a good 20 feet. Let's hear it for camp. Camp, she replied, doing a little dance. Kaminari and Mina joined in as well. And then the mood was ruined. I heard that some of Class 1A is taking extra courses. Does that mean some of them bombed the exams? That must be so embarrassing as you're supposed to be the best in the school. I bet you're all ashamed of yourself. Minoma was cut off by Kendo, who knocked him out. I'm really sorry about him, she said. He's getting really crazy about this, one other Class B member replied. Hello, Izuku said, waving. All right, let's get on, Kendo instructed, dragging the unconscious Monoma with her. Meanwhile, Ito was summoning Class A. Get on in the seating order, he ordered. The bus was soon underway. All right, we'll be on the bus for about an hour until our first stop. Stay focused, Aizawa instructed. Izuku and Shinso, who was sitting next to Izuku, nodded, but everyone else was just fooling around. Why do I even bother? Aizawa said aloud. Well, this is going to be the only time they have to fool around. At their first stop, everyone was either happy they could stretch their legs, or wondering why they stopped. We didn't stop so you could stretch your legs, Aizawa droned, guessing that the students would ask why they did. As he said that, another car pulled up. Hey Eraser, a female voice called out. Shinso immediately paled. Izuku, get on the bus, he whispered. Izuku was confused, but he headed back towards it. Long time no see, Aizawa replied. Two female heroes came out. Izuku was about to fanboy, but Shinso slapped his hand over his mouth. Izuku turned towards him. Quiet, he whispered. The two got on the bus. Lay under the benches, Shinso instructed. Izuku did so. Shinso, what are we doing? He asked. Hiding, the former general studies student replied. Why? Izuku questioned. Then they heard the panicking. You should have already guessed, students, that the training camp has already begun, Aizawa monotoned. A rush of earth followed, along with cries of terror. That's why, Shinso answered. If Aizawa sees us, he'll have them throw us down too. Izuku panicked. Do you know how to hotwire? Shinso asked. Izuku racked his memories. Yes. Don't you think that you have them on a pretty crazy schedule, Eraser? Mandalay asked. Yeah. The idea is to get an entire semester's worth of training here, he explained. Before he could continue, the bus revved up. Huh? All three pros shouted as it swerved away. How? Aizawa asked. There's only room for 3 in the car, Pixie Bob replied. No, there's room for 4, Shota droned, walking towards it, only to be picked up by another piece of earth and thrown down to where the rest of his students were waiting. All of them gained murderous looks. It's not school, sensei, they chorused. F-. All right, turn there. Shinso instructed. Izuku did so. And here we are. The camp, Shinso declared. The two got off the bus. We left them behind. Izuku exclaimed in worry. Listen, I figured that the pussycats would pull something like that. The goal was to exhaust us before we got here. They're like that, Shinso said. Izuku turned towards his friend. And why didn't you tell the others? Shinso shrugged. There wasn't any time. I only realized what would happen when we got to the lookout point and they showed up, he explained. Before Izuku could respond, the pussycats' car rolled up. The two pros leapt out. Hi. Figured you'd pull a stunt like that, Shinso said, a shy-teating grin on his face. How did you get the bus up here? Mandalay asked. I know how to hotwire. Izuku explained rapidly. I should be mad at you, but honestly, I'm impressed at your reasoning skills, Shinso, Pixie Bob responded. Hey, is Aizawa in there? Izuku asked. Pixie Bob smirked. Nah. I threw him over as well after the bus was borrowed. Shisno smiled even wider. I bet the class is giving him absolute hell. Meanwhile, Aizawa was tied to a tree, cursing Shinso and Izuku. Scream, sense it. You're the bait. Momo shouted. And you Shinsu, he cried, attracting the attention of the monsters. Is Koda here? Shinso inquired. Mandalay nodded. Who? Izuku asked. My cousin's son. He lives with us, Mandalay replied. Before Izuku could walk up, Shinso put his hand in front of his friend. Listen, I know you'd love to meet him, but he has a raging hatred for heroes for some reason. Izuku looked horrified. 8 hours later, the rest of Class 1A, Aizawa included, wandered in. You said it would only be 3 hours. Siro ummed. Oh, that's how long it usually takes us. Sorry. Mandalay replied. You're bragging? That's so mean. Sato complained. I'm starving. This is hell. Kirishima wailed. I wasn't supposed to have to go through that. Aizawa groaned. And where were Midoriya and Shinso? Toru whined. We hijacked the bus, Shinso replied. Everyone glared at them. I figured that they'd pull a stunt like this, so I warned the only person I could. Izuku also knew how to hotwire, so we left. Guess you fell for your own rational deception, sensei? Shinso mocked. Aizawa groaned again. They used me as bait, he growled. Ha ha ha. Stain cackled. Alrighty. Get your stuff off the bus. We'll have dinner in the cafeteria, Mandalay said, giving everyone a thumbs up. Everyone really dug in that night. Just a reminder, this is the only night we'll be doing this for you. Pixie Bob explained. Izuku, once he was done eating, decided to go ask a few questions. Hey, Mandalay? Koda doesn't seem to like heroes all that much, does he? He asked. Mandalay shook her head. Oh. No, he doesn't. Perhaps if he had a normal childhood, he would've, she trailed off. What happened? Izuku questioned. Mandalay's cousins, Pixie Bob replied. They were heroes as well. 2 years ago, they were murdered while protecting civilians. Their death was definitely the most honorable way to go for any heroes, and that's what the news said. But to him, it was different. It was like they had left him behind. Meanwhile, everyone was praising them for their deaths. It hurt him. We don't think he likes us that much either. We're heroes like they were, and he's probably afraid to get attached to us as well. Izuku had no response. Stain, however, did. This is why I did what I did to Ingenium. Izuku mentally sighed. In all honesty, after hearing this, I can't say I blame you for that. It was 5:30 a.m. the next day, and everyone save Izuku and Shinso were exhausted. Good morning, class, Aizawa said. Today we begin a training camp. This camp's goal is to increase your quirk's abilities exponentially. This is so you can all get provincial licenses, so you can face the dangers that fester in the darkness. Aizawa then tossed a familiar ball to Bakugou. You scored 705.2 meters when you tossed the ball at the beginning of the year. Let's see how well you've improved. Bakugou got a wicked grin. Don't blink, he chuckled, winding up. Go to hell, he roared, using his explosions to send the ball further. Go to hell? Izuku mentally asked himself. The ball soared for a while. That was 709.6 meters, Bakugou. That brought everyone to a halt. You've all improved during your first semester at UA. However, that's mostly been limited to mental prowess and technical skill, with a little extra stamina. For most of you, your quirks haven't grown stronger. Here, we're making sure that they do. Aizawa got a wicked grin. You'll all feel like dying during this training. Let's hope you all survive. And thus, the training began. While everyone's training seemed to follow yet another pattern, this was driving Izuku insane. What was the pattern? He and Shinso were doing other things. Shinso had been tasked with attempting to brainwash Mandalay through gesture alone, while he was with Tiger. Alright. Aizawa gave me the basic rundown of how your quirk works. What's your biggest issue? He asked. My blade is too heavy for me, and I want to learn how to heal on command, Izuku explained. Tiger nodded. I heard about your blade being too heavy. Make it for me. Izuku concentrated, and his right arm morphed into a blade. He then gasped. It's lighter, he exclaimed. Oh, wanna test it? Tiger asked. Izuku nodded. I don't want to hurt you though, he said. Tiger just whistled. Hey Pixie, make some earth things will ya? He shouted. Sure enough, several earthen creatures formed. Izuku whimpered, but then got into a fighting stance. How do I? This is one of your stances, isn't it, Stain? He asked. Yep, his mental serial killer replied. Izuku sprinted towards the creatures, dodging. He lifted his blade and split one down the middle. Without pausing, he rotated, cutting another in half diagonally. He jumped onto the third, bringing the blade down on its head, splitting it open. Tiger whistled. It was soon nighttime. Alright, we're no longer making you meals. You'll have to make your own. Starting with curry, Ragdoll sang. Everyone slumped. Shinso, however, raised his hand. Pussycats, he questioned. Yes, all of them asked before standing still. Shinso flinched. Controlling 4 people with exceptional willpower at the same time was incredibly straining. It had been a lot easier when he was controlling his fellow UA students. All of you, be aware that I am controlling you. Making them know and be able to fight it would increase the difficulty. Their eyes went from glazed to nervous. Now then, Pixie Bob, make an incredibly tall earth structure underneath all 4 of you, he instructed. Pixie Bob began to sweat. Shinso, what are you doing? She asked nervously, raising them higher and higher. Shinso hissed in pain. Stop, he commanded. She did so. Now dispel the earth. What? All 4 shrieked. Pixie Bob did so. They were all falling rapidly. Catch yourselves. Shinso shouted when they were halfway down. Tiger grabbed Ragdoll and Mandalay while Pixie Bob created a soft earth cushion. Breathing, Shinso released his control. What was that for? Ragdoll screamed. Shinso held out his hand. Momo then created a rather large piece of gold. It was for 10 pounds of solid 24-karat gold, he replied, before clutching his head and flopping to the ground. And also, for training, he gasped out. Aizawa looked at him, and then back to the pussycats. I really should have expected some sort of revenge, he sighed, picking up Shinso. Well done. You've already advanced far enough to control multiple actively resisting people at once, Shinso, he said, a smile on his face. The class soon created their curry. Everyone was eating it as fast as they could. Momo, however, was eating the fastest by far. You're really scarfing that down? Mina exclaimed. I have to. My quirk turns lipids into new atoms, so it's good for me to eat as much as possible. The thought going through the girls, pussycats included, was, that lucky girl. So it's like poop? Zero asked. Momo then retreated into the corner of woe. Apologize, Jiro shouted, slapping him. I'm sorry, Zero cried out. Meanwhile, Koda had snuck away. Izuku noticed and followed. Koda ignored his rumbling stomach and looked at the sky. I heard that. He whipped his head around and saw Izuku. I thought you'd be hungry, so I brought you some food, he explained. How did you find this place? Koda shouted. I followed your footsteps, Izuku replied. I'm fine. Get lost, the young boy screamed in rage. And forget you saw my hideout, he added. Hideout? Izuku asked. You're spending your whole life improving your quirk. It's dumb. All you want to do is show off. Koda snarled. That hit Izuku deep. Do you even know what my quirk does? He asked, his face hidden by shadow. What does it matter? Koda snarled. Izuku opened his mouth, but then closed it. It wouldn't do to go off on him like that. Your parents, were they the water hose heroes? He asked, trying to change the subject. Did Mandalay tell you? Koda accused, pointing a finger at Izuku. He shook his head. I pieced it together, Izuku answered. Everyone here is crazy. They're calling each other hero or villain, killing each other. If people like you weren't showing off, they'd still be here. Koda snapped. The knives pushed themselves deeper. I'm not showing off, Izuku murmured, before setting the plate down. I'll leave this here for you, he said. Koda made the mistake of looking in Izuku's eyes. They were filled with an undefinable sadness. The next day, Izuku was in a pen of animals. Each one had a broken leg. All right, you wanted to learn how to heal? Heal them, Tiger instructed. Izuku gulped and let a feeding tendril out. However, the second it touched an injured animal, they dissolved into biomass. Holy shit. Aizawa really wasn't killing about your quirk being blacklight, Tiger exclaimed. Izuku looked at the ground. Tears were filling his eyes. Are you all right? Tiger asked. Izuku shook his head. Last night, Koda said I was showing off. I wanted to tell him what my quirk is, what it's done to me, what it continues to do to me, what it's turned me into. By now, the tears were pouring down his cheeks. I've always wanted to be a hero, but ever since I got my power, it's been my way of trying to protect others from myself, so that I won't snap, because heroes don't hurt innocent people, he choked. My quirk made me a killer, monster, something that's barely human, and then Koda said that IW is just showing off, he bawled. Tiger would normally slap a student to pull them together, but this wasn't quitting, this was years of trauma. Koda had released the trigger. Hey, Midoriya, You're not a monster. Your quirk does not define who you are. What defines you are the choices you make, Tiger replied, slowly moving into Izuku's field of vision. Slowly, awkwardly, he pulled the crying teen into a hug. Thank you, Tiger. Izuku stammered, sniffling. Tiger just smiled. Alright, let's get back to work. See if you can heal the animals. Izuku nodded. Yes, sir, he shouted, letting a tendril slither towards a rabbit. Heal. Don't consume. Heal, he instructed himself. The tendril jabbed itself into rabbit, and Izuku saw a mass travel from him to it. The rabbit squealed in pain, thrashing as the mass went into it. However, the leg was healed. The tendril retracted. Good job, kid, Tiger exclaimed, a beaming smile on his face. Izuku, however, was staring at the tendril. The thing that made me into a monster, and now, I'm using it to heal, not kill. That night, everyone was excited. Earlier that day, Pixie Bob had announced a competition between the classes that would happen that night. However, the 4 students who had failed the practical were dragged off by Aizawa for extra lessons. I'm so glad we didn't fail, Izuku thought to himself. Pixie Bob went over the rules. The goal was to scare the other class. Several students were in the woods. However, after Tsuyu and Uraraka left, Pixie Bob sniffed the air. What is that smell? She asked herself. Look, someone shouted. Everyone turned to see a fire. Has the forest been set ablaze? Ida exclaimed. And then Pixie was thrown into a rock by some form of telepathy. Let's get rid of these feral cats, a villain laughed. Pixie Bob, Izuku shouted. As Tiger and Manalade stood together, Izuku realized someone was unaccounted for. Where's Koda? Koda was horrified. When his parents were killed, he knew which villain had done it. His picture had been seen. And right now, he was staring him down. He couldn't run. He couldn't hide. However, before anything else could happen, he was moved out of the way. It was that green-haired kid. What are you doing? Koda shouted. Oh, it's you. You were the one Shigaraki warned me about. One as, surprise boss or something. No matter. You're still just a kid, he cackled. It's the League? Izuku mentally screamed. Izuku snarled at the villain. He knew a bit about him, but not much. You really think you can save this little brat? Against me? I'm muscular. My quirk increases my speed and strength so much that my muscle fibers can't be contained by my skin, the villain mocked. Izuku knew that name. This man killed the water hose duo. He was nigh unstoppable, and it was unlikely that the police could hold him for long. Izuku made the decision in an instant, and gained a homicidal grin. Thank you for the information. I do hope you planned on death, he snarled. Death? Like you'd even be able to lay a scratch on me. Muscular shouted. Izuku just threw his head back and laughed. You fool. Shigiriaki probably told you to avoid me. Wanna know why? Izuku cackled as all 4 of his feeding tendrils popped out. My quirk is B. He roared, his right arm becoming a blade. He rushed at the villain. At this, Muscular gained a horrified look on his face. No, that's not possible. He cried out in terror, trying to stop Izuku. However, Izuku just began to bring the blade up. Turn away, Koda, he ordered. Koda did so, and plugged his ears as well. Izuku brought the blade up fully, and cut off Muscular's right arm. The tendrils absorbed it. Now, Muscular was sobbing in fear and pain. Izuku casually walked up to him. Why you're a hero? You shouldn't K-kill? Muscular pleaded. Izuku just grinned. Guess what? He said, grabbing Muscular's head and pulling it close. I already have a body count. With that, all 4 of the tendrils jabbed themselves into the villain. Muscular screamed in agony as he was liquefied. After a few seconds, he was dead, and the biomass flowed into Izuku. Okay, Koda, you can look now. With that, the kid did. Muscular was gone. What happened? Koda asked. Izuku sighed. I killed him, he said. Killed? Koda squeaked. Izuku nodded. You said my quirk training was for showing off. For me, it's so I don't kill someone on accident. Muscular was the first person I killed using this quirk voluntarily. I did it because I knew that the police wouldn't be able to contain him long enough to put him in prison. Kota gulped. Are you alright? Izuku asked, his voice changing to a more worried tone. Kota nodded. Good. Now Izuku dropped to the ground. No. That's not possible, he screamed. What's not possible? Kota stammered. The League, they have red light,